I found myself in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a tranquil lake, known for its picturesque beauty and serene ambiance. It was the perfect setting for a wedding, where laughter and love were meant to linger in the air like the soft fragrance of the surrounding wildflowers. The ceremony was to be held in a charming chapel, its stone facade worn but dignified, as if it had witnessed 1,000 stories, each etched within its weathered walls. The reception, an affair of gentle elegance, would take place under a sprawling white tent erected on a lush green meadow, just a short walk from the chapel. I was both an observer and a participant, a distant cousin to the bride, Jane, whose smile was brighter than the sun-dappled morning sky. She was marrying Thomas, a man of quiet strength and kindness, admired by all who knew him. As I mingled with the other guests, sipping champagne and exchanging pleasantries, I couldn't help but be enveloped by the warmth and joy radiating from everyone around me. Yet, beneath the surface of this idyllic scene lay a sense of foreboding I couldn't quite shake. It was nothing tangible, just a whisper of unease that brushed against the back of my mind, like the faintest breath of a chill wind on a summer's day. Perhaps it was the chapel itself, with its Gothic arches and dimly lit interiors. Or maybe it was simply the gravity of the occasion, a milestone marking the passage of time, a reminder of life's fleeting nature. The ceremony commenced with all the expected splendor. Jane walked down the aisle, her gown whispering secrets with each step, while Thomas stood at the altar, his eyes filled with such tenderness that it seemed to envelop the entire room. Vows were exchanged, promises made, and with a gentle kiss, they were pronounced husband and wife. The congregation erupted in applause, and for a moment, the world seemed as it should be, a place of love and hope. It was during the transition from chapel to reception that the first disturbance occurred. As I made my way towards the tent, I caught a glimpse of something, or rather, someone, out of the corner of my eye. A figure, shrouded in shadow despite the bright afternoon sun, stood at the periphery of the gathering. At first, I thought it might be another guest, perhaps a latecomer, or a curious villager drawn by the festivities. But when I turned to look directly, there was nothing there, just the empty expanse of the meadow. Dismissing it as a trick of the light or a product of my own overactive imagination, I continued on, shaking off the unease that clung to me like an unwelcome guest. I joined the others under the tent, where the chatter of voices mingled with the tinkling of glasses and the gentle strains of a string quartet. The reception unfolded with seamless grace. Toasts were made, dances were shared, and memories were crafted in the glow of the fading daylight. Still, I couldn't rid myself of the feeling that I was being watched. It wasn't the paranoid sensation of being under scrutiny, but rather a subtle awareness of something, someone, hovering just out of sight, observing the celebration from the periphery with an intensity that made my skin prickle. I scanned the gathering, searching for any unusual faces, but found only friends and family, all lost in their own worlds of joy and revelry. As the evening deepened, casting the meadow in hues of twilight, my sense of disquiet grew. I began to notice others looking over their shoulders. expressions of puzzlement flitting across their features. I wasn't alone in my apprehension. Whispered conversations revealed that several guests had noticed odd occurrences: glasses tipping over on their own, a chill breeze passing through the tent despite the still air, and most unsettling, a shadow that seemed to move independently of any known source. The atmosphere, once filled with laughter and light, now harbored an undercurrent of tension, a collective acknowledgement of an unseen presence among us. It was as if we were all unwitting participants in a play, directed by an invisible hand, one that reveled in the subtle disruption of our idyllic gathering. It wasn't until the evening's first dance that the situation truly escalated. Jane and Thomas, radiant and blissful, took to the floor, their movements fluid and graceful as they swayed to the music. The guests formed a circle around them, clapping in time, their faces glowing with happiness. But as the couple twirled into a particularly sweeping motion, the lights flickered, a momentary stutter that cast the tent into shadow before warmth returned. In that brief lapse, I saw it again, the figure standing at the edge of the crowd, indistinct yet undeniably present. It was closer now, its features obscured, as though cloaked in mist, but its attention was unmistakably fixed on the couple in the center of the floor. A chill ran down my spine, and I wasn't alone in my reaction. I heard a gasp, a murmur of unease echoing through the guests as they too sensed the shift, the breach of our celebratory sanctuary. The dance continued, but the mood had changed. People whispered uneasily, casting furtive glances around the tent. The music, once a joyful backdrop, seemed to falter, as if the musicians themselves were feeling the weight of unseen eyes. I found myself inching closer to the dance floor, driven by an inexplicable need to shield the newlyweds from whatever unseen threat lingered in the shadows. It was then that my eyes met those of an elderly woman, a village elder whose presence at the wedding was more ceremonial than familial. Her gaze was steady, piercing, as though she understood more than she let on. She beckoned me over with a subtle nod, and I made my way through the throng of guests, the air thick with anticipation. "Do you feel it too?" she asked, her voice low yet resonant, cutting through the ambient noise. I nodded, unable to articulate the magnitude of my unease. "What is it? Do you know?" Her expression was grave, eyes reflecting a depth of knowledge I couldn't fathom. This land holds memories, old and powerful. Not all spirits find peace, especially when love and life intertwine so closely. Sometimes they linger, drawn to the energy of such gatherings, seeking what they have lost. I shivered, despite the warmth of the evening. Her words resonated with an unsettling truth, an explanation that both clarified and complicated the mystery at hand. "What do we do?" I asked, feeling an urgency that compelled action. "We must acknowledge its presence," she replied. "Offer it a moment, a gesture of respect, so it may understand its place among the living." With a sense of purpose, we approached the band leader, whispering our request. To his credit, he didn't seem surprised, nodding solemnly before addressing the guests. Ladies and gentlemen, he announced, we are honored by not just the love of Jane and Thomas today, but perhaps by something more, something that transcends our understanding. Let us offer a moment of silence, a pause in our celebration, to acknowledge all who have come before us. The guests, though puzzled, complied, their chatter fading into a respectful hush. The silence was profound, a rare collective stillness in which even the tense fabric seemed to hold its breath. I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of unseen eyes upon us, hoping our gesture would suffice to appease whatever spirit lingered. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. The air was heavy with anticipation, a palpable tension straining against the boundary between worlds. Then, as if in response to our unspoken plea, a gentle breeze stirred, rustling the leaves of the nearby trees, carrying with it a whisper that spoke of gratitude, of release. When I opened my eyes, the figure was gone. The pall that had settled over the gathering lifted, leaving in its place a renewed sense of lightness, as if a weight had been lifted from our collective shoulders. The music resumed, the joyous notes weaving through the tent, carrying with them an air of celebration untainted by shadows. The rest of the evening unfolded with a newfound harmony. Guests danced with abandon, their previous apprehensions forgotten, and the laughter that filled the air was brighter, more genuine, as if infusing the night with a shared understanding of the unseen forces that sometimes intersect with our lives. As the celebration drew to a close, I found myself standing at the edge of the meadow, gazing out over the moonlit landscape. The village, now shrouded in the gentle embrace of night, seemed to pulse with a silent vitality, a reminder of the mysteries it harbored. I thought of the figure, of the spirit that had cast a shadow over the wedding, and wondered what it had sought, whether it had found solace in the acknowledgement we offered. Even now, with the festivities concluded and the guests dispersing, a part of me remained attuned to the presence that had graced our celebration. It was a lesson, I realized, in humility and respect, a reminder of the delicate balance between the tangible and the intangible, of the need to honor what lies beyond our comprehension. The wedding of Jane and Thomas would be remembered not just for the love they shared, but for the unexpected guest who reminded us all of the enduring connection between the living and those who have passed beyond the veil. As I turned to leave, I felt the lingering gaze of the village upon me, a silent promise that its stories, its spirits, would continue to watch over us, as they always had. There's a serene comfort in routine, an unspoken agreement between one's expectations and reality. My days flowed like a gentle stream, predictable and calm. Every morning, I would rise with the golden light spilling through my kitchen window, illuminating the small table where I sipped my coffee and perused the day's mail. My cabin was nestled on the outskirts of civilization, a deliberate choice to embrace solitude. The world beyond seemed to operate at a hectic pace for my liking. Here, with the whispering pines and the distant chatter of birds, I was insulated from the chaos. On this particular morning, as the sun flirted with the tips of the trees, I found among the usual letters a pale blue envelope. Its presence was like a splash of watercolor amidst a canvas of grays. The handwriting on the front, elegant and precise, spelled my name in a way that felt oddly intimate, though I could not recognize it. Curiosity piqued. I set my coffee down and opened it, revealing an ornate card within. It was an invitation, though not just any invitation. The card announced the wedding of someone named Margaret to a man called Thomas. The ceremony was set to occur in a fortnight, at an address that seemed vaguely familiar, yet unplaceable. I searched my memory for a link to Margaret or Thomas, but found nothing. I was a solitary man by choice, and had made few acquaintances since moving to the cabin. The names danced on the edges of my consciousness, taunting me with their elusiveness. I placed the card aside, convincing myself it was a simple mistake, an invitation sent to the wrong person. The day unfolded as usual, but the invitation lingered in my mind like a tune you can't shake off. As night descended, bringing the chill with it, I sat by the fire, the flames casting flickering shadows on the walls. My eyes drifted to the invitation on the table, now an indigo shadow in the dim room. There was something about it that unsettled me, something beyond its mere existence. Days passed, and the incident began to fade into the background of my thoughts. My life resumed its gentle rhythm, with the occasional interruption of mundane errands and the pleasure of reading by the fire. Yet, the envelope remained on my table, an uninvited guest in my home. I was determined to ignore it. Yet its presence seemed to grow, like ivy creeping over an abandoned house. Then came the first disturbance. It was subtle, almost imperceptible. A shift in the air, a change in the quality of light that filtered through my window. I awoke one morning to find the invitation open on the table, though I distinctly remembered closing it the night before. I dismissed it as oversight on my part, a lapse in memory. But that evening, as I prepared to retire, I found it again, this time on the armchair across the room. A chill crept up my spine, though the fire burned bright and warm. I assured myself it was merely my imagination playing tricks. Yet, a sense of unease settled over me, an itch I could not scratch. The following night, I dreamt of a wedding, a grand affair with strings of white flowers and guests in ethereal attire. The faces, however, were blurred, as though seen through frosted glass. I stood among them, an observer rather than a participant, watching a ceremony unfold in silence. Upon waking, the memory of the dream was like a mist that clung to my thoughts. I shook it off and began my day, but found myself drawn repeatedly to the invitation. Its presence had become a specter, haunting the corners of my mind. The dreams persisted, each night more vivid than the last, pulling me deeper into their embrace. The sense of familiarity with the setting grew, and I began to question if perhaps there was a connection I had simply overlooked. As the day of the wedding approached, the disturbances escalated. The invitation moved of its own accord, appearing in unlikely places. I found it once in the kitchen, tucked among the pages of a cookbook I had not opened in years. Another time, it lay on my pillow, as though urging me to pay heed. Each encounter left me more unsettled than the last, a dread congealing in the pit of my stomach. I considered the possibility of an intruder, perhaps some mischievous prankster, though I could not fathom why anyone would travel so far for such antics. I began to feel watched, the sensation of eyes upon me, though I dismissed it as paranoia. Yet at night, the shadows in my room seemed to pulse with life, and the wind carried whispers I could not decipher. The climax arrived unannounced. On the eve of the wedding, I found myself inexplicably drawn to the address on the invitation. It was as though an invisible thread pulled me towards it, an urge I could neither comprehend nor resist. The location was a clearing some miles from my cabin, one I had passed on occasion during my solitary walks. Despite the chill in the air, I set out, curiosity overwhelming my apprehension. The moon bathed the forest in silver, lending an ethereal quality to the journey. As I approached, a soft glow emanated from the clearing. There, I found an assembly of spectral figures gathered in reverence. In the center stood a bride and groom, their features indistinct, yet their presence undeniable. It was the wedding from my dreams, brought to life in this secluded grove. Transfixed, I watched as the ceremony unfolded. A silent choir of nightingales provided an otherworldly hymn, and the figures moved with a grace that defied human capability. I felt no fear in that moment, only a profound sense of belonging, as though this was the culmination of an unspoken promise. As the ceremony reached its apex, the bride turned, her eyes meeting mine. In that instant, clarity washed over me. Her face matched the fragmented images from my dreams, a visage recognizable not through memory, but through emotion. She smiled, a gesture that spoke volumes without a word, and I understood that I was simultaneously an observer and a participant, entwined in a narrative that transcended the tangible. The vision faded with the first light of dawn, leaving the clearing empty except for the quiet rustle of leaves. I returned to my cabin, the experience etched into my consciousness. The invitation no longer held its place in my home. It had vanished, leaving behind a tranquility I had not realized was absent. Yet, the lingering fear remained, not of the unknown, but of the known. The sense that I was part of a story much larger than myself, a narrative that bound me to this place and time. The dreams ceased, but the memory of the wedding persisted, a haunting melody that played softly in the background of my thoughts. In the weeks that followed, I resumed my routine, the world outside my cabin continuing its relentless march. But I was changed, aware of the veil that separates reality from what lies beyond. The invitation, with its delicate script and ethereal promise, had opened a door I could not close. And though the fear of stepping through lingered, it was accompanied by a strange comfort, a reassurance that I was not alone in my solitude. The specter of the wedding announcement remains with me, a gentle reminder of the mysteries that dwell in the shadows and the stories that exist just out of reach. I find peace in the knowledge that some questions are not meant to be answered, and some connections transcend the boundaries of time and space. The invitation, a relic of an encounter both uncanny and profound, has become a part of me, an echo of a truth whispered in the quiet corners of the world. Twin Lakes is one of those quietly picturesque places, the kind that tourists accidentally stumble upon and leave with a strange yearning. Nestled between dense forests and gentle hills, the two lakes shimmer like twin gems. But this place has always held an odd enchantment for me, a pull that goes beyond its serene beauty. It's in the breeze that whistles through the woods and the way the light dances on the water. I moved here 3 years ago, drawn by something I couldn't quite name, and promptly settled into a quaint cottage near the Black Mill. The Black Mill, standing stoic and silent, marks the edge of what most consider civilized space. Beyond it lie the deeper woods that even locals whisper about, only in wary tones. There's a legend tied to that mill, a tale of love and betrayal, of dark magic binding souls to the land. But stories are just stories, I used to tell myself. They grow in the telling, warped by time and tongues. Besides, I had my own life to build here, one grounded in the normalcy of a new job as a librarian at the town's small but charming library. The first few months were blissful in their simplicity. My days were filled with cataloging books, savoring coffee breaks by the lake, and evenings spent reading by the fireplace. But slowly, the sense of belonging I felt began to shift, imperceptibly at first, like the softest rustle of leaves. It started with the dreams. The first dream came on an autumn night, the kind that wraps the world in a cool, crisp embrace. I found myself standing in the woods, alone, bathed in moonlight that trickled through the tall trees. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very world was holding its breath. I wore a wedding dress of antique lace, its train trailing through the fallen leaves. In the dream, I was not afraid. Instead, I was filled with a profound sense of expectancy. I was waiting for someone, though I couldn't see his face, only feel the shadow of his presence. I awoke with the image of the dress etched vividly in my mind, along with a lingering feeling of longing that shouldn't have accompanied a mere dream. Strange, I thought, but dreams are the mind's playground, a reflection of our wishes and fears. I tried to shake it off as a fluke of imagination, yet that morning, when I passed the Black Mill on my way to work, I felt an odd yearning to pause, to step inside its shadowed confines, though I resisted. As weeks passed, the dream repeated, growing in clarity and detail. Each night I woke with the echo of forgotten vows on my lips, the sensation of being deeply loved, accompanied by an aching sense of loss. The dress felt increasingly familiar, as if it belonged to me in some unexplainable way. I was becoming obsessed with the idea that the dream was calling me to something or someone. The townfolks began to notice the changes in me, how I drifted through conversations, my mind elsewhere, my eyes often drawn to the woods. My colleagues at the library expressed concern, but I dismissed their worries with a smile, attributing my distraction to the stress of a new creative project I was supposedly working on. Only I knew how far from the truth that was. The turning point came on a winter's evening when the first snow had begun to fall, painting the town in white. I decided to visit the Black Mill, drawn by an invisible thread. As I approached, the air seemed to hum with a peculiar energy. The mill's door, which I had always assumed was sealed, stood ajar, an invitation or a warning. I couldn't tell which. Inside, the mill was empty and cold, save for the soft whisper of wind through its broken windows. Yet, as I stood there, I felt an overwhelming presence, a heaviness of the air, as if the past itself had gathered to witness my intrusion. It was there that I met him, or rather, sensed him, the supernatural love interest my dreams had hinted at. He emerged not in flesh, but as a whisper in the air, a warmth that brushed against my skin, a murmur that seemed to know my name. In that moment, it became clear. He was the source of my dreams, the reason I felt so drawn to the dress, to the woods, to the mill. He was the echo of a love so powerful it had transcended time, tethering his spirit to the place of his demise. I left the mill with more questions than answers, my heart a storm of emotions. I learned from old town records and hushed conversations that he had been a man of passion, skilled in the old arts, who had loved a woman fiercely, a woman who wore a wedding dress, much like the one from my dreams. Their love story ended in tragedy, a curse cast in a moment of despair, binding his spirit to the forest, forever waiting for his bride to return. As days turned into weeks, the dreams intensified. They were no longer confined to sleep. I could feel his presence during my waking hours, a constant companion, a spectral love that offered solace and sorrow in equal measure. I found myself wearing white more often, each piece of clothing a nod to the dress, to him, to us. The townspeople began to talk, their whispers following me like shadows. They spoke of the strange woman in the cottage, always seen in white, her eyes filled with a distant gaze. I became a subject of curiosity and pity, an outsider in my own life. Yet, I could not let go of the connection, the feeling that I was part of an ancient tale, woven into the fabric of this land. The climax came on a moonlit night, eerily similar to my first dream. A calling so intense, it pulled me from the warmth of my bed and into the cold embrace of the forest. As I stepped into the woods, the air shimmered with unseen energy. There, in a clearing bathed in silvery light, I saw him, not as a mere presence, but as an apparition, a glimpse of the man who had once been. He reached out, and I felt a pull, a choice to join him in his ethereal existence, to become part of the legend that had drawn me here. In that moment, I realized the truth. The Black Mill was not just a place of beginning, but of endings too. The curse was not merely a shadow of the past, but a living force seeking resolution. To join him would complete the cycle, release him from his spectral chains, and bind me to this land forever. The dress, the dreams, were all manifestations of this choice. With tears in my eyes, I stepped back, resisting the pull. I whispered my goodbye, a promise to remember, to honor the love that had been, but not to sacrifice my own life, my own future. As dawn broke, the apparition faded, leaving behind a profound emptiness and a peace I had not anticipated. Though the dreams have ceased, the lingering fear remains. Fear that one day I might succumb to the call of the woods, that my resolve might wane. Fear that the story is never truly over, but always waiting for the next chapter. I still wear white, not every day, but often enough to remind myself of the love that transcends time, the choices we make, and the lives we lead. Twin Lakes holds its secrets close, and while I may be free of the curse, I am forever marked by its tale. A ghost bride in a wedding dress, walking between the world of the living and the shadowed past. In the town of Eldridge Hollow, time seemed to tiptoe, careful not to disturb the stillness that held the streets and the lives within them. It was a quaint place, cradled by gentle hills and dense forests that whispered old secrets when the wind passed through. The residents went about their lives with a soft predictability, a routine as comforting as the slow swing of a grandfather clock. And in this delicate balance of normalcy, I found myself an outsider, drawn by the quiet allure of a place where I could disappear into the calm, a respite from a world that spun too fast. I had arrived in Eldridge Hollow on a brisk autumn day, the leaves already turning to shades of crimson and gold. The house I chose was an old Victorian at the edge of town, its gabled roof and weathered facade like something out of a forgotten storybook. It was a place with a history that clung to its walls, but it felt right. It felt like home. My days fell into an easy rhythm, punctuated by morning walks through the local graveyard, a place I found surprisingly comforting. The headstones were like silent friends, their inscriptions telling stories I pieced together in my mind. It was during these walks that I first felt it, a sensation not quite seen or heard, but a presence that lingered just beyond the edges of my perception, a whisper from the graves. At first, I dismissed it as the product of imagination, a trick of the mind in a town where the line between reality and folklore blurred with the mist that rolled in from the forests. But then, on one particularly fog-laden morning, as I paused to rest by the grave of a woman named Eliza Montgomery, the whisper became more than a feeling. It was a voice, soft and melodic, like the echo of a forgotten lullaby. "Help me," it breathed, a plea that seemed to seep into my bones. Startled, I glanced around, half expecting to see someone standing behind me, but there was no one, just the rustle of leaves and the distant caw of a crow. I shook my head, attributing the voice to fatigue or the remnants of a dream. But after that day, I heard it more frequently, always by Eliza's grave. "Help me," it would plead, a haunting refrain that kept me awake at night, wrapped in my thoughts like a shroud. I began to research Eliza Montgomery, diving into the town's archives with a fervor that surprised even me. Her story was a sad one, marked by tragedy. A young woman taken too soon, they said, her demise shrouded in mystery. The records were sparse, but they hinted at something unnatural, something that the town preferred to forget. As days turned to weeks, the whisper grew louder, insistent. It followed me beyond the graveyard, slipping into my dreams, filling them with shadows and half-formed memories that were not my own. I saw glimpses of a life that felt both foreign and familiar. A grand ballroom, a waltz beneath chandeliers, laughter that quickly morphed into screams. It was during one of these dreams that I first saw him. A man with dark, penetrating eyes and a presence that drew me in like a moth to flame. His name lingered on the edge of my consciousness, elusive like a forgotten word. Yet, there was a connection, a tether that bound us across time and space, and I awoke each morning with his name on the tip of my tongue, only to forget it as the sun rose. My obsession with Eliza and the phantom whispers began to take its toll. Friends in town noticed the change, their concern touching, but ultimately dismissed. I felt I was on the cusp of something profound, a revelation that would explain the inexplicable, so I pressed on, my life now intertwined with the echoes of the past. It was nearing midnight when I found myself drawn back to the graveyard, as if pulled by an unseen force. The moon hung low, casting a silvery sheen over the stones. I walked with purpose, stopping only when I reached Eliza's grave. The air was thick with anticipation, a silence that stretched taut before shattering with that familiar whisper, now louder than ever. And then he was there, stepping from the shadows, his form solid, his gaze intense. No longer a figment of dreams, but flesh and blood, and something more. His presence was unnerving, yet I felt no fear. Instead, a strange sense of recognition washed over me, as if I had been waiting for this moment all my life. "Who are you?" I managed, my voice barely a whisper. He smiled, a bittersweet twist of lips that spoke of centuries of stories untold. "My name is Alexander," he said, and with that, the floodgates opened. Memories that were not mine crashed over me. Eliza, dancing in his arms, their love a bright burning flame, his whispered promises of eternity. And then the darkness, a betrayal, a curse that bound him to the shadows while she was left to fade into memory. The town had buried their secrets along with Eliza, but Alexander had endured, trapped in immortality, waiting for the moment when he could be free. "What do you want from me?" I asked, though I knew the answer even before the words left my lips. "To remember," he replied softly, "to help me break the cycle." I was drawn into his story, each detail unraveling the tapestry of their past. The curse was his burden, but Eliza's soul called out across the veil, reaching for the one who had been hers. I was the link, an echo of Eliza's spirit, carrying the key to set them both free. The realization was both terrifying and exhilarating. I felt the weight of their history pressing down on me, their love, their loss, and the chance to rewrite their ending. But it came with a price, a sacrifice that would bind me to their fate. As the sun began to rise, the choice became clear. I could turn away, let their story remain buried, or I could embrace the role I was destined to play, helping to heal the wounds of time. The decision settled over me like the first snowfall, inevitable, peaceful. With a trembling hand, I reached for Alexander, our fates intertwined. "I will help you," I vowed, my voice steady with conviction. In that moment, the world seemed to shift. the air crackling with energy. The graveyard faded, replaced by the ballroom from my dreams, as if the past had unfurled to welcome us. I felt Eliza's presence within me, guiding my steps as I took Alexander's hand. We danced through the ages, rewriting the narrative of their love, untangling the threads of pain and regret. And as the first light of dawn broke, the curse shattered, its hold finally severed. Alexander and Eliza's spirits entwined, their whispers a song of gratitude that echoed through the hollow. The world returned to normal, the graveyard silent once more. But I was not the same. The town had become more than a refuge. It was a testament to love's enduring power. And though Alexander and Eliza had found peace, their story lingered in the quiet corners of my mind, a reminder of the shadows that could be cast away by the light of understanding. I continued my walks through the graveyard, each visit a meditation on the past and the mysteries that lay beneath the surface of Eldridge Hollow. The whispers had ceased, but the air was thick with possibility, the sense that beneath the earth, stories waited to be unearthed. And so I remained, the keeper of their tale, forever linked to the echoes of a love that defied the boundaries of time. I listened to the wind through the trees, a symphony of secrets, and waited. Though for what, I could not say. Perhaps for another whisper, another life-seeking resolution. In Eldridge Hollow, there would always be whispers from the graves, and I had learned to listen. In the small town of Eldridge, where the streets were lined with cobblestones, and the air carried a perpetual scent of pine, life moved at a languid pace. This was a place where the most exciting event was the yearly harvest festival, and where people knew each other's names, secrets, and pasts. But nestled on the edge of this serene town was a peculiar establishment, one that most locals whispered about, but few dared to visit. The Summoning Service. The Summoning Service was housed in an old, stately building, its architecture reminiscent of a bygone era, with Gothic spires and leaded glass windows that seemed to watch the world with dismay. It was run by a man known only as Mr. Graves, a figure of mystery who many believed could bridge the chasm between the living and the dead. It was said he could summon spirits, not for wrath or revenge, but for love, a chance to reconnect with those who had passed beyond the veil. My name is David. I lived my life in Eldridge, content in my solitude after my wife, Elise, had passed away. Memories of her were the warm embrace that kept the cold loneliness at bay, and I often found myself speaking to her as if she were still beside me. Her absence left a void that I filled with remnants of our shared life, her favorite books, our wedding photographs, and the scent of her perfume that lingered in the bedroom. It was on a chilly November afternoon, as I was strolling aimlessly through the town square, that I overheard a group of women speaking in hushed tones about Mr. Graves. Their words were a mixture of awe and fear, describing how he had reunited a widow with her husband, granting her one more moment of happiness. Intrigued and desperate, I found myself drawn to the idea, the surreal possibility of seeing Elise once more. Curiosity piqued, I made my way to the ominous building that housed the summoning service. The air felt different as I approached, charged with an energy that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. The door creaked as I pushed it open, revealing a dimly lit foyer filled with antique furniture and the faint smell of incense. Mr. Graves appeared almost silently from the shadows, a tall man with an ageless appearance and eyes that seemed to pierce through to one's deepest thoughts. "Welcome," he said, in a voice that was both soothing and unsettling. "How may I assist you today?" I hesitated, unsure of how to verbalize my longing. Finally, I spoke, my voice barely above a whisper. "I want to see my wife again." Mr. Graves nodded, as if he had heard these words 1,000 times before. He gestured for me to follow him into a small room at the back of the building, where a circle had been drawn on the floor with intricate symbols. Candles flickered at the circle's perimeter, casting a soft glow that danced across the walls. "There are rules," Mr. Graves said, his tone now serious. "What you see may not be what you remember. Spirits carry the weight of their experiences beyond this world. Do you understand this?" I nodded, willing to take the risk for the chance to see Elise once more. He began to chant softly, a language that felt both foreign and familiar, and as the words filled the room, a chill enveloped me. The candle's flames flickered violently, and the air shimmered as if reality itself was being pulled and stretched. Then, she was there. Elise stood at the center of the circle, her figure ethereal and translucent, yet undeniably her. She looked as she did in life, graceful and beautiful, her eyes filled with warmth. My heart leapt, and tears welled in my eyes. "David," she said, her voice a soft melody that I had yearned to hear for so long. "Elise," I replied, stepping closer, though the circle kept us apart. "I've missed you so much." Her face carried a bittersweet smile. "And I you. But you must know, these moments are fleeting." We spoke of memories, of love, of moments lost to time. Her presence was a balm to my aching soul, yet a shadow loomed in the corners of the room, a reminder that this reunion was temporary. As the candles burned lower, her form began to waver like smoke caught in a breeze. "David, promise me you'll live," she whispered, her voice fading. "Promise me you'll find happiness." And then she was gone, leaving behind the silence of a world returned to normalcy. The room now just a room, the magic dissipated. I stood there, my heart heavy with the weight of her absence once more. Mr. Graves offered no words of comfort, only a nod that acknowledged both the gift and the sorrow of what had occurred. Days passed, and I found myself wandering the town with a newfound sense of purpose, though tinged with a lingering sadness. The encounter had not provided the closure I had sought. Instead, it had intensified my longing, opening wounds I feared would never heal. But then, strange things began to happen. At first, it was subtle, a familiar scent in the air, a warm breeze that felt like a gentle touch on my cheek. I dismissed these as figments of my imagination, remnants of a heart yearning for its lost companion. Yet they persisted, growing more tangible and impossible to ignore. I could hear her voice in the whisper of the wind. see her reflection in a puddle that would ripple and vanish. Objects in my home moved ever so slightly, as if nudged by an unseen hand. The boundary between the living and the spectral seemed to blur, and I wondered if our encounter had somehow tethered her spirit closer to this world. Sleep eluded me, as each night I lay awake, the shadows in my room shifting and bending under the moonlight. I felt her presence beside me, warm and comforting, and though my rational mind resisted, a part of me embraced the idea that she was still with me in some form. One evening, as I sat in our living room, the air grew dense and the lights flickered. I called out to her, a soft plea that echoed through the silence. The room chilled, and I felt a gentle pressure on my shoulder, unmistakably hers. Tears streamed down my face as I realized that she was indeed there, her spirit lingering in the spaces we once shared. Yet, with this comfort came an unsettling realization. Elise was trapped, unable to move beyond the earthly plane we had summoned her back to. Her presence, once a source of solace, now felt like a weight that neither of us could bear. I could not live in a half-life, clinging to a ghost, and she could not find peace while bound to my sorrow. I sought out Mr. Graves again, desperate for a solution. As I walked through the town, towards the ominous building, the night seemed darker than before, the very stars hiding behind thick clouds. Mr. Graves awaited me in the flickering candlelight, a knowing look in his eyes. "You've felt her, haven't you?" he asked, his voice gentle yet firm. "This is not uncommon. Love is a powerful force, one that can anchor souls to this world." "She shouldn't be here," I confessed, my voice breaking. I wanted to see her again, but not like this. She deserves peace. Mr. Graves nodded, understanding my turmoil. The bond must be undone with intention and resolve. You must let her go, David, fully and completely. Together, we returned to the room where I had first seen Elise, the circle still etched on the floor. The candles were lit anew, their flames holding the promise of closure. Mr. Graves began his incantation, his voice weaving through the air, a melody of release. I spoke to Elise, knowing she was listening. "I love you, Elise, now and forever. But it's time for you to find the peace you deserve. I will carry you in my heart, always." The room filled with a warmth that was both heartbreaking and comforting, a final farewell that wrapped around me like a gentle embrace. The air shimmered once more, and I knew the bond was breaking, allowing her spirit to ascend to where it truly belonged. As I left the summoning service, the night air was crisp and clear. I looked up to the sky, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, the stars shone brightly, a tapestry of promise and hope. Eldridge returned to its quiet rhythm, the townspeople unaware of the supernatural events that had unfolded. My life, though still marked by the absence of Elise, began to find its own path. I carried her memory with me, not as a shadow, but as a guiding light. Yet, even as normalcy settled in, a part of me remained attuned to the uncanny. On certain nights, when the wind whispered through the trees, I felt a familiar touch, a reminder that love, transcends even the boundaries of life and death. It was a comfort and a mystery, an eternal connection that haunted my heart with its lingering presence, a love that was beyond the grave. The day of Anna's wedding was one of those rare days when everything seemed to fall perfectly into place. The sun peeked cautiously through a lace veil of clouds, casting a soft glow over the sprawling family estate. The garden, meticulously manicured and bursting with a riot of summer blooms, was a sanctuary of beauty and tranquility. It was here, among the roses and the lilacs, where the ceremony would take place. Guests, a mix of family and close friends, milled about in cheerful clusters, their laughter and conversation blending into a gentle hum that filled the air. Inside the house, the atmosphere was equally serene. The old family home, with its creaky wooden floors and worn yet comforting furniture, was alive with the anticipation of the day's events. Anna, the bride-to-be, moved through the rooms with the deliberate grace of someone savoring each moment. Her white dress flowed behind her like a whisper, and her smile was a beacon of happiness that seemed to illuminate the very walls. It was in one of these moments, as she paused to adjust the delicate lace of her veil, that Anna first noticed something peculiar. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a figure standing in the hallway mirror. At first, she assumed it was a guest, someone perhaps taking a moment to admire the vintage furniture, or maybe her own reflection, caught at an odd angle. But when she turned to look directly, there was no one there. Anna shrugged it off, attributing it to nerves or the trick of light refracting through the old glass. Weddings could do that to a person, she mused, make even the most level-headed individual see things that weren't there. With a soft laugh, she dismissed the thought and made her way downstairs, where the ceremony would soon begin. The first disturbance came later, after the vows had been exchanged beneath the arch of intertwined roses, and the reception was in full swing. Laughter echoed through the rooms, and music, buoyant and lively, spilled out into the garden. Anna, flushed with happiness, was surrounded by well-wishers. She was in the middle of a conversation with her cousin when she felt it, a sudden chill that prickled her skin and sent an involuntary shiver down her spine. She glanced around, expecting to see an open window or door, allowing a draft to creep in. Instead, her eyes fell upon the figure again, standing just beyond the threshold of the garden. This time, it was unmistakable. A woman, dressed in a pale, flowing gown, with hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall of shadows. Her presence was so vivid, so solid, that Anna's breath caught in her throat. Blinking rapidly, Anna tried to focus her gaze, but the woman had vanished as inexplicably as she had appeared. A sense of unease settled in Anna's chest, a cold stone in the midst of her joy. She wanted to tell someone, to share this strange occurrence, but she hesitated, fearing it would sound foolish. Instead, she pushed the disquiet aside and rejoined her guests, determined not to let a figment of her imagination overshadow her day. As the evening wore on, the house seemed to shift subtly, as if responding to an unseen presence. The once welcoming rooms now felt oppressive, with shadows that seemed to stretch and deepen beyond what was natural. Anna couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, an unsettling awareness that prickled at the edges of her consciousness. The escalation began after the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving the garden bathed in silver moonlight. Anna found herself drawn to the quiet solitude of the upstairs hallway, seeking a moment of respite from the festivities. As she paused at the top of the staircase, she heard a sound, a faint whisper carried on the air, almost indistinguishable from the rustle of the leaves outside. Compelled by a mix of curiosity and apprehension, Anna followed the sound to the source. It led her to a door she hadn't opened in years, the entrance to the attic, a place filled with forgotten relics of family history. With a deep breath, she turned the knob and stepped inside. The attic was a cavernous space, its beams hidden in the shadows overhead, the floorboards creaking underfoot. Moonlight filtered through a small window, casting an eerie glow over the dust-covered boxes and sheet-draped furniture. In the midst of it all stood the woman, her eyes meeting Anna's with an intensity that sent a jolt of fear through her heart. Anna wanted to flee, to escape the binding gaze of this spectral visitor. But something held her in place. The woman's lips moved silently, forming words Anna couldn't hear. Yet, in that silent communication, a torrent of emotions flooded her mind. Sorrow, longing, a desperate plea for understanding. And then the woman was gone, leaving only the faintest impression of her presence in the air. Anna stood, rooted to the spot, her heart pounding with a symphony of dread and intrigue. She felt compelled to unearth the secrets of this apparition, to understand why she had emerged on this day of all days. Returning to the wedding guests, Anna's demeanor was subtly altered. Her mind was a whirlwind of questions, each more pressing than the last. She knew she had to act, to speak with someone who might hold the key to unraveling this mystery. Her grandmother, the family's matriarch, seemed the most likely source of knowledge. Seizing a moment of privacy, Anna approached her grandmother, who sat regally in a velvet armchair, watching the merriment with a keen, knowing eye. Tentatively, Anna recounted the day's strange events, her voice hushed and urgent. Her grandmother listened, her expression unreadable, before finally speaking. "You have seen her then," she said softly, as if Anna's tale had merely confirmed something she had long suspected. "She is part of our family history, a restless spirit tied to this place." A chill ran through Anna. "Who is she?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Her name was Elise," her grandmother replied. "She was a bride once, long ago, but her story ended in tragedy, and it is said her spirit lingers, searching for peace she never found in life." Anna felt a wave of sympathy wash over her, mingling with her fear. "Why did she appear to me?" she asked, desperate to understand her connection to this spectral bride. Her grandmother's gaze softened, filled with a mixture of sorrow and wisdom. "Perhaps she sees something of herself in you, something that calls to her across the years. Or perhaps she seeks your help to finally move on." Anna spent the rest of the evening in a contemplative daze, her mind consumed by thoughts of Elise. The joyous celebration around her felt distant, like a scene viewed through a fogged pane of glass. She knew what she had to do. She had to return to the attic, to face whatever awaited her there. Late into the night, as the last of the guests departed and the house settled into a quiet lull, Anna found herself once more at the foot of the attic stairs. Climbing them felt like an ascent into another realm, one where the boundary between the living and the spectral was thin and fragile. The attic was unchanged, the air thick with dust and the scent of old wood. Anna moved purposefully to the center of the room, her heart a steady drumbeat in her chest. She called out softly, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and determination. "Elise," she whispered into the quiet. "If you are here, I want to help you. Tell me what you need." For a moment the room was silent, the only sound the whisper of the wind against the eaves. Then, from the shadows, Elise emerged, her form ethereal and luminous. Her eyes met Anna's, and this time, Anna understood. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a tapestry of pain and longing woven into the very fabric of the house. Images flooded Anna's mind, a wedding long past, filled with hope and love, a tragic accident that shattered those dreams, leaving Elise trapped between worlds. Anna felt each emotion as if it were her own, and tears sprang to her eyes, unbidden. "You were robbed of your happiness," Anna said softly, her voice thick with empathy. "But you are not alone. I will help you find peace." Elise's expression softened, a flicker of gratitude shimmering in her ethereal features. Slowly she extended a hand, a gesture both poignant and hopeful. Anna hesitated only a moment before reaching out, her fingers brushing against the chill of Elise's ghostly grasp. In that moment, a warmth spread through Anna, a connection that transcended the boundaries of life and death. She felt the weight of Elise's sorrow lift, replaced by a lightness that was almost tangible. The attic seemed to brighten, the shadows retreating as if banished by the dawn, and then, as if with a sigh of relief, Elise began to fade, her form dissolving into the silver light of the moon. Anna watched, feeling a sense of fulfillment mixed with a profound sadness at the departure of this spectral sister. As Elise vanished, Anna knew she had witnessed something extraordinary, a moment where the past had reached out to touch the present, to find solace and resolution. She remained in the attic a while longer, her heart full, contemplating the mysteries of love and loss, the bonds that tie us to those who have come before. The lingering fear, if it could be called that, was not one of dread, but of reverence. Anna understood that the past was not something to be feared, but embraced, acknowledged, and ultimately released. Elise's presence had been a gift, a reminder that even in death, there is the possibility for closure and peace. When Anna finally descended the stairs, the house felt different, as if it had let go of a long-held breath. The shadows no longer loomed, and the air was light and free. Anna returned to the quiet of her bedroom, the events of the day playing over in her mind, settling into the tapestry of her memory. That night, as Anna lay in bed, she felt the weight of Elise's story resting gently on her heart. She drifted into sleep with a sense of calm she hadn't anticipated, knowing that the woman who had once haunted these halls had finally found her way home. The autumn leaves rustled softly outside the windows of the old high school library, casting shifting patterns of light and shade upon the worn wooden floor. The room smelled of must and old paper, a comforting scent that I had grown to cherish during my countless hours spent here. With the creak of the building settling around me, I sat alone at a table tucked between the towering shelves, lost in the hushed sanctuary of books. My life was like a well-rehearsed play, every act predictable and familiar, which rendered the library my haven. I was a sophomore when the curiosity first took root, a lingering question that whispered in my mind whenever I walked the school corridors. It was an unspoken mystery, a riddle that danced around the edges of conversations, the kind of thing that adults never addressed directly and students spoke of only in hushed tones. I had ignored it for a while, dismissing it as idle gossip, until it began to gnaw at me, a persistent itch that needed scratching. It was the lost year, as they called it, a year that seemed absent from the school's history. There were no yearbooks, no photos, no recollections from students or teachers. A blank space, an anomaly that seemed to defy the natural progression of time. As a budding historian fascinated by the past, this void was an open invitation for exploration. I started asking around, casually at first, slipping questions into conversations with teachers, librarians, and alumni whenever the opportunity arose. Most of them would pause, a flicker of something, fear, confusion, perhaps discomfort, passing over their faces before they would change the subject or provide a vague, unsatisfying answer. Oh, that year? It was just different, they'd say, their voices trailing off into silence. Some claimed there was nothing of note, others suggested a clerical error. But the more I probed, the more certain I became that something had happened during that lost year. Something that had left an indelible mark on the school and its inhabitants. My search led me deeper into the library's archives. It was a December afternoon, the sky heavy with impending snow, when I discovered the first real clue. I had been thumbing through the yearbooks one by one, tracing the lines of smiling faces and familiar names, when I noticed an anomaly. Between two volumes, one from 2017 and the next from 2019, there was a space where another book should have been. The missing yearbook for 2018. The edges of the other volumes were slightly worn, as though they had been moved and replaced countless times, but the gap remained conspicuous, as if daring me to fill it. The absence of the 2018 yearbook was more than just a missing object. It was a silence that screamed for attention. I began to spend every spare moment in the library, sifting through old newspapers and faculty newsletters. My efforts were rewarded one late afternoon when I stumbled upon an obscure reference in a local news article discussing a series of unfortunate incidents at the school during 2018. The article was brief, devoid of specifics, but it confirmed what I had long suspected. Something had indeed happened that year. With this small victory, my obsession grew, transforming into something far more consuming. I started dreaming about the lost year, my nights filled with shadowy figures and whispering voices. The line between reality and imagination blurred, and I found myself questioning whether the pursuit was worth the toll it was taking on my sanity. But I couldn't stop. I was too close to unraveling the truth. One chilly evening, as the winter winds howled outside, I found myself in the library, long after closing hours. The librarian, Mrs. Caldwell, had grown accustomed to my presence and had given me the spare key so I could lock up when I finished. As I sat there, surrounded by the comforting weight of the books, I noticed something unusual. A section of the wall behind the reference desk seemed slightly off. The pattern of the wooden panels was different, as if it had been hastily repaired. Compelled by a sudden surge of curiosity, I pushed aside the desk and ran my fingers along the seam of the wall. To my surprise, the panel gave way, revealing a small alcove hidden within the wall. In the dim light, I saw a stack of dusty folders and a box labeled 2018 Confidential. My heart raced with the thrill of discovery as I carefully pulled the box into the light. Inside were documents, photos, and a journal. I sat down, my hands trembling as I opened the journal first. The handwriting was neat, methodical, belonging to one of the teachers, a Mr. Peterson. His entries detailed the increasing strangeness that had enveloped the school during that year. He wrote of a pervasive sense of unease that had settled over the students and faculty alike, of inexplicable accidents and sudden disappearances that were troubling but never officially acknowledged. The more I read, the more I understood why everyone was so reluctant to speak of the lost year. It was as if the school had been gripped by a collective madness, a shadow that crept into every corner and left chaos in its wake. The incidents were varied: doors that locked themselves, lights that flickered ominously, whispers heard in empty hallways, and always, always, the feeling of being watched. But the most chilling part of the journal was the way it ended abruptly, mid-sentence, as if Mr. Peterson had been interrupted and never returned to finish his thoughts. The photos were equally disturbing. They depicted scenes of everyday school life, but in each one, there was something slightly wrong: a blur in the corner, a shadow where there should be none, a figure that did not belong. I flipped through them quickly, a knot of anxiety forming in my stomach, until one photo made me pause. It was a group picture, the faces of students and teachers staring at the camera. In the background, almost hidden in the shadows, was a figure. It was indistinct, more of a presence than a person, and its eyes seemed to bore straight into mine. I shivered, placing the photo back in the box, and leaned back in my chair, my mind a tangled web of fear and curiosity. What had happened during the lost year was more than a series of unfortunate events. It was a tapestry of terror that had been carefully hidden away, its threads waiting for someone like me to unravel them. As I sat there, the sounds of the library, once so familiar and comforting, took on a sinister edge. The soft rustle of pages became whispers, the creak of the building a groan of disapproval. Alone in the library, surrounded by the secrets of the past, I felt the weight of countless eyes upon me, a sensation that sent shivers down my spine. I knew then that I had to leave, that I had to put the box back and forget what I had discovered. But as I replaced the panel and returned the desk to its place, I couldn't shake the feeling that the library, and perhaps the school itself, had awakened, that it was aware of my intrusion and displeased by it. The thought was irrational, absurd even, but it clung to me as I locked the door and stepped out into the cold night. The days that followed were a blur of anxiety and paranoia. I found it difficult to concentrate, my mind constantly drawn back to the journal and the photos. The library, once my refuge, had become a place of dread. I avoided it, spending my free periods in bustling hallways or crowded cafeterias, anywhere but there. But the more I tried to distance myself, the stronger the pull became. It was as if the school itself was calling me back, whispering in my ear, urging me to uncover the truth I had only glimpsed. I resisted for as long as I could until, one night, I found myself standing at the library door once again, key in hand. The room was dark and silent, the only light coming from the moon that filtered through the tall windows. I moved with purpose, retrieving the box and spreading its contents on the table. I would find the answers I sought, once and for all, and free myself from the haunting allure of the lost year. As I examined the documents with renewed determination, the air seemed to thicken around me, charged with a sense of impending revelation. I felt the presence of the lost year in every breath, every heartbeat. It was as if the school itself was guiding my hand, leading me toward the truth. And then I saw it. A letter, tucked between the pages of the journal, addressed to Mr. Peterson from the school's principal. It spoke of a decision made by the board to bury the events of 2018, to erase it from the school's history to protect the reputation of the institution. The letter was cold and calculated, devoid of empathy for those who had been affected, those who had disappeared without a trace. The realization hit me like a wave, filling me with a mix of anger and sadness. The lost year was not just a mystery, it was a deliberate act of suppression. The school had chosen to forget, to silence the voices of those who had suffered. As I sat there, the pieces falling into place, I felt a chill run through me, a sense of violation at having uncovered something that was meant to remain hidden. I stood up, the documents in hand, and turned to leave. But as I did, I caught a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye, a shadow that moved against the wall, a figure that should not have been there. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest, and watched as it stepped into the light. It was the figure from the photograph, now clear and unmistakable. Its eyes locked onto mine, filled with a depth of sorrow and despair that I could not comprehend. It did not speak, but I understood its message all the same. The lost year was not just about tragedy. It was a story that demanded to be told, a truth that needed to be heard. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure faded away, leaving me alone in the darkened library. I stood there for a long moment, the weight of what I had discovered settling over me. The school's past had become a part of me, its secrets etched into my soul. I left the library that night with a new resolve. I would not let the lost year remain forgotten. I would speak of it, write about it, share it with those who would listen. It was a story that needed to be told, not just for the sake of those who had been lost, but for the living, so that the shadows of the past might finally be brought into the light. Yet, as I stepped into the cold night, a lingering fear clung to me, a fear that the past was not done with me, that the school, with its long memory and hidden depths, would continue to watch and wait, its presence a constant whisper in the back of my mind. The lost year had become a part of my story, and I knew, deep down, that it would never truly let me go. When I first discovered the box, it felt like a typical day in the high school classroom. The air was filled with the usual hum of teenage chatter, punctuated by the occasional sharp command from the teacher. Rows of desks stood like sentinels, bearing witness to the mundane rituals of education. The walls were adorned with motivational posters that seemed to fade into the background like the monotonous tick of the wall clock. I sat near the back, my eyes lazily tracing the patterns in the wood grain of my desk, half listening to the lecture on complex algebraic equations. It was during these moments of benign normalcy that I often found myself drifting into thoughts that wandered far from the lesson at hand. That day, my wandering gaze was interrupted by something peculiar. From beneath the teacher's desk protruded a corner of what appeared to be an old, tarnished metal box. It was just visible enough to capture my curiosity and shake me from my stupor. At first, I ignored it, thinking it was nothing more than a misplaced piece of school property, a relic of a bygone era of teaching aids. But my curiosity got the best of me. There was something about the dull sheen of the metal, the way it seemed both out of place and perfectly at home beneath the desk. It beckoned me with an unspoken whisper. I waited until the bell rang, signaling the end of the class, before I made my move. As my classmates filed out of the room, I lingered, pretending to gather my things as I inched closer to the teacher's desk. Mr. Caldwell, our math teacher, was busily scribbling notes on the board for the next class, and paid me no mind. My heart pounded with an unreasonable urgency as I bent down to retrieve the box. It was heavier than I expected, its weight suggesting a significance I couldn't quite place. There were no markings on it, no indication of its purpose or origin, just a simple latch, slightly rusted, hinting at years of neglect. My first real encounter with the box was a moment of disquieting revelation. I waited until I was alone, tucked away in the secluded corner of the school library, hidden among the endless rows of books that smelled of dust and forgotten stories. With a cautious hand, I opened the lid. Inside lay an assortment of objects, an old pocket watch, a withered photograph, a key, and a small, intricately carved wooden figurine. My fingers brushed over the cold metal and aged paper, and as they did, I felt a chill that seemed to seep into my bones. It was the photograph that caught my attention. It depicted a group of students, all dressed in clothing that I guessed was from the 1920s or 30s, standing in front of a building that looked remarkably like our own school. They wore expressions that seemed incongruously somber, as if forced into a tableau against their will. But it was their eyes that unnerved me the most. Each pair seemed to stare directly at me, their gaze piercing through the sepia tones of the photograph with an intensity that was almost palpable. Over the next few days, I found myself returning to the box with a growing sense of unease and compulsion. Each object within seemed to hold a part of a larger mystery, a puzzle that I felt compelled to solve. The pocket watch ticked softly, its time eternal and unchanging, as if mocking the very idea of progression. The wooden figurine, upon closer inspection, appeared to be a likeness of a creature, something humanoid yet distorted, with elongated limbs and a featureless face. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching me, seeing me in ways that were beyond my comprehension. The first disturbance came in the form of shadows. It was a subtle shift, a creeping darkness that seemed to pool in the corners of my vision. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a mere consequence of my overactive imagination, fueled by late-night study sessions and the stress of impending exams. But soon, the shadows began to take shape. They were almost human, yet not quite, their forms flickering and merging with the darkness in a way that defied natural logic. They lingered at the edges of my awareness, watching, waiting. I tried to convince myself that they were nothing, mere figments of my mind's creation. But the more I ignored them, the more persistent they became. In class, I would catch glimpses of them out of the corner of my eye, lurking just beyond the periphery, their presence unsettling and unyielding. At night, they would flit across my room, silent phantoms that left no trace behind, yet filled the air with a suffocating sense of dread. Then, there was the incident with the photograph. One evening, as I sat at my desk, the photograph slipped from the box and fluttered to the floor. I reached down to retrieve it, but as my fingers touched the faded paper, a sensation like an electric shock coursed through me. In that instant, the image seemed to pulse with life, the figures within shifting ever so slightly. The eyes that had once unnerved me now seemed to follow my every movement, their expressions changing, morphing into something that felt accusatory and knowing. I knew I should have left the box alone, buried it back where I found it, yet I was drawn to it with an inexplicable compulsion. It was as if the box had become a part of me, or perhaps I had become a part of it. My days were consumed by thoughts of its contents, my nights haunted by the shadows and their ominous dance. I felt myself slipping, my grip on reality loosening with each passing hour. I was no longer a mere student. I had become a custodian of something ancient and unknowable. The escalation came swiftly. One afternoon, as I sat alone in the classroom, I noticed that the shadows had grown bolder, moving with a confidence that suggested they no longer feared the light. They shifted and swayed, congregating around the box with a purpose that sent a chill through my spine. I watched in horrified fascination as one of the shadow forms detached itself from the rest, gliding towards me with an eerie grace. I wanted to scream, to flee, but I was rooted in place by an unseen force. The shadow loomed over me, its amorphous form blotting out the light. I felt a pressure in my chest, a suffocating weight that threatened to crush me. But then, just as suddenly as it had come, the shadow retreated, slipping back into the darkness from whence it came. I was left gasping for breath, my mind reeling from the encounter. It was then that I realized the nature of the box and the shadows it had unleashed. They were not merely creatures of darkness. They were echoes of the past, remnants of a history that had been forgotten, deliberately erased. The photograph, the watch, the figurine, they were all pieces of a story that had been buried beneath the veneer of the everyday. A story of a time when the school had been a very different place, when something unspeakable had occurred. The climax came one stormy evening when the school lay deserted under the watchful gaze of the moon. I had stayed late, unable to resist the pull of the box and the secrets it harbored. As I sat in the dimly lit classroom, the air crackling with the energy of the approaching tempest, the shadows began to coalesce once more, their forms more distinct than ever before. They gathered around me, a circle of darkness that pulsed with a sinister life. I knew I had to act, to confront the darkness and the history it represented. With trembling hands, I reached for the box and the objects within. The key seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its metal cool and reassuring. The watch ticked in sync with the beating of my heart, a steady rhythm that grounded me. I held the figurine aloft, its carved face featureless, yet somehow expressive, as if urging me to act. As I stood there, surrounded by the shadows, I understood what needed to be done. I had to return the items to their rightful place, to lay to rest the spirits that had been awakened. I placed the objects back into the box, one by one, each representing a chapter of the story that needed to be closed. The shadows watched, their forms shifting with a restless energy, as if urging me on. With the final item returned, I closed the lid of the box, sealing its contents away. The room was filled with a sudden stillness, the shadows retreating into the corners, their presence diminished. I felt a sense of calm wash over me, as if the weight that had burdened me for so long had finally been lifted. But even as the storm outside raged on, I couldn't shake the lingering fear that the box and its shadows had instilled in me. I knew that they were not truly gone, only dormant, waiting for another unsuspecting soul to find them. The classroom returned to its facade of normalcy, the tick of the clock and the hum of the fluorescent lights, a soothing balm to my frayed nerves. Yet, deep within the recesses of my mind, the shadows lingered, a whisper of darkness that would never truly fade. I had glimpsed into the heart of the abyss and emerged, but I knew that the memory of that encounter would stay with me, a reminder of the thin veil that separates the known from the unknown. As I left the school that night, the box hidden once more beneath the teacher's desk, I couldn't help but glance back, half expecting to see the shadows watching me from the windows, waiting for their chance to cross the threshold once more. The creaking floorboards of room 314 at Crestwood High School had always held a peculiar charm. A relic of the past, the classroom was an anomaly in a building that had long embraced modernity. Its wooden floors and dust-laden corners whispered stories of students long gone, tales of a history that was both revered and ignored in the hurried footsteps of young scholars chasing future dreams. I had always found solace in this room during those quiet hours after school when the world seemed to pause. granting me a fleeting moment of stillness. It was where I lingered, caught between the rigorous demands of a high school junior and the persistent longing for something greater. The room, with its aged walls and quaint chalkboards, became a refuge from the chaos that lay beyond its doors. It was on a particularly dreary Tuesday that the first disturbance occurred. The day had been unremarkable, draped in the monotony of routine. The English class had just ended, and as my classmates filed out, I remained. The teacher, Mr. Thompson, an amiable man with a fondness for literature and an aversion to technology, nodded at me as he left the room. I was alone, enveloped in the familiar silence. The late afternoon sun filtered through grime-covered windows, casting long shadows that danced across the desks. I traced a finger along the grooves of my wooden desk, absent-mindedly sketching imaginary patterns. That's when I saw it. A box, small and unassuming, nestled in the far corner of the classroom. Strange how I had never noticed it before. It was crafted from dark wood, the surface etched with intricate designs that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Curiosity tugged at me, an inexplicable urge to uncover the mysteries it held. Approaching it cautiously, I marveled at the craftsmanship. The box was heavy, far heavier than it appeared. There was no lock, nothing to suggest it was meant to be hidden away. Yet, the air around it was charged, as if anticipating the touch of human hands. As I lifted the lid, a chill swept through the room. Inside lay a peculiar assortment of objects: a tarnished locket, a faded photograph, a rusted key. Each item seemed mundane, yet together they exuded an aura of unease. It was the sensation of being watched, of unseen eyes tracking my every movement. I left the box where I found it, unsettled by the encounter, but unable to fathom why. The rest of the week passed in a blur of assignments and social obligations, yet my thoughts incessantly returned to that box and its enigmatic contents. It became an obsession. After school, I would return to room 314, drawn by an invisible force, compelled to inspect and ponder the significance of each item within. The locket was inscribed with initials, A.T. The photograph depicted a group of students, their faces blurred as if deliberately obscured, and the key, rusted and ancient, seemed to promise entry into a world beyond understanding. With each visit, the atmosphere grew heavier, the shadows more pronounced. I began noticing things, subtle shifts in the light, fleeting glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision. It was as if the very room had begun to transform, responding to the presence of the box and my persistent curiosity. My nights became restless, plagued by dreams that twisted and turned, weaving narratives of shadows that crept and whispered secrets in tongues I could not comprehend. I would wake drenched in sweat, heart pounding, the feeling of being watched, lingering long into the daylight hours. One evening, driven by an insatiable need to understand, I stayed later than usual. The school was a labyrinth of silence, the familiar noises of day replaced by the creaks and groans of a building settling into its nocturnal rhythm. Room 314 was dark, the only illumination the weak glow of the street lamp filtering through the window. I sat at my usual desk, the box before me, its contents splayed out like offerings on an altar. I traced my fingers over the locket, the photograph, the key, each touch reverberating through me like a distant echo. And then I saw them, shadows, formless and fluid, slipping across the walls. They coalesced in the corners, skittering like insects, their presence undeniable and terrifying. I was frozen, unable to look away, caught in the thrall of their silent dance. It was as if they were waiting, anticipating something monumental. The realization dawned slowly, a chilling certainty settling in my bones. The box was a conduit, a beacon that called to these entities, these shadow creatures from another realm. It had been waiting, and in my curiosity, I had awakened its purpose. The shadows surged forward, a silent tide of darkness that enveloped the room. I stumbled back, heart racing, eyes wide with disbelief. They swirled around me, a cacophony of silence, pressing in from all sides. And then, just as swiftly, they receded, retreating to the corners, leaving me gasping in their wake. The room was unchanged, the box still, its secrets intact, but the air thrummed with an energy, a promise of more to come. From that moment, everything changed. The shadows became a constant presence, not just in room 314, but shadowing me beyond the confines of Crestwood High. I would catch glimpses of them in mirrors, reflections distorted and wrong, or feel their gaze in crowded hallways, unseen yet palpable. My friends noticed the change, the way my attention would drift, eyes drawn to corners where nothing should be. They tried to draw me out, to shake me from the haze of obsession, but I was ensnared. The box and its inhabitants had woven themselves into the fabric of my life, impossible to extricate. I returned to the classroom, again and again, each visit blurring the lines between reality and nightmare. The shadows grew bolder, their movements more defined, their attention focused entirely on me. I became a prisoner to their whims, a participant in a silent, sinister game. The climax came on a storm-laden night, the air thick with the promise of rain. The school, usually a beacon of warmth and light, was foreboding, the power flickering as lightning split the sky. The box seemed to pulse with a life of its own, each thunderclap echoing through its wooden frame. The shadows were waiting, coalesced into a singular mass, a hungry void that beckoned. I understood then that this was an end, a culmination of whispers and dreams, a reckoning of my transgressions. The box had demanded something, and I had unwittingly been chosen to pay the price. They surged, shadows wrapping around me like a shroud, and I was falling into an abyss of dark and silence. Time stretched, distorted, and I was submerged in a world of whispers and ephemeral forms, neither alive nor truly dead. When I awoke, I was alone. The classroom was empty, the morning sun casting gentle rays that dispelled the lingering gloom. The box was gone, as if it had never existed, and with it, the shadows had retreated, leaving no trace of their passage. But the fear remained, an indelible mark etched into my soul. I carried it with me, a constant companion, a reminder of the veil that separates the known from the unknowable. Even now, years later, I find myself drawn to shadows, watching and waiting for that familiar flicker, the telltale sign of movement in the corner of my eye. I know they are there, waiting, biding their time. The box may have vanished, but its influence lingers, a silent promise of return. In the quiet moments, when the world slows and I am left alone with my thoughts, I hear them. The whispers of shadows, the echo of a forgotten realm, just beyond the reach of light. And I wonder, with a tremor of unease, if one day they will call me back, and if I will be able to resist their siren call. My brother's apartment was the kind of place that seemed frozen in time. Nothing much had changed since I last visited him months ago. The mismatched furniture, the faded wallpaper, the cluttered shelves teeming with memorabilia from our childhood. It all persisted in a sort of nostalgic stasis. The air felt stale, like the rooms themselves were holding their breath, waiting for something to break the silence. I had come to spend a few days with Jimmy, partly to catch up, but mostly because he sounded different on the phone lately. Distant, distracted, as if some unseen weight was pressing on him. It was evening when I arrived, the sun slipping below the horizon. I found Jimmy sitting on his worn-out armchair, staring at an object resting on the coffee table. It was a small, unassuming box, decorated with intricate carvings that seemed to twist and turn into shapes that defied logic the longer you looked at them. "Hey," I greeted, trying to sound casual. Jimmy barely glanced up, nodding absently, his eyes drawn back to the box as though it held some magnetic pull. "What's that?" I asked, gesturing towards the box, trying to break the strange tension that hung in the room. "Just something I found," he murmured, his voice flat and distant. I frowned, moving closer to examine the box. The carvings were unsettling, an intricate web of symbols that seemed to dance in the dim light. I felt an inexplicable shiver as I looked at it, a whisper of unease brushing through my mind. "It looks interesting," I said, struggling for the right word. Jimmy shrugged, his attention unwavering. "It's been keeping me up," he admitted finally, his voice a thin thread of sound. I sat down across from him, watching his face. There was something about his eyes that unsettled me, a feverish intensity, like he was caught in the grip of some fever dream he couldn't wake from. I wanted to ask more but hesitated, not sure if I was ready to hear the answers. Over the next few days, I tried to draw Jimmy out. We spent time together, reminiscing, sharing meals, but always, inevitably, his gaze would drift back to that box, his thoughts spiraling into some private darkness. I began to notice other things too. The way shadows seemed to pool in corners of rooms, deeper than they had any right to be. The way whispers seemed to brush against my ears when I was alone, just on the edge of hearing. Then came the first real disturbance. It was late, and I had just settled into the guest room when I heard a sound, soft, persistent, like a distant voice calling my name. I strained to listen, but it was gone. Half convinced I had imagined it, I drifted into an uneasy sleep. In the morning, I found Jimmy in the kitchen, staring into his cup of coffee with blank eyes. I wanted to ask if he heard anything during the night, but something in his expression kept me silent. The days bled into each other, an unsettling sameness threading them together. The atmosphere in the apartment grew thick, oppressive, each room seeming to close in on us. It was as if the walls themselves conspired to keep us trapped in a looping nightmare. The whispers grew more frequent, and I found myself listening for them, drawn to their elusive promises of answers just beyond grasp. Jimmy's condition worsened. He became jumpy, prone to fits of paranoia, where he accused me of moving the box, of whispering secrets behind his back. His eyes bore dark circles, his skin a pale shade that spoke of sleepless nights. The box was always there, its presence a constant reminder, a silent witness to the unraveling of my brother's mind. One night, unable to sleep, I crept into the living room. The box sat alone in the darkness, its carvings casting long shadows in the moonlight. Driven by a mixture of curiosity and desperation, I reached for it, my fingers brushing against the cool surface. A jolt of electricity seemed to pass through me, a fleeting connection to something vast and incomprehensible. I nearly dropped it, my heart racing, but the box stayed in my hands, its weight grounding me. I opened it, half expecting some trick, some mundane explanation to dispel the growing dread. Inside was nothing but a small yellowed piece of paper, inscribed with a writing too faded to decipher. Yet, holding it, I felt a cold certainty settle over me. This was the source, the origin of the whispers and shadows. Somehow, this box had wormed its way into our lives, a parasite feeding on our fear. The escalation was swift. That night, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, as though they sensed my defiance. Shadows writhed across the walls, shapes forming and dissolving in a grotesque dance. I felt their eyes on me, though I knew they had none. Jimmy was beyond reach, caught in a thrall that left him hollow-eyed and unseeing. He muttered to himself, a litany of disjointed words that sent shivers down my spine. I realized then that I had to act, to break whatever grip the box held before it consumed us both. The next day, I suggested a change of scenery, a retreat to our family home, hoping that distance from the apartment would help. Jimmy agreed reluctantly, his eyes flickering with some emotion I couldn't place. Our family home was an old, sprawling estate nestled in the countryside, far removed from the city's relentless pace. It was a place I remembered fondly, where summers passed in a haze of sunlight and laughter. But now, even here, a shadow loomed, cast by the box that Jimmy insisted on bringing with us. Despite the familiar surroundings, the atmosphere was tense. The whispers followed us, slipping through the cracks in the walls, their tone sharper, more insistent. Jimmy grew more agitated, pacing through the halls like a caged animal. I watched him, feeling helpless as the person I knew slipped further away, drawn into some abyss I couldn't fathom. The climax came during a storm, when the sky opened up and rain lashed against the windows with a ferocity that matched the turmoil within. Lightning illuminated the rooms in stark flashes, casting the shadows into stark relief. I found Jimmy in the living room, the box open before him, his eyes wide and unseeing. He was speaking, his voice a low chant that rose and fell with the storm. Words I couldn't understand, each syllable sharp and jagged, tearing through the air. I called out to him, my voice swallowed by the wind and rain. But he didn't hear me, didn't even seem to see me, his focus entirely on the box. Desperate, I lunged forward, slamming the lid shut. At that moment, the room erupted into chaos. The shadows burst forth, a writhing mass of darkness that swirled around us. I felt them brush against my skin, cold and clammy, whispering secrets that promised madness. For a moment, I feared we were lost, trapped within some nightmarish dimension that defied logic and reason. But the storm outside broke, the rain slowing to a gentle patter. The shadows receded, leaving only the echo of their passing, a silence heavy with the weight of unsaid things. In the aftermath, we sat together, the box sealed and silent between us. Jimmy was pale and shaken, but his eyes were clearer, the feverish intensity gone. We didn't speak, not trusting our voices in the fragile calm that descended. I held the box, feeling its weight, the carving still twisting in the dim light. We knew then that we couldn't stay, that whatever curse the box carried was beyond our understanding. The next morning, we drove to a secluded spot by the river, a place we often visited as children. There we buried the box, the earth swallowing it, the river's song masking the final whispers. Yet, as we left, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. That somewhere, beneath the earth, the box waited, its secrets dormant, dreaming of the day it would be found again. The shadows would remain, lurking in the corners of my mind, a reminder of what we faced, what we narrowly escaped. Even now, back in the city, life has resumed its ordinary rhythm, but the echoes linger. I catch glimpses of movement in the periphery, hear the faintest of whispers when I'm alone. And at night, as I try to sleep, I wonder if the curse was truly buried, or if it merely waits, patient and unseen, for another to heed its call. Every day felt like an unchanging rhythm, a predictable dance of morning routines and evening solace. I found comfort in knowing the familiar pattern that my life had taken on. I was a creature of habit, a lover of the ordinary, and in that normalcy, I found my sanctuary. My girlfriend Mia was much the same, and together we formed a bond that thrived in the routine. Our lives were a symphony of subtle changes and quiet moments, punctuated by the occasional celebration that life would demand. It was on one such occasion, Mia's birthday, that I found myself wandering the streets in search of a gift that would break the monotony just enough to be memorable. Mia's apartment was a cozy nest, located on the top floor of an old red-bricked building. Its creaking floorboards and weathered walls told stories of generations past, and every evening, the fading light would cast long shadows that danced across the room, giving it an eerie charm. I often marveled at how the place seemed alive, as if it were breathing alongside us. On the day of her birthday, I arrived with a small, carefully wrapped box. I had spent hours deliberating over what to get her, wanting something unique yet meaningful. Ultimately, I decided on an antique music box from a quaint little shop on the edge of town. It was delicate, ornately carved, and played a hauntingly beautiful melody, a tune that seemed to echo from depths long forgotten. I hoped it would resonate with Mia's appreciation for the unusual and the artistic. When I stepped into her apartment that evening, I was greeted by the familiar scent of jasmine and the soft hum of a distant city vibrating through the walls. Mia was there, glowing in the dim light, her smile as warm and inviting as ever. We embraced, and for a moment, the world outside ceased to exist. I presented her with the gift, watching eagerly as she unwrapped it with the careful precision she applied to everything. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the music box. "It's beautiful," she murmured, her fingers tracing the intricate designs. I watched as she wound it up, and the first few notes filled the room, weaving an ethereal tapestry of sound. As the melody played, she looked at me, her eyes shimmering with appreciation. For a while, we were lost in the music, content in each other's presence. And then, somewhere in the midst of that serene moment, a small tap came at the window. It was almost imperceptible, a sound so light it could have been mistaken for a trick of the wind. But it came again, more insistent this time, and we both turned toward the sound. The window, slightly ajar, rattled gently in its frame. "It's probably just the wind," Mia said, though her voice carried an edge of uncertainty. We returned to our conversation, but the momentary intrusion left a lingering unease, a crack in the veneer of our perfect evening. Days passed, and life resumed with its comforting monotony. Yet, the memory of that evening lingered in the back of my mind, a small seed of disquiet that refused to be forgotten. It was as though the music box had awakened something in the shadows, something that now loomed at the edges of our lives. It was a week after Mia's birthday, when the disturbances began to escalate. I had stayed over at her apartment, a common occurrence, as we both found solace in each other's company. That night, I awoke to a soft whisper, a voice that seemed to float just beyond the threshold of my consciousness. It was indistinct, a murmur that ebbed and flowed like the tide. I lay there, eyes wide open in the dark, trying to convince myself it was nothing more than a dream. But the whispers continued, growing bolder and more persistent with each passing night. Mia, too, had begun to notice the changes. She spoke of fleeting shadows seen from the corner of her eye, objects slightly moved from their places, and a feeling of being watched when she was alone in the apartment. Her once serene home now felt charged with an unseen presence. We discussed these occurrences, trying to rationalize them as tricks of the mind or symptoms of stress from our busy lives. But deep down, a part of me was unwilling to dismiss the possibility of something more, something inexplicable and ancient, lurking within those walls. One evening, as we sat amidst the flickering candlelight, Mia brought up the idea of leaving the music box unwound, hoping to silence whatever it had stirred. It seemed a reasonable suggestion, and so we left it untouched. For a while, the apartment seemed to settle into a tenuous calm. The whispers subsided, the shadows retreated, and life began to feel normal once more. But it was not to last. The peace was shattered one night by a loud crash that echoed through the apartment. We rushed to the source of the sound, finding the music box on the floor, its lid thrown open. The melody played on its own, the haunting tune now a discordant cacophony. As the notes twisted into the air, a cold dread settled over us. Desperation gripped us as we tried to make sense of the chaos. Mia suggested getting rid of the music box, but I hesitated, drawn in by its dark allure. There was something captivating about it, a pull that defied logic. Reluctantly, I agreed to her plan, and we resolved to dispose of it the next day. That night, I dreamt of places I had never seen, a dark forest bathed in moonlight, the air thick with the scent of decay. In the dream, I stood before a shadowed figure, its features obscured by the darkness. It extended a hand toward me, and as I reached out, I awoke with a start, Mia's voice calling my name. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. "There's something in the apartment," she whispered. I listened, and there it was, the unmistakable sound of footsteps pacing the corridor outside the bedroom door. We held our breath, clinging to each other as the footsteps paused, then continued their deliberate path. Morning found us bleary-eyed and exhausted, the events of the night weighing heavily on us. We resolved to be rid of the music box, hoping that would end the disturbances. Together, we carried it to the nearby river, its waters swollen from recent rains. With a final hesitant glance, I cast it into the depths, watching as it was swallowed by the current. For a brief time, the apartment returned to its familiar, comforting quiet. We dared to hope that our ordeal was over, that the music box had been the source of our unease. But it was a fragile piece, one that shattered when a package arrived at Mia's door. Inside, the unremarkable brown paper wrapping was the music box, perfectly dry and unmarred by its journey through the river. A chill settled over us, the realization that whatever haunted us was far from finished. The gift had returned, defying logic and reason. Terrified and uncertain of what to do next, we sought the counsel of experts, mediums, paranormal investigators, anyone who might have answers. But each visit seemed to stir the entity further, the disturbances growing in intensity and frequency. The whispers returned, now a constant presence in the background, their tone shifting from curiosity to malice. Our once peaceful haven had become a prison, its walls echoing with the tormented cries of the unseen. Mia and I clung to each other, our bond tested by the relentless assault on our sanity. We searched for a way out, a way to banish the darkness that had taken hold. The climax of our ordeal came on a stormy night, the wind howling outside like a pack of ravenous wolves. The apartment was plunged into darkness as the power failed, and in the oppressive silence, we heard the music box begin to play, its melody warped and distorted, a macabre symphony that filled the air. Terrified, we stumbled through the shadows, desperate to escape. The door, once a simple barrier, now felt insurmountable, as if it were held shut by an unseen hand. Panic gripped us, and in a last-ditch effort, Mia grabbed the music box and hurled it against the wall. It shattered, the pieces scattering across the floor, the melody dying in a final mournful note. In the aftermath, the presence seemed to recede, the air clearing as if a storm had passed. We stood there, breathless and shaken, holding on to the fragile hope that we had finally broken free. But as we surveyed the wreckage, a new fear took root. Though the music box lay in ruins, the whispers remained, a constant, insidious presence that taunted us with its persistence. We realized that we could never truly be free, that the entity had become a part of us, etched into the fabric of our lives. Our existence, once filled with light and laughter, was now overshadowed by the lingering fear of the unseen. We learned to live with the knowledge that something ancient and malevolent watched from the shadows, ever present and patient. The apartment became a monument to our experiences, its walls a canvas painted with the memories of our ordeal. And though we moved on, a part of us remained tethered to that place, a testament to the darkness that can lurk just beneath the surface of the ordinary. In the end, we came to accept the gift for what it was, a reminder of the fragility of our reality and the unseen forces that dwell within it. And though the whispers never ceased, we found solace in the knowledge that we were not alone, that our bond was stronger than the darkness that sought to consume us. San Diego had always been a city of sun and surf, where palm trees lined streets and the ocean's breath was never far. I moved there from the East Coast, seeking solace after a particularly hard chapter of my life. The vibrant city was supposed to be my sanctuary, a place untouched by the shadows that had followed me for so long. My new apartment was modest, nestled in an older building with a charming facade that suggested history without the burden of the past. I spent my days working at a local bookstore, a quaint spot where the scent of ink and paper became a comforting balm for my soul. Life settled into a rhythm, one that was soothing and predictable. But predictability has a way of lulling you into a false sense of security. It was on a particularly breezy evening, when the Santa Ana winds whistled through the narrow streets, that the first disturbance occurred. I had returned home from work with a novel tucked under my arm, eager to dive into a world of someone else's making. As I turned the key in my lock, I heard a soft, distant melody, almost like a lullaby, emanating from the walls. It was an eerie sound, barely audible, but persistent. I dismissed it as an auditory trick of the old building. Days passed, but the strange occurrence lingered in my mind like a splinter. The melody would come and go, always faint, sometimes accompanied by a whispering breeze that seemed to move through the corridors. Each time it happened, I felt a pull, a curious urge to listen closer. It wasn't until I accidentally stumbled upon an old VHS tape while cleaning out the apartment's dusty storage closet that the puzzle began to piece together. The tape was labeled Carrie K. Rothwell's Nightmare Room in a scrawled handwriting that seemed almost playful, though the title suggested otherwise. Intrigued, I borrowed a friend's VCR, an old artifact in its own right, to discover what secrets the tape held. I sat in my dimly lit living room, the glow of the television casting long shadows. As the tape began, the screen flickered to life, revealing an image of a room similar to mine, though the furniture was different, older, with a Victorian flair. A young woman stood in the center, her features blurred by age and the degradation of film. Her lips moved, but no sound accompanied them, leaving only the haunting melody I had been hearing in the walls. The video cut to different angles of the same room, each one more unsettling than the last. Shadows moved unnaturally, defying the light. Objects shifted positions between cuts, despite the room being empty. And then, there were moments where the woman's face would appear again, her mouth open in a silent scream, eyes wide with an unspeakable terror. It was as if the tape was a window to another reality, one where this woman was trapped in a perpetual state of fear. The more I watched, the more I felt an inexplicable connection to her, as if her fate was somehow intertwined with mine. An unsettling feeling settled in my gut, and yet I couldn't tear my eyes away, compelled to watch the story unfold in its soundless horror. When the tape finally ended, I was left with more questions than answers. Who was Carrie K. Rothwell, and what horrors had transpired in this room? As days turned into weeks, the melody persisted, now accompanied by the occasional flicker of lights and the cold touch of air that seemed to caress my skin in moments of solitude. The disturbances escalated, shadows darting at the edge of my vision, and the sensation of being watched becoming an omnipresent weight. My nights were plagued with dreams of the woman, her soundless screams echoing in the corners of my mind. It became a haunting obsession. I needed to uncover the truth behind the tape and the ghostly presence that seemed tethered to my apartment. My search led me to the local library, where records of the building's history might be kept. The librarian, a kindly elderly woman with a knowing smile, guided me to a section filled with old newspapers and public records. As I sifted through the dust-laden pages, I unearthed the story of Carrie K. Rothwell, a once celebrated artist known for her hauntingly beautiful paintings that captured the essence of the human soul. She had lived in my apartment long ago and had vanished under mysterious circumstances, leaving behind only her artwork and a legacy shrouded in whispers. The articles spoke of a tragedy, a fire that had claimed the lives of several residents, though Carrie's body was never found. It was believed she had perished, leaving her spirit to linger. The nightmares I experienced were fragments of her reality, bleeding into mine. Her unfinished masterpiece, rumored to be hidden within the building, was said to hold the key to her torment. Determined to find this masterpiece, I scoured every inch of the apartment, tapping on walls for hidden compartments, searching for any sign of the lost painting. My efforts seemed in vain until one stormy night, when the power flickered and the melody crescendoed into a symphony of whispers and cries. In a flash of lightning, I saw it, a faint outline behind the wallpaper in the living room, a section where the motif didn't quite match. With trembling hands, I peeled away the wallpaper to reveal a small panel. Behind it was a narrow, dusty alcove, and there it was, the painting. It was a portrait, beautifully rendered, yet disturbingly lifelike. Carrie stood amidst swirling shadows, her eyes capturing a depth of sorrow and fear that seemed to reach out to me. As I gazed into those painted eyes, I understood. The nightmare was her prison, each brushstroke a chain that bound her spirit to the room. The realization hit me like a tidal wave. The video, the melody, the dreams, they were all manifestations of Carrie's trapped soul, her cries for release from a prison of her own making. She had infused her anguish into the paint, and only by completing the story she couldn't finish could I hope to free her. I reached out to an art historian friend who specialized in restoration, explaining the situation in as rational terms as possible, despite the irrationality of it all. He agreed to help, driven by curiosity and a genuine desire to uncover the truth. Together, we meticulously restored the painting, uncovering layers of emotion and despair Carrie had embedded within. It was an exhausting process, one that seemed to draw us into the depths of her sorrow. But with each gentle stroke, the room felt lighter, the melody softer. The climax of our efforts came on a night where a full moon bathed the city in its pale glow. As we placed the final stroke on the canvas, the air in the room shifted, a palpable tension releasing as if a great weight had been lifted. The melody faded into silence, and the shadows that had haunted my periphery vanished into the night. It was then that I saw her, Carrie, standing in the middle of the room. Her expression was one of serene gratitude, her lips finally moving to form the words I had longed to hear. Thank you. And then she was gone, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of peace. The haunting was over, but the experience left an indelible mark on my soul. I knew that the room, once her nightmare, was now her sanctuary, a place where her spirit could finally rest. In the days that followed, I often found myself reflecting on the events that had transpired, the eerie beauty of the supernatural encounter. The painting, now complete, was a testament to her life, her struggle, and ultimately, her liberation. It hung proudly in the apartment, a reminder of the mystery that had brought us together and the power of art to transcend the boundaries of life and death. But even as life returned to normalcy, a lingering fear remained, a reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from theirs. I learned to live with it, embracing the shadows for what they were, remnants of stories untold, echoes of lives once lived. And though Carrie was gone, the melody stayed with me, a gentle, ghostly tune that whispered through the walls, speaking of a world just beyond our own, waiting in the silence for someone to listen. I have always found Pasadena Creek to be a place of comfort and routine. Nestled amidst the rolling hills and dense woodlands, it offered tranquility amidst a world that often felt chaotic. Life moved at a gentle pace here, marked by the changing seasons and the steady rhythm of the creek that wound its way through the heart of our small town. I loved the familiarity of it all, the quaint shops, the friendly nods from neighbors, and the comforting predictability of our community events. This year, the annual Spring Jubilee promised to be no different. The festival was a time-honored tradition, complete with stalls of homemade crafts, sweet-smelling flowers, and the much-anticipated appearance of the Easter Bunny. a costumed character that entertained children with stories and games. The whole town looked forward to this celebration as a sign that winter had finally released its icy grip. But something felt different this year, a whisper of unease that had seeped into our collective consciousness without anyone acknowledging it outright. It began with the disappearance of small animals, rabbits mostly, from gardens and fields. At first, no one thought much of it. Predators existed in the woods. It was nature's way. But then the stories began to spread, shared in hushed tones over cups of coffee or in the quiet aisles of the local grocery store. I remember the exact moment when my own sense of normalcy started to shift. I was exploring the edge of the woods behind my house, a place where I often found solace, when I stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Nestled among the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately woven wreath. It was made of twigs and delicate white flowers, eerily reminiscent of something that might crown a child's head during a spring dance. Yet it was adorned with something that turned my stomach, a scattering of soft, white, cottontail fur. This was the first disturbance. I tried to dismiss it as some strange but harmless prank. After all, teenagers in town had a penchant for such things. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more sinister at play. The wreath seemed deliberate, almost ritualistic in its placement. As I turned to leave, the wind rustled through the trees, carrying with it a faint melodic sound that might have been a child's laughter, though I was certain I was alone. News of the Cottontail killings, as they came to be known, quickly spread through Pasadena Creek, and with each new incident, a collective unease settled over our town. It wasn't just the animals anymore. Several people had reported seeing someone, or something, in the woods. A figure dressed in a rabbit costume, eyes gleaming from behind the mask. It became more than just a ghost story whispered to spook the children. It was a shadow that loomed over us all, a presence that seemed to watch and wait. The sightings grew more frequent as the spring jubilee approached, casting a pall over the festivities. Parents kept their children close, and the usual joy that accompanied the event was tempered by a sense of dread. Still, life continued. We were a resilient community, bound by shared history and the stubborn belief that such darkness could not truly take root here. But it did. The escalation came on a night when the moon hung low and full, casting an ethereal glow over the landscape. I was drawn once more to the woods, an inexplicable pull that I struggled to resist. As I ventured deeper, the trees closed in around me, their branches whispering secrets I could not discern. There, in a clearing, I found them, more wreaths, each more elaborate than the last, encircling a large stone. The stone itself was smooth, worn by time and elements, yet it was the markings that caught my eye. Symbols, carved with precision, spiraled across its surface. They were unfamiliar, yet they thrummed with a power that resonated through the ground, up into my very bones. I backed away slowly, every instinct screaming at me to run, to flee this place that seemed alive with an ancient malevolent energy. As I turned, I caught a glimpse of him, the figure in the rabbit costume. He stood at the edge of the clearing, his head slightly tilted as if curious. The mask was grotesque, oversized and unnatural, with eyes that glittered like obsidian. For a moment, we simply stared at one another, and I was struck by an overwhelming sense of déjà vu, as if I had known this presence long before it had haunted our town. Then he moved, a sudden fluid motion that sent adrenaline coursing through me. I ran, feeling his gaze burning into my back, the sound of his footsteps echoing in my ears. I didn't stop until I burst from the woods, breathless and trembling, collapsing onto the safety of my back porch. The climax came when the festival finally arrived, the town festooned with bright banners and cheerful flowers in a desperate attempt to mask the underlying fear. Children, oblivious or perhaps resilient in their innocence, laughed and played. Parents watched with wary eyes, their smiles strained. I was among them, feeling the weight of what I had seen pressing against my mind. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the festivities continued under the warm glow of lanterns, casting long shadows that danced like specters across the ground. And then he appeared. The Easter Bunny, larger than life, emerged from the crowd, the children's cheers rising in a jubilant chorus. But I knew, in the deepest part of my being, that this was no ordinary costume. He moved with a grace that belied the cumbersome suit, and as he approached the stage where the evening's entertainment was set to unfold, the crowd seemed to hold its breath. I pushed through the throng, an urgency driving me forward. The rabbit turned, its glassy eyes finding mine, and in that moment, it felt as though the world had narrowed to just the two of us. A silence fell over the clearing, the air thick with anticipation and dread. He reached into the pouch at his side, and for a heart-stopping moment, time paused. Then, with a swift and almost elegant motion, he tossed something into the air. It soared above us, turning end over end, before landing at my feet with a soft thud. A wreath, woven from the same twigs and flowers, lay there. A single cottontail nestled within its coils. The crowd gasped, the illusion shattered, and chaos erupted as the figure turned and fled into the night. We searched for him, a frantic pursuit that led us deep into the woods, but he had vanished, leaving only the echo of his presence and the chilling reminder of his games. The lingering fear that followed was not one that could be easily dispelled. Days turned into weeks, and the town slowly returned to its routine. But an undercurrent of unease remained. The woods, once a place of peace, now held a sinister air. Children spoke of seeing the rabbit at the edge of their dreams, a specter that watched with unblinking eyes. I moved through my days with a heightened awareness, every shadow a potential threat, every rustle a harbinger of his return. The flurry of spring turned to the warmth of summer, yet the chill in my bones persisted. A reminder that the darkness we feared was not always vanquished, merely biding its time. And so, we live on in Pasadena Creek, tethered to our routines and haunted by the specter of a tale that refuses to fade. The Cottontail killings became a part of our folklore, a reminder of how quickly the veil between the ordinary and the unimaginable can tear, leaving us forever changed. Oakland Grove was a small, unassuming town, nestled between a dense forest and the rolling foothills of the Green Mountains. The place was known for its scenic beauty and close-knit community, where everyone knew everyone else, and life moved at a gentle, predictable pace. It was here, in this tranquil setting, that I lived with my wife, Claire, and our 7-year-old daughter, Lily. Our home, a modest 2-story house with a white picket fence, was the epitome of suburban bliss. Lily's laughter often echoed through the neighborhood as she played in the front yard with her collection of teddy bears, her favorite companions in countless imaginary adventures. Lily had a particular attachment to one bear, a worn-out teddy with frayed fur and a missing button eye. She called him Mr. Cuddles. He was always tucked under her arm or close by, even at night when she drifted off to sleep. Mr. Cuddles had been a gift from my late mother, and though he was old and well-loved, his presence was a comforting constant in our lives. Life in Oakland Grove was peaceful, almost idyllic. On weekends, we would stroll through the town's main street, stopping by the local bakery for fresh pastries or visiting the park where families gathered for picnics. The townspeople were friendly and familiar, and there was a sense of safety that enveloped the community like a warm blanket. It was a place where nothing bad ever seemed to happen. That all changed one chilly autumn evening. It was one of those nights when the air felt crisp and the leaves crunched underfoot like brittle parchment. We had returned home from a day at the park, and Lily was particularly tired. After dinner, she bathed and slipped into her pajamas, clutching Mr. Cuddles tightly as she climbed into bed. Claire read her a bedtime story, and soon Lily was fast asleep, her breathing soft and even. I checked on her one last time before turning in for the night, smiling at the sight of her peaceful, slumbering face. The first disturbance was subtle, almost dismissible. It was around midnight when I thought I heard a sound outside the window, a rustling, like leaves being disturbed. I dismissed it as the wind, perhaps a stray cat or a raccoon. But then, as I lay there, I heard it again, more deliberate this time, as if someone or something was moving outside. I got up quietly, careful not to wake Claire, and padded over to the window. Peering through the curtains, I saw nothing unusual in the dim glow of the streetlights. The yard was empty, still. Shaking my head, I returned to bed, convincing myself it was nothing. The following morning, Lily was unusually quiet at breakfast. Normally, she was a bundle of energy, chattering about her dreams or what she wanted to play that day. But today, she sat silently, pushing her cereal around the bowl, eyes downcast. Claire and I exchanged a glance, a silent communication built over years of marriage. "Honey, what's wrong?" Claire asked gently, reaching out to touch Lily's hand. Lily looked up, her eyes wide and serious. "Mr. Cuddles is gone," she said, her voice trembling with a hint of tears. I felt a pang of concern. "Are you sure, sweetie? Maybe he's just under the bed or in the laundry room," I suggested, trying to keep my tone light. Lily shook her head, her lips quivering. "I checked everywhere. He was in bed with me last night, and now he's gone." I promised her we'd look for Mr. Cuddles after breakfast, and we did. We searched the entire house, from the attic to the basement, but the teddy bear was nowhere to be found. It was as if he had simply vanished. Lily was inconsolable, and as much as we tried to reassure her, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled in my chest. Over the next few days, Lily's mood darkened. She was withdrawn, spending most of her time in her room, staring out the window as if hoping Mr. Cuddles would just stroll up the driveway. Claire and I were worried. It was as if a shadow had fallen over our once happy home. Then, one evening, while sitting at the kitchen table, I heard it again, the rustling outside. This time, it was accompanied by a faint, soft giggle. My heart skipped a beat. It was not the sound of an animal. It was a child's laughter, eerie and out of place in the stillness of the night. I rose from my chair, gesturing for Claire to stay put, and quietly moved to the back door. With a mixture of dread and curiosity, I stepped outside, the cold air biting my skin. "Hello?" I called softly, feeling foolish. There was no response, only the whisper of the wind through the trees. I was about to turn back when I noticed something on the ground near the fence, a small white object. As I approached, my breath caught in my throat. It was a button, a small black button, the missing eye from Mr. Cuddles. I picked it up, a chill running down my spine. How had it gotten there? As I stood there, staring at the button, I heard that laugh again, distant but distinct, echoing through the night. I couldn't tell where it was coming from, but it sent a shiver through me. I hurried back inside, locking the door behind me, my mind racing. The next day, I decided to take a closer look around the neighborhood. I told Claire I was going for a walk, needing some fresh air, but truthfully, I wanted answers. As I walked along the quiet streets, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. The sensation was unnerving, like an itch I couldn't scratch. Near the edge of town, where the houses gave way to woods, I noticed a path that seemed less traveled. Curiosity piqued, I followed it, the trees closing in around me. The path wound deeper into the forest until I stumbled upon a small clearing. In the center stood an old, dilapidated playhouse, its paint peeling, roof sagging under the weight of time. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. As I approached, I noticed something unsettling. Children's toys scattered around the playhouse. A macabre collection of forgotten dolls and plush animals. Among them was a teddy bear, its fur matted and dirty, eerily similar to Mr. Cuddles. My heart pounded in my chest as I picked it up, examining it closely. It wasn't Mr. Cuddles, but the resemblance was uncanny. I turned to leave, discomfort growing in the pit of my stomach, when something caught my eye. A figure standing at the edge of the clearing. It was a person, dressed in a large, furry costume, vaguely bear-like, with oversized paws and a hood that obscured their face. For a moment, we just stared at each other, the air thick with a tense silence. Then, without warning, the figure turned and vanished into the woods, moving with an unnatural grace that chilled me to the core. I ran back to town, heart racing, my mind a whirlwind of fear and confusion. Who was that? And why were they dressed like that? Back home, I didn't mention my discovery to Claire or Lily. I didn't want to alarm them, not until I understood more about what was happening. But the experience haunted me. The image of that costumed figure etched into my mind. As the days passed, Lily's mood improved slightly, but the absence of Mr. Cuddles was still a sore point. She spent more time with us, seeking comfort and reassurance. But the sense of unease lingered, a shadow over our days. One afternoon, while Claire was out shopping, Lily and I decided to take a walk. We headed toward the park, the autumn sun casting long shadows across the ground. We were halfway there when Lily stopped abruptly, her eyes fixed on something across the street. Following her gaze, I saw it, a figure in a bear costume, standing silently near the edge of the woods. "Daddy, look," Lily whispered, her voice tinged with fear. I squeezed her hand, my heart pounding. "Stay close to me, honey," I said, trying to sound calm. We turned back, heading towards home at a brisk pace. I glanced over my shoulder, but the figure was gone, as if it had never been there at all. That night I lay awake, thoughts racing. Something was terribly wrong, and I needed to get to the bottom of it. I decided to return to the clearing the next day, in daylight, hoping to find some clue that would make sense of this nightmare. The following morning, I told Claire I was going for a run and headed back to the woods. The playhouse was just as I had left it, silent and foreboding. As I approached, I noticed new footprints in the soft earth, leading around the back of the playhouse. I followed them cautiously and found a small entrance hidden among the bushes, leading into a dark, narrow tunnel. Heart in my throat, I crawled through, emerging into a larger chamber. Inside, I found more toys, neatly arranged along the walls, and a small makeshift bed in the corner. And there, nestled among the stuffed animals, was Mr. Cuddles. Relief flooded through me as I picked him up, but it was short-lived. From behind me came a soft rustle, and I turned to see the costumed figure standing in the entrance. This time, I could see the glint of eyes behind the mask, watching me intently. "Why are you doing this?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. "Why take Mr. Cuddles?" For a moment, there was silence, broken only by the figure's measured breathing. Then, in a voice muffled by the costume, it spoke. "The children, they get lonely." The words sent a chill through me. I backed away slowly, clutching Mr. Cuddles, keeping my eyes on the figure. It made no move to stop me, simply watching as I retraced my steps, leaving the eerie chamber behind. Once outside, I ran home, my mind reeling. I had Mr. Cuddles, but the mystery was far from solved. Who was this person, and what did they want? I knew I needed to involve the authorities, but I was terrified of what might happen if I did. When I returned home, Lily's face lit up at the sight of Mr. Cuddles. She hugged him tightly, tears of joy spilling down her cheeks. I held her close, feeling the weight of my discovery pressing down on me. That night, I called the police, anonymously at first, describing the playhouse and the figure in the costume. They promised to investigate, but I could sense their skepticism. In a town like Oakland Grove, such stories seemed far-fetched, the stuff of nightmares rather than reality. Days passed, and though there were no further disturbances, the sense of unease lingered. Lily was back to her usual self, her laughter filling the house once more. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the costumed figure was still out there, watching, waiting. The police eventually found the playhouse, but it was empty. The tunnel collapsed, the toys gone. There was no sign of the figure or evidence to support my claims. Officially, it was written off as a misunderstanding, perhaps a prank gone too far. But I knew better. In the weeks that followed, life returned to a semblance of normalcy. But the memory of those nights, the laughter in the darkness, and the sight of that bear costume haunted me. I had seen evil, not in the form of a monster, but in the guise of a misguided soul lurking in the shadows of our town. We moved away from Oakland Grove the following spring, seeking a fresh start, a place where the past couldn't follow. But even now, as I write this, I can't help but glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see that costumed figure standing there, watching, waiting. And sometimes, when the wind rustles through the trees, or the night is particularly quiet, I think I hear it. Soft, distant laughter, echoing in the dark. A reminder that some mysteries are never truly solved, and some fears never fully fade. The town of Willow Creek was picturesque in its simplicity and charm, a place where the chirping of birds harmonized with the distant toll of the church bells every Sunday morning. Nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, it was a sanctuary of tranquility, a place where everyone knew each other by name. The white picket fences, neat lawns, and vibrant flower beds painted a picture of idyllic normalcy. Children rode bicycles down the quiet streets, their laughter echoing through the air, while adults gathered at the local diner for their morning coffee and small talk. I had moved to Willow Creek with my 6-year-old daughter, Lily, after my husband passed away. The town was everything I had hoped for, a fresh start, away from the bustling chaos of the city. Our home, a modest 2-story house, was located on Maple Avenue, just a stone's throw from the old church that stood as a sentinel over our small community. Its towering spire was a comforting landmark, visible from almost anywhere in town. Lily quickly settled into her new life, her days filled with school play dates and evenings spent reading stories together. It was during one of those peaceful evenings that the first ripple of disturbance began to unsettle our tranquil existence. "Mommy, look what I found," Lily said, her eyes wide with a mixture of excitement and confusion as she handed me a folded piece of paper. It was a note, neatly tucked into her backpack. At first glance, it seemed innocuous, just a sheet of lined paper. But as I unfolded it, an inexplicable chill ran down my spine. The handwriting was neat, the letters carefully crafted as if written by someone meticulous. The message, however, was anything but ordinary. "Lily, would you like to play a game with me? I have lots of toys. Your friend, Mr. K." The note was unsettling, not just because of its content, but because of the implications. Who was Mr. K? How did they know my daughter's name? My initial reaction was to dismiss it as a prank, a mischievous act by one of the neighborhood kids. Yet, as I watched Lily's innocent smile, I couldn't shake the sense of unease that had taken root in my heart. The following day, I decided to keep a closer eye on Lily. I walked her to school, lingering longer than necessary at the gates, observing the other parents and children. Everyone seemed normal, familiar faces I had come to recognize over the past months. There was nothing out of the ordinary, no lurking shadow among the crowd. Days passed, and I found myself growing more anxious. I began noticing little things, a lingering glance at the grocery store, an unfamiliar car parked across the street. They were probably coincidences, I told myself, but the seed of paranoia had been planted. My once peaceful evenings were now spent peeking through curtains, scanning the street for any sign of Mr. K. Then, a second note appeared, this time slipped under our front door. "Lily, I have a new toy for you. It's waiting for you in the old church. Come find it. Your friend, Mr. K." The church, with its worn stone steps and stained glass windows, had always been a place of solace for me. But now, it had taken on a sinister aura. I couldn't fathom who would use such a sacred place to lure a child. I clutched the note, my heart pounding, as I realized this was no prank. Whoever Mr. K was, they were serious. Fear gnawed at me, but I knew I had to protect my daughter. I reached out to the local authorities, sharing the notes and my concerns. Officer Thompson, a kind man with a reassuring presence, promised to keep an eye on things, but without any real evidence, there was little they could do. I felt trapped in a waking nightmare, the serenity of Willow Creek shattered by the shadow of an unseen monster. I started accompanying Lily everywhere, even during her playdates, under the guise of wanting to spend more time with her. I watched as she played, her laughter a fragile barrier against the encroaching threat. I couldn't let her out of my sight, not for a moment. Despite my vigilance, the notes continued to appear, one left in our mailbox, another taped to her bedroom window. Each one was a chilling reminder of the unseen presence that had invaded our lives. "Lily, you're so close to finding the toy. Keep looking. Your friend, Mr. K." The notes were always signed with the same moniker, Mr. K, and each one was more disturbing than the last. The implication of a toy, something meant to entice a child, filled me with dread. I could no longer dismiss this as a mere prank. Someone was watching us, someone who knew about our lives and routines. Desperation led me to confide in the other parents during one of our community gatherings at the church. The response was a mixed bag of concern and skepticism. Some parents, faces etched with worry, promised to be extra vigilant. Others dismissed it as an overactive imagination fueled by grief and the stress of being a single parent. But I knew what I saw, and I wasn't about to take any chances. The climax of this torment came one stormy night. The wind howled through the trees, rain lashing against the windows in relentless waves. As lightning illuminated the night, I noticed a figure standing outside the church, barely visible through the sheets of rain. My heart stopped. Was this Mr. K? I called the police, my voice trembling as I described the shadowy silhouette. Officer Thompson assured me that he would send someone to check it out, but I couldn't just sit and wait. Against my better judgment, I decided to confront whatever it was that lurked outside. Armed with nothing but a flashlight and my mounting fear, I stepped into the storm. Each step toward the church felt like a journey into darkness itself. The wind tore at my clothes, but I pressed on, driven by a mixture of dread and determination. As I approached the church, the figure remained unmoving, cloaked in shadow. I called out, my voice barely audible above the storm. "Who's there?" There was no response, only the relentless patter of rain and the distant roll of thunder. I raised the flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness, revealing the truth. An old scarecrow propped against the church door, its hollow eyes staring blankly into the storm. Relief flooded over me, mingled with embarrassment at my own fear. But as I turned to leave, something caught my eye. A final note pinned to the scarecrow's chest. "Lily, I'm closer than you think. Your friend, Mr. K." The police arrived shortly after, finding nothing but the scarecrow and the soaked note. Officer Thompson's expression was grim as he assured me they would increase their patrols. But the damage was done. The sense of security I had fought so hard to maintain was shattered. In the days that followed, life in Willow Creek seemed to return to normal, at least on the surface. But beneath the facade of daily routines, a lingering fear remained. The other parents kept a closer watch on their children, and whispers of Mr. K circulated quietly among the town's adults. For Lily, the notes became a distant memory, and her playful innocence slowly returned. I, however, remained haunted by the specter of Mr. K. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside, set my heart racing. The fear had taken root, a constant companion that refused to let go. I never discovered the identity of Mr. K, nor did I ever find the toy they promised. Perhaps it was all an elaborate hoax, a sick game played by someone who thrived on fear. Or perhaps the danger had passed, content to lurk in the shadows, waiting for another moment of vulnerability. Though time has dulled the edges of my fear, it remains, a shadow lurking at the edge of my consciousness. In the quiet moments before sleep, I sometimes find myself glancing toward the church, half expecting to see that ominous figure standing there once more. The town of Willow Creek, with its white picket fences and peaceful streets, has regained its calm facade. But I know better than to be lulled into complacency. The monster next door is real, and it wears many faces, a reminder that even in the most idyllic places, darkness can linger, waiting patiently to strike when least expected. The small town of Millbridge is surrounded by an aura of timeless charm. With streets lined with maple trees and residents who all seemed to know each other's names, it was the kind of place where strangers were few and neighbors were friends. The town's heartbeat thrummed gently, undisturbed by the chaos and noise that plagued larger cities. It was here, amidst the quiet whisper of leaves and the constant murmur of the river that wound its way through the town, that my family and I sought solace and stability. Our home, a modest two-story house painted in shades of soft white and blue, nestled comfortably on Sycamore Street, a name as quaint and unassuming as its appearance. It was perfect, with a small garden in the back and a front porch that creaked in the most familiar manner. It was a haven for us and our 6-year-old daughter, Lily. Every morning the sun would pour into her room, bathing her and the myriad of stuffed animals she loved in a golden glow. Her laughter was a constant melody within our walls, one that spoke of joy and innocence. Life in Millbridge was predictably serene until the morning of the incident. That morning began like any other. The sky, an expansive canvas of pale blue, promised a day filled with light. Lily sat at the breakfast table, her focus entirely on the cereal bowl before her. Her hair was a cascade of golden curls that framed her cherubic face as she hummed a tuneless song. My husband, Tom, had already left for work, leaving me to manage the usual morning chaos. It was as I was packing Lily's lunch that she giggled and announced, "Mommy, I got a letter." I turned, half distracted by the task at hand, and saw her waving a small folded note. Its appearance was innocuous enough, scribbled on a piece of lined paper that seemed to have been torn hastily from a notebook. Curiosity piqued, I took the note from her tiny hands and unfolded it carefully. The words, however, were anything but mundane. "Dear Lily, you have such pretty curls. I see you when you play in your yard. You are my favorite. Maybe one day we can play together. Your friend." The message was unsettling, a jarring dissonance amidst our otherwise peaceful life. My first instinct was to assure myself that it was nothing more than a harmless prank. Perhaps one of the neighborhood children practicing their writing. But the familiarity with which the writer addressed Lily, the mention of her curls, the reference to our yard, it was all too specific, too intimate. A chill crept up my spine, but I forced a smile for Lily's sake. After all, there was nothing to worry about. We lived in Millbridge, a place where everyone knew everyone else. It was likely just a fluke. Yet as I walked Lily to school, my eyes darted nervously around the quiet street, searching for something out of place, for an unfamiliar face or a lingering gaze. But there was nothing. The world around us carried on with its business, unperturbed, leaving me to grapple with the unease simmering beneath my skin. The day wore on, drawing out its hours in an ordinary cadence that did little to soothe my nerves. I busied myself with chores, the monotony of cleaning and organizing a welcome distraction. Tom returned from work, his presence a reassuring solidity in our home. Over dinner, I showed him the note. He read it, his expression unreadable, but his brow furrowed ever so slightly, a small, almost imperceptible sign of concern. "It's probably just a joke," he said, his voice steady, trying to dismiss the worry threading through the air. Kids being kids. I wanted to believe him. I needed to believe him. But there was a shadow of doubt that refused to be cast aside, a lingering whisper that something was amiss. That night, as I tucked Lily into bed, she asked me if I thought her new friend would write to her again. Her innocence was both comforting and terrifying. I brushed her curls from her forehead and planted a gentle kiss there, promising her sweet dreams. For the next few days, everything seemed to return to normal. Tom and I kept a careful watch over Lily, but there were no other notes, no further disturbances. It was easy to be lulled into a false sense of security, to convince ourselves that the note had been an isolated incident. But then came the second note. It appeared one afternoon, slipped beneath the front door, awaiting us like an unwelcome guest. Dear Lily, I like the dress you wore today. It made you look like a princess. I'm glad we're friends. I'll see you soon, your friend. Reading it, a knot of dread tightened in my stomach. Here it was again, that unsettling familiarity, that sense of being watched. I could no longer ignore it. This wasn't a joke. Tom called the local authorities, who responded with the polite skepticism reserved for such small-town oddities. They promised to look into it, to increase patrols in the area, but their reassurances felt hollow. We decided to keep Lily at home, to shield her from whatever or whoever was behind the notes. She was young enough to accept our explanation that school was on a surprise holiday, and while she played blissfully in our living room, my mind churned with apprehension. Days passed, each one stretching longer than the last, heavy with anticipation. We watched and waited, our home a fortress from which we surveyed the world with growing suspicion. Then, one night, it happened. I awoke to the sound of a creak, a noise so familiar, yet so out of place in the hushed stillness of the night. It came from the direction of Lily's room. My heart pounded in my chest as I slipped from the bed, careful not to wake Tom, who was lost in the depths of sleep. The hallway was dark, shadows clinging to the walls like secrets. As I approached Lily's room, the creaking grew louder, more pronounced. I pressed my ear to the door, straining to hear beyond the barrier. What I heard froze me to the spot, the soft whisper of a voice, speaking in tones too low to decipher. Panic seized me, but I forced myself to act, to push the door open with trembling hands. The room was bathed in moonlight, Lily's small form curled beneath her blanket, untouched and serene. But there, in the corner, stood a figure, indistinct and cloaked in shadow. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice wavering, yet fierce. The figure stepped forward, and the moonlight unveiled a face that was both familiar and foreign, our neighbor, Mr. Elkins. His demeanor, usually so friendly and benign, now twisted into something sinister. "I was just checking on her," he said, his voice eerily calm. "She's my friend too." A surge of protectiveness overcame my fear, and I moved to shield Lily, my own shadow casting over her sleeping form. "Get out," I said, my voice steady despite the terror clawing at my throat. He hesitated, his expression shifting from certainty to confusion. Then slowly, as if waking from a dream, he backed away, retreating through the doorway and into the night. I locked the door, my hands shaking, and called the police once more. This time, their response was immediate, a flurry of activity that felt like a lifeline thrown into the abyss. They found Mr. Elkins wandering the streets, dazed and mumbling to himself, a man who had slipped beyond the edge of reason. The authorities uncovered a journal hidden in his home, filled with entries about Lily, about his fantasies of friendship and guardianship. It was chilling, the depth of his obsession, the way he had convinced himself of a bond that did not exist. As the days turned into weeks, Millbridge grappled with the revelation, the facade of safety and familiarity racked, but not entirely broken. People spoke of Mr. Elkins in hushed tones, their disbelief mingling with relief. For us, life resumed an uneasy rhythm. We kept our doors locked and watched Lily with renewed vigilance. She, thankfully, remained blissfully unaware, her dreams untouched by the shadows that had loomed so close. But the notes haunted me, their words etched indelibly in my mind, a reminder of how easily normalcy could shatter. Even now, I sometimes find myself staring out into the night, listening for whispers on the wind, feeling the weight of unseen eyes. In Millbridge, we learned that the greatest monsters are not those that lurk in the dark, but those who wear familiar faces. They are the ones who slip through the cracks, unnoticed and unremarked, until it is almost too late. And so, we live with a lingering fear, a shadow that stretches long as the days grow shorter and the nights colder. We hold our loved ones a little tighter, whispering promises of protection, knowing that sometimes the greatest horrors are those that dwell closest to home. The scent of old wood and lingering incense greeted me as I entered the Union Street Methodist Church on that crisp autumn morning. The century-old structure with its high vaulted ceilings and stained glass windows had always been a place of solace for me, a fortress of normalcy amid the chaos of life. The quiet whispers of the congregation, the polite nods shared between neighbors, and the serenity of the morning light breaking through colored glass were as familiar to me as the pattern of my own breath. My 6-year-old daughter, Lily, skipped ahead, her floral dress twirling as she made her way to her Sunday school class. Her laughter echoed in the hall, a bright melody against the somber hymns sung by the unseen choir. As I watched her disappear around the corner, a sense of peace settled over me, momentarily erasing the strains of everyday life. The service proceeded as it always did. Pastor Williams delivered his sermon with his usual measured cadence, speaking of faith and redemption. I sat in my pew, my mind drifting as his words washed over me, allowing myself to relax into the familiar rhythm of the morning. After the service, I mingled with other parishioners, exchanging pleasantries and updates on our lives, the mundane chatter of a tight-knit community. It was during this time that the first disturbance crept into our lives. As I collected Lily from her class, her Sunday school teacher, Miss Tilly, approached me with a frown. In her hand was a folded piece of paper. "This was left for Lily," she said, her voice tinged with concern. I took the note, its surface marred by a single smudge of ink. My stomach twisted with an inexplicable sense of unease as I unfolded it. The note was written in a careful, almost childlike script. "Lily, I know your secrets. Be careful who you trust." Signed with a simple, ominous X. A chill crawled down my spine. My first instinct was to dismiss it as a thoughtless prank, but the careful handwriting and the way it was addressed specifically to my daughter made my skin crawl with the feeling of being watched. I stuffed the note into my purse, placing a smile on my face as I reassured Miss Tilly. "I'm sure it's nothing, just kids being silly." But beneath that facade, my mind raced with possibilities. Who would leave such a note for a child, and why? As we returned home, The note lingered in my thoughts like a shadow, casting doubt on the peaceful veneer of our lives. Our small town had always seemed like a safe haven, a place where everyone knew each other and doors remained unlocked. But the note shattered that illusion, planting seeds of suspicion that took root in my mind. Days passed, and I tried to shake off the unease, to return to the normalcy of our lives. But the note was always there, a constant whisper at the back of my mind. I found myself watching Lily more closely, scrutinizing the people around us with a new wariness. Then came the escalation. It was a sunny afternoon when I found the second note. I had been organizing Lily's room, straightening toys and folding clothes, when I spotted it. A square of paper tucked under her pillow. My heart sank as I unfolded it. The message was short, but its implications suffocated me. I see you, Lily. Keep quiet, or there will be consequences. I sat heavily on her bed, the room spinning around me. There was no denying it now. Someone was deliberately targeting my daughter, and it was no mere coincidence. I couldn't ignore the growing dread that permeated our lives. The walls of our home, once comforting, now felt like a cage, closing in with invisible threats. I decided to confide in my husband, Michael, hoping to find some semblance of reassurance. But his reaction was unexpected. He dismissed the notes as harmless pranks, his voice laced with an edge of irritation. "It's just kids being kids," he insisted. "There's no need to blow this out of proportion." I stared at him, disbelieving. How could he be so nonchalant? The man I loved, the father of my child, seemed disconnected, detached from the reality of the situation. It was as though he refused to see the danger that lurked just beyond our sight. My frustration grew, mingling with fear as I realized I was alone in this. Was I just being paranoid, as he suggested? Or was there something more sinister at play? I resolved to be more vigilant, watching Lily with hawk-like intensity, analyzing every interaction, every glance shared with strangers or friends. The climax arrived one bleak, rainy afternoon. Lily's school had called, informing us that she had been picked up early by someone claiming to be a relative. Panic surged through me as I raced to the school, heart pounding with every beat, my mind a tempest of horrifying possibilities. The staff was apologetic, insistent that the person had matched the description on our emergency contact list. But as I demanded answers, a new chilling piece of the puzzle surfaced. The name given was Josh Turner, a name I hadn't heard in years, not since Michael and I had left our old lives behind, seeking a fresh start in this little town. Josh Turner, the man I had once been involved with before meeting Michael, a past I had buried deep under layers of new memories and identities. How did he find us, and why target Lily? The answers seemed to remain elusive, taunting me from the edges of my consciousness. When I reached home, Lily was there, safe and unharmed, a confused expression on her face as Michael stood beside her. Relief washed over me, followed swiftly by anger at the audacity of someone intruding so deeply into our lives. Yet, as I tried to explain the situation to Michael, His reaction was once again unexpected. This time, his face turned an ashen shade, eyes clouded with something I couldn't quite decipher. Fear? Guilt? It dawned on me then, like a cold splash of realization, that perhaps Michael's dismissive attitude wasn't born of ignorance, but of knowledge, a hidden past intertwining with my own, secrets we had both kept buried, entwined in a web of deceit neither of us had anticipated unraveling. The confrontation was inevitable. As I demanded answers, a painful truth emerged. Michael and Josh had been friends once. Their bond had shattered over a betrayal, one that involved me. Our new life, our perfect image of family, was built on a foundation of lies and unspoken truths. The notes, the seeming coincidence of Josh's name, none of it was accidental. It was a calculated move, a puppet master pulling strings, revealing fractures in our supposedly idyllic life. The realization was like a storm, tearing through the facade of normalcy we had carefully constructed. As the rain pattered against our windows, Michael and I faced the tangled web we had woven. There was a killer out there, connected to our past, a stalker systematically dismantling our lives, piece by piece. And the most vulnerable of us all, our daughter, stood at the center of it. In the days that followed, we took steps to ensure Lily's safety, involving the authorities and reshaping our lives with new boundaries and precautions. But the fear lingered, an omnipresent shadow casting doubt over every interaction, every decision. The church, once a beacon of tranquility, now seemed a place of potential threat. I watched faces with suspicion, searching for any sign of recognition or ill intent. Our town, small and intimate, had transformed into a landscape of hidden dangers and secret allegiances. The lingering fear was an unwelcome companion, a constant reminder of the fragility of our existence. Our pasts, once thought forgotten, now loomed large, their echoes resonating in the quiet moments of the night. And despite the reassurances, the patrols, the attempts to return to normalcy, the tension remained palpable. For though the immediate threat had been addressed, the stalker had yet to be caught, and the specter of unresolved pasts continued to haunt the periphery of our lives. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow that lingered too long, every stranger's glance carried the potential for menace. In a world where the facade of safety had been irreparably shattered, we learned to live with fear as a constant, an entity that shaped our actions and dictated our choices. And as I tucked Lily into bed each night, her innocent trust in the world uncorrupted, I vowed silently to protect her, to shield her from the darkness that lurked just beyond the edges of our carefully constructed reality. The terrifying note had been only the beginning, a harbinger of truths that would forever alter the landscape of our lives. And though we fought to reclaim our peace, the horror of what had been unleashed remained a chilling reminder of the secrets we all carry and the shadows that dwell within. There was a time not too long ago when life was perfectly ordinary, and happiness danced in our suburban home like the sunlight that filtered through lace curtains. Our little house sat comfortably at the heart of a tranquil neighborhood, where lawns were meticulously manicured, and every face was a familiar one. The hum of playful laughter often drifted through the air, carried by the wind from the children playing in the street. Among them was my 6-year-old daughter, Emily, with her golden curls bouncing as she ran, and her laughter ringing like a bell. Our days were filled with routine sweetness. I would watch Emily from our front porch, sipping coffee and feeling the warmth of the mug seep into my hands as I took in the peaceful scene of our street. There was an unspoken understanding among neighbors, a sense of safety, a shared sigh of relief in the predictability of it all. However, like a gentle breeze turning into a chilling gust, there was a shift that snaked its way into our lives, bringing with it an air of unease that was hard to pinpoint. It began with a note. I remember the day vividly. The afternoon sun was cascading through the windows, casting long shadows that danced across the carpet. Emily was at the dining table, coloring with vibrant crayons, the tip of her tongue poking out in concentration, while I was tidying up the kitchen. Suddenly, a soft thud echoed from the hallway, as if something had been slipped through the mail slot. Curious, I ambled over, expecting the usual assortment of bills and advertisements, but my hand froze when I saw the plain white envelope. It was addressed to Emily in a childlike scrawl, the letters uneven and hesitant. My heart skipped a beat, a strange sensation, a flicker of something not quite right. I called Emily over, my voice steady yet laced with the unfamiliar thread of concern. "Look what came for you, sweetheart," I said, trying to sound casual as I handed her the envelope. Emily's eyes widened in delight, the prospect of a letter addressed to her being a novelty beyond measure. She tore open the envelope with eager fingers, pulling out a sheet of paper decorated with cartoonish drawings of flowers and stars. The message inside, however, was chillingly simple. "I see you, Emily. I see you at 3 Orange Circle." A shiver crawled up my spine. Our address was not 3 Orange Circle. I tried to mask the unease creeping into my expression as Emily looked up, her innocence a stark contrast to the growing knot in my stomach. "Who sent this, Mommy?" she asked, her voice a mix of curiosity and confusion. "I'm not sure, honey," I replied, taking the note from her gently. "It's probably just a mistake." I tried to reassure myself as much as her. But the note haunted me. The words lingered in my mind long after Emily had returned to her coloring, casting a shadow over the simplicity of our daily lives. As the days passed, the normalcy we had taken for granted began to unravel. I found myself glancing over my shoulder more frequently, the curtains providing a thin barrier between us and the outside world that now felt threatening. Emily continued to play outside, but I watched more closely, my eyes scanning for any unfamiliar presence, any hint of danger lurking in the periphery. The note was only the beginning. Other small disturbances followed, things out of place, a sense of being watched that clung like cobwebs. Once, as I tucked Emily into bed, she asked me about the man with the hat she saw outside the window. Her words sent a chill through me, even as I assured her it was just her imagination. But then came the night when I knew, without doubt, that we were not alone. It was late, the house cocooned in quiet, except for the occasional creak of settling wood. I was in the living room, a book open on my lap, though my attention was far from the printed words. I could sense it, a prickling awareness that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. I stood, moving to the window, pulling back the curtain just enough to peer outside. There, standing under the street lamp at 3 Orange Circle, was a figure, a man, his features obscured by the brim of a wide-brimmed hat. He was still as a statue, but I could feel his gaze piercing the darkness, directed at our house. Panic flared in my chest, and I quickly dropped the curtain. My heart thudded in my ears as I backed away, my mind racing through possibilities and fears. I knew then that the note was no mistake. Someone was watching us, watching Emily. The thought was suffocating, a weight pressing down on my shoulders. I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on us, even as I locked the doors and checked the windows repeatedly, my routine now infused with paranoia. The escalation was subtle, yet relentless, each day building upon the last. More notes arrived, each one more unsettling than the previous. They were always addressed to Emily, and they often referenced things she did. Playing in the garden, riding her bike, small moments that should have been private, but were now starkly exposed. I contacted the police, of course. They took reports, increased patrols, but there was little more they could do. The notes were anonymous, the figure elusive. Their presence was like smoke, intangible, impossible to grasp, and yet suffocating all the same. The turning point came one stormy night, when the heavens opened up and rain poured down in sheets, drumming against the roof with a relentless rhythm. Emily was in bed, the soft glow of her nightlight casting a comforting halo in the darkness of her room. I was restless, unable to shake the feeling that something was coming, like the quiet before a storm. A loud crash from downstairs jolted me into action. I rushed to the living room, my heart in my throat, to find the front door swinging open, the wind howling through the opening. Papers fluttered around the room, and there it was, a note pinned to the wall with a knife, the blade embedded deep into the plaster. The message was short, but it sent a bolt of terror through me. Emily, come play with me. I slammed the door shut, my hands shaking as I twisted the lock with a sense of urgency fueled by fear. I had to protect my daughter. I called the police again, my voice a tremor of desperation as I relayed the night's events. But I knew they wouldn't be able to catch the shadow that haunted us, the specter that hovered at the edges of our existence. After that night, something changed. The notes stopped, but the sense of surveillance persisted, more insidious than before. I was haunted, not by words, but by the pregnant silence that filled our home, the feeling that we were marionettes in some unseen game. Emily seemed blissfully unaware, her world full of play and laughter, but I couldn't shake the dread that followed like a shadow. I was vigilant, my eyes always scanning, my mind always alert, convinced that at any moment the figure would return. Even now, as I write this, I can't help but glance out the window, half expecting to see the man with the hat standing under the street lamp. The fear lingers, an invisible thread woven into the fabric of our lives, a constant reminder that normalcy is fragile, and safety is often just an illusion. Life continues, and so do we. But the notes and the watcher have left their mark, a shadow on our hearts that time cannot easily erase. And as the sun sets each day, casting long shadows that stretch across our lawn, I wonder if we'll ever truly be free of the unseen eyes that watch from the darkness. The day began like any other, wrapped in the monotony of routine that defined my life. The sun crept over the horizon with a slow, languid grace, casting gentle, golden rays through the window of my small apartment. I watched them dance lazily across the wall as I sipped my coffee, the bitter taste grounding me in the present, veiling the chaos of my dreams from the night before. It was a Saturday, the kind of day made for escape from the week's toils, and yet an inexplicable heaviness hung over me, a sense of impending inevitability. As the hours unfolded, I found myself drifting through familiar spaces, each step on the worn wooden floor echoing a comforting cadence of normalcy. The city beyond my window thrummed with life, a symphony of distant car horns and the muted chatter of pedestrians. I allowed myself to sink into the rhythms of the world, a pleasant numbness enveloping my mind. Yet, beneath the surface, an insistent whisper, a call that had no origin but tugged at my consciousness with relentless tenacity, began to grow louder. It was in the quiet of the afternoon when the disturbance first manifested, subtle and almost imperceptible, like a shadow passing just beyond the corner of my vision. The phone rang, a shrill interruption that shattered the fragile peace I'd constructed. The voice on the other end was one I hadn't heard in years, a voice belonging to a chapter of life I had long since sealed away. It was Claire, my sister, her tone urgent, laced with a desperation that sent a chill through my spine. "I need your help," she said, the words tumbling out in a rush, barely coherent. Memories of her flooded back, our childhood adventures, the laughter, and the inevitable drift into lives that took us on divergent paths. "It's Michael," she continued, and the mention of her husband's name brought a tightness to my chest. Michael, who had been more like a brother to me than a brother-in-law, had vanished months ago under circumstances that defied explanation. I found a way to bring him back. It was madness, the kind of story spun from grief and longing. She spoke of a bargain, a deal struck in desperation with forces that wore the guise of human reason, but masked something far darker. The words she used were ancient, carrying the weight of myths and forbidden knowledge. The skeptic in me dismissed it all as delusion, but the weight of her conviction was undeniable. Against my better judgment, I found myself agreeing to meet her, drawn by a force I couldn't name, propelled by the hope that perhaps, in this impossible quest, we might find closure. The meeting place was a decrepit church on the outskirts of town, its once majestic facade now a tapestry of decay and neglect. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and mold, a tangible reminder of the passage of time. Claire stood in the nave, her presence both familiar and unsettling. Her eyes held a wild, feverish intensity that I'd never seen before, as if she alone bore the weight of an ancient secret. She spoke in hushed tones, detailing the terms of the bargain she had struck. a chance to retrieve Michael's soul from the depths of hell itself, but only if she could face the trials that awaited. I listened transfixed as she outlined the path she intended to take, a journey into the underworld. It was a place I'd only ever encountered in stories and nightmares, a realm of eternal torment and shadow. Logic and reason screamed at me to walk away, to abandon this folly before it consumed us both. Yet something within me, a tether of loyalty and the unyielding bond of family, compelled me to stay by her side. Together, we ventured into the night, our footsteps echoing through the abandoned corridors of the church until we reached a passage hidden beneath the sanctuary. The air grew cold and heavy as we descended, the light fading into an oppressive darkness that clung to us like a shroud. My heart drummed a frantic rhythm in my chest, each beat a reminder of the fragility of our existence. The passage seemed to stretch on endlessly, a serpentine labyrinth that defied the laws of space and time. The walls closed in around us, the weight of unseen eyes pressing down, suffocating in its intensity. Our only guide was the flickering flame of a single candle, its meager light casting grotesque shadows that danced in mocking mimicry. Then, as suddenly as it began, the passage opened into a vast expanse, a chasm that yawned before us, like the maw of some ancient beast. The air was thick with sulfur, acrid and suffocating, and the ground beneath us was a jagged expanse of blackened stone. This was it, the threshold of hell, the point beyond which there could be no return. Claire paused, her resolve wavering for the briefest of moments. "Are you with me?" she asked, her voice barely audible above the howl of the wind that swept through the abyss. I nodded, though every instinct urged me to flee, to abandon this foolhardy mission and seek refuge in the world above. But the bond that tied us was unbreakable, forged in the fires of shared experience and unspoken understanding. As we stepped into the void, the world shifted around us, the boundaries of reality warping and bending to accommodate the unnatural landscape. Time lost all meaning, each moment stretching into eternity as we navigated through a terrain that seemed alive, pulsing with a malevolent energy. The trials were many, each a manifestation of our deepest fears and regrets. Shadows flickered at the edge of our vision, whispering taunts and promises of despair. The ground beneath us shifted and writhed, threatening to swallow us whole. Yet through it all, Claire pressed on, driven by a strength that defied comprehension. Her determination was a beacon in the darkness, a constant reminder of the love that fueled her quest. As we ventured deeper, the trials became more insidious, the landscape twisting into a reflection of our innermost guilt and sorrow. Memories twisted and distorted, replaying moments of failure and loss. Figures from our past emerged, their faces contorted into grotesque masks of accusation and betrayal. It was a physical manifestation of the anguish that had haunted us, and it took every ounce of will to push through, to deny the seductive pull of despair. The climax came when we reached the heart of hell, a place that defied description, an endless void that stretched beyond the limits of perception. Here, The air was still, heavy with the weight of countless souls trapped in eternal torment. This was the moment of truth, the point at which Claire's unwavering resolve would be tested. Before us stood a figure, a being of unimaginable power and darkness. Its presence was both a void and a burning flame, a paradox that could not be reconciled. It spoke in a voice that resonated through the very core of our beings, offering the bargain once more, a chance to retrieve Michael, but at a cost that defied comprehension. Claire hesitated, her resolve faltering in the face of the unspeakable. But as the darkness threatened to consume us, I saw a flicker of recognition in her eyes. It was a moment of clarity, a realization that the true cost was not one she could bear alone. In that instant, I understood the depth of her love and the sacrifice she was willing to make. I stepped forward, my heart pounding in my chest, and placed my hand upon the entity, feeling the chill of eternity seep into my bones. I offered myself as the price, a willing exchange to spare her from the burden she could not carry. The entity's laughter echoed through the void, a sound both cruel and oddly gentle, as if acknowledging the nobility of the gesture. And then, the world shattered, reality fracturing around us as we were pulled back from the brink. The trials, the darkness, the very essence of hell itself faded into nothingness. We found ourselves once more in the sanctuary of the church, the oppressive weight of the underworld dissipating like mist in the morning sun. Claire wept, her tears a mingling of relief and sorrow. We had succeeded, though at a cost neither of us fully understood. Michael stood before her, whole and yet changed, his eyes reflecting the burden of his own journey through the shadows. But in that moment, none of it mattered. They were together, bound by a love that had defied the abyss. The days that followed were quiet, a return to the normalcy I had once taken for granted. Yet, the experience left a mark upon my soul, an indelible reminder of what lay beyond the veil of reality. I found myself haunted by the memory of that place, the whispers of the void echoing in the quiet moments of solitude. Even now, as I walk through the familiar streets of the city, I catch glimpses of that other world, a flicker of shadow, a chill breeze that carries a hint of sulfur. It is a reminder that the bargain, though unspeakable, was real, and that the boundaries between our world and the next are thinner than we dare to acknowledge. In the end, the fear lingers, not as a consuming terror, but as a silent companion. It is a reminder that love and sacrifice are boundless, capable of transcending even the most formidable of trials. And though the darkness may always be a shadow on the periphery, I find solace in the knowledge that we faced it together and emerged on the other side, forever changed. Life had a way of moving in its own rhythm, a gentle flow of moments that blended seamlessly into one another, nurtured by routines and the quiet hum of everyday existence. Our family home, nestled comfortably at the edge of town, was a testament to this tranquility. The garden, always a lush green, was tended with care, while the inside of the house bore the familiar scent of cinnamon and vanilla from my mother's incessant baking. This was the environment that cradled us, each day weaving into the next with comforting predictability. My brother Mike and I were inseparable, our adventures often taking us to local spots, the library, musty and eternal, with its stacks of books, or the park where the swings creaked a gentle lullaby. These were spaces that embodied our shared world, places where we could speak in our secret language, one built from years of brotherhood. Mike, with his infectious laughter and endless curiosity, was the centerpiece of our small family tapestry. But then, he was gone. It was a quiet Saturday when it happened, the kind of day that begins with hope lingering in the morning air. Mike had gone out for a jog, a routine as familiar as the rising sun. When the afternoon stretched into evening and brought no sign of him, worry settled into the pit of my stomach. The hours trickled by, waited with silence and unanswered questions, until the phone call shattered everything. An accident, they said. Sudden, unexpected. The words hung in the air, heavy as lead, refusing to dissipate. The days that followed were a blur, an endless cycle of grief and disbelief, punctuated by the hollow echoes of condolences that seemed to skim the surface of our loss without ever truly touching it. Our family home, once vibrant with laughter and life, now felt like a mausoleum haunted by the absence of its brightest spirit. The library, the park, they became places I avoided, spaces too saturated with memories of Mike's presence to bear. As weeks turned to months, the initial sting of pain dulled into a persistent, aching void. Yet, among the remnants of normal life, a strange sensation began to take root, a feeling that Mike was not entirely gone. At first, it was subtle, a whisper of movement at the edge of my vision, the fleeting impression of his voice in the quiet hours of the night. I dismissed these as tricks of a mind desperate for comfort, but they grew stronger, more insistent, until they could no longer be ignored. One evening, while sifting through Mike's belongings, an act that had become a ritual of remembrance, I discovered something peculiar, a small leather-bound journal hidden beneath a stack of books. Its pages were filled with Mike's familiar scrawl, recounting dreams and musings, but towards the end, they took on a different tone. He wrote of encounters, of a presence that visited him in sleep, offering cryptic promises and unsettling suggestions. The last entry, penned with a shaking hand, spoke of a deal, a bargain struck to return. Driven by an urgency I couldn't quite comprehend, I began to search for answers. The library became my refuge once more, this time a place of study rather than solace. I delved into tomes of the esoteric and the occult, seeking anything that might explain the phenomena surrounding Mike's disappearance and the journal's implications. The whispers I had dismissed now seemed like pieces of a puzzle waiting to be solved. It was during one of these late-night research sessions that I first heard of Madame Elara. Her name appeared in the margins of a particularly obscure volume, scrawled by a previous reader. A medium, it said, with abilities far beyond the ordinary. A gatekeeper between worlds. The notion seemed ridiculous, a relic of superstition, yet desperation is a powerful motivator, one that can turn skepticism into belief. Finding Madame Elara proved easier than expected. She operated out of a quaint, unassuming house on the outskirts of town, a place that seemed untouched by time. With its ivy-clad walls and windows that glowed warmly in the evening light, it was a stark contrast to the chilling aura her reputation suggested. As I approached, a sense of inevitability settled over me, as if I were being drawn by invisible threads to the heart of a mystery I barely understood. She welcomed me with a knowing smile, eyes that seemed to see beyond the veil of reality. "You seek answers," she said, her voice a soothing melody in the dim room. "And perhaps something more." I nodded, words failing me, and she gestured for me to sit. Her methods were unconventional, yet bore an air of solemnity that demanded respect. She spoke of realms and entities, of spirits who lingered in the spaces between worlds. Her words wove a tapestry of belief around me, one that felt both foreign and oddly familiar. As she began her ritual, a hush descended, the air thick with anticipation. The séance was unlike anything I had imagined. The room seemed to breathe with us, shadows and light dancing in a silent rhythm. Madame Elara's voice rose and fell in gentle incantations, each word a key turning some hidden lock. I sat motionless, every nerve attuned to the unseen forces at play. Then, a presence filled the space, a shift so profound it was as if the world had tilted on its axis. The temperature dropped, a chill seeping into my bones, yet I remained riveted to my seat. Madame Elara's eyes fluttered open, and for a brief moment, they were not her own. "He is here," she whispered, her voice a strange harmony of her own and something else. I felt Mike then, a warmth that washed over me, a connection rekindled. But there was something more, another will entwined with his, a darker thread in the fabric of his being. Through Madame Elara, Mike spoke. His voice was a haunting echo, familiar yet distorted by the medium's timbre. He told of the deal he had struck, a bargain with a spirit who promised life in exchange for a tether, his soul bound to our world, but not entirely his own. The entity had taken root within him, a shadowy passenger that sought to use him as a vessel. The revelation was both a comfort and a terror. Mike was not lost, but neither was he truly present. The entity's hold was strong, its intentions shrouded in mystery. Madame Elara's expression was grave as she explained the options. Sever the connection and risk losing Mike forever, or negotiate a new pact, one that could restore balance. I found myself at a crossroads, the burden of choice pressing heavily on my heart. The prospect of losing Mike again was unbearable, yet the thought of him being used by a malevolent force was equally horrifying. I turned to Madame Elara, seeking guidance, and found a reflection of my own turmoil in her eyes. Negotiation seemed the only path forward, but it was fraught with danger. Madame Elara would act as our intermediary, a bridge between worlds to mediate the terms. She warned of the risks. The entity's nature was unpredictable, its desires unknowable. Yet driven by love and desperation, I agreed. The second séance was a storm of whispers and shadows, the air charged with a tension that thrummed in my very bones. Madame Elara's voice was a beacon in the darkness, guiding us through the treacherous currents of the spirit realm. The entity was resistant, a force of will that pushed against our every attempt to communicate. But Madame Elara was relentless, her presence a bulwark against its encroaching malice. At last, we reached a tenuous accord. The entity demanded a price, a fragment of my own spirit, a sacrifice to balance the scales. The thought was daunting, yet I accepted without hesitation. For Mike, I would give anything. The ritual concluded with a final incantation, a crescendo of sound that reverberated through the room. I felt a sharp tug within me, a pulling sensation that left me breathless, but also lighter, as if a weight I hadn't realized I was carrying had been lifted. The entity retreated, its presence dimming to a whisper, and in its place, there was only Mike, a sense of wholeness restored. The days that followed were a strange blend of relief and uncertainty. Mike was back, but different. A quiet intensity in his eyes, a depth that hadn't been there before. He remembered the ordeal, the entity's influence like a shadow across his memory. Yet he was grateful, his appreciation a balm for the scars left behind. Still, the deal lingered in the corners of my mind, a reminder of the price paid. The knowledge that part of me was now bound to the spirit world was unsettling, a constant undercurrent to the normalcy we tried to reclaim. But in the face of what we had overcome, it was a small burden to bear. Our family home gradually filled once more with the sounds of life and laughter. The garden bloomed under our care, vibrant and alive, while the scent of cinnamon and vanilla mingled with the air. Yet, in quiet moments, I would catch glimpses of what lay beyond. A flicker of movement in the shadows, a whisper carried on the wind. The boundaries between our world and the next had thinned, allowing me brief interludes with the unseen. And so, life continued. The library and the park became places of solace again, spaces where Mike and I could forge new memories, layered over the old. The deal to bring Mike back had altered our paths in ways unseen, its effects rippling through the fabric of our lives. But we embraced it, each day a testament to the love that had transcended even the boundaries of life and death. Yet, beneath the surface, there lingered a fear, a quiet, persistent dread that one day the entity might return to reclaim what it believed was owed. In those moments, when the evening light cast long shadows across the landscape, I would find comfort in the knowledge that whatever lay ahead, we would face it together. Our spirits, bound by love and sacrifice, were stronger than any force that sought to divide us. The early morning sun filtered through the kitchen window, casting a warm glow across the wooden table. The kitchen was filled with the comforting aroma of freshly brewed coffee and toasted bread. It was a scene of normalcy that I cherished, especially now that I had begun to appreciate the smaller details of life. I had always been a morning person, and this was the part of the day I relished the most. Sitting there with my steaming cup, I would watch as the world slowly came to life. Birds chirped outside, and occasionally a neighbor would drive by on their way to work. My husband, Edward, usually joined me in these morning rituals, but today, like so many recent days, He was still upstairs, enveloped in his own world. Edward had died 6 months ago, a fact I was only starting to accept, though my heart still clung to the notion, the mere thought feeling like a betrayal. He had been the center of my universe, and his sudden departure had left a void too immense to fill. Our home, once resonating with laughter and conversation, felt cavernous and silent, a mausoleum of memories. Yet, as I sat there, the air felt different. There was an inexplicable presence, a feeling that Edward was near, watching over me. It was comforting, albeit strange. I reminded myself it was part of the grieving process. Hallucinations were not uncommon, my therapist had assured me. I went about my day, trying to maintain a semblance of routine. I worked from home, a writer of modest success, and my study had become both my sanctuary and my prison. The familiarity of tapping keys drowned out the silence of the house, but even amidst the clatter, I could sense Edward's presence. Sometimes I would catch a shadow flitting in the corner of my eye, or hear a floorboard creak as if under the weight of a footfall. In the evenings, I would allow myself to relax in the living room, the television murmuring background noise. The sofa where Edward often sat was now a shrine, his favorite blanket draped over the back, a lingering scent of his cologne still clinging to the fabric. I would sit there, lost in thought, often feeling as though I was not alone. It was during one of these moments that the first disturbance occurred. I had been engrossed in a particularly gripping novel when I heard a faint rustling coming from the kitchen. It was the sound of paper, as if someone were rifling through the pile of letters on the counter. I dismissed it as the wind, though the windows were firmly shut, telling myself that the mind plays tricks, especially when steeped in solitude. Over the next few days, the disturbances increased. The radio would switch on by itself, playing Edward's favorite station, or I would find doors ajar that I knew I had closed. Once, I returned from a walk to find the dining room table set for two, candles lit and flickering gently. It felt like an invitation, a gesture of warmth amidst the coldness of my grief. And despite the strangeness of it all, I was not afraid. If anything, I found solace in these peculiar occurrences, clinging to the notion that Edward was still with me in some form or another. However, the comfort soon gave way to unease as the incidents became more pronounced, more tangible. One night, as I lay in bed, I felt a weight beside me, the mattress dipping as though someone had settled in. My heart raced, a mix of fear and anticipation. I dared not open my eyes, fearing the loss of the illusion if I peeked. Yet, I reached out instinctively, my fingers grazing against cool sheets, empty of what I longed to find. Was my mind unraveling under the weight of loss, or was there something more at play? I could no longer tell, as reality and delusion blurred into one indistinct haze. I decided to seek advice from the one person who might understand, Margaret, a dear friend who had experienced her own share of loss. She listened patiently as I recounted the odd happenings, her expression a mix of sympathy and concern. "It's not uncommon," she said softly, her hand resting on mine. The brain can conjure all sorts of things when grieving, but perhaps... She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. Perhaps it's worth exploring the possibility that there's something he needs to communicate. Her suggestion lingered in my thoughts, and I found myself considering it more seriously as the days passed. What if Edward's presence was not a mere figment of my imagination? What if he was trying to tell me something? The idea was both thrilling and terrifying, shaking the foundation of what I believed possible. One evening, driven by a mix of desperation and hope, I decided to engage with this presence. I sat in the living room, the room where I had felt him most strongly, and spoke aloud. "Edward," I said, my voice trembling, "if you're here, if you're trying to tell me something, please, show me." For a moment there was only silence, the quiet hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the only sound. Then the room grew cold, a sudden chill that raised goosebumps on my skin. The lights flickered, and I heard a soft rustling behind me. Slowly I turned, and there, on the coffee table, lay the book I had been reading, open and untouched. The pages fluttered gently, as if stirred by an unseen hand. My heart pounded as I approached, peering at the open page. It was bookmarked with a photograph, a picture of Edward and me, taken during happier times. We were smiling, carefree, a stark contrast to the turmoil I felt inside. But it was not the photograph that caught my attention. It was the underlined passage beneath it, speaking of love enduring beyond the veil of mortality. The message was clear, and with it came a profound sense of peace. Edward was reaching out, not in distress, but as a reminder of our bond. He was still here, in a manner beyond my comprehension, and his presence was as real as the warmth of the sun that greeted me each morning. For a while, this knowledge was enough. I continued with my life, feeling the weight of grief lift ever so slightly, replaced by the comforting notion that love transcends even death. Yet, as comforting as it was, the feeling was short-lived. The disturbances grew more insistent, more demanding of my attention. Objects would move when I looked away, lights would flicker, and the radio would blare static at odd hours. I could no longer dismiss them as mere coincidences. It was as if Edward were trying to tell me something more, something urgent and imperative. One fateful night, as I sat alone in the study, I felt an overwhelming compulsion to go to the attic, a place I rarely ventured. The door creaked open, revealing a dusty darkness filled with forgotten relics and boxes of memories. As I stepped inside, the air felt heavy, charged with a palpable tension. I moved through the clutter, guided by an unexplainable pull, until I found myself standing before an old trunk. It was one I had not opened in years, its contents a mystery even to me. With trembling hands, I unlatched the lid, the creak of its hinges loud in the oppressive silence. Inside were remnants of our life together, photographs, letters, and keepsakes of moments long past. And there, buried beneath layers of nostalgia, lay an envelope, yellowed with age, and addressed to me in Edward's unmistakable handwriting. My heart caught in my throat as I opened it, the paper brittle beneath my fingers. The letter was a revelation, a confession of sorts. Edward had written it during the early days of our marriage, a testament to a secret he had kept hidden, fearing it might drive me away. He spoke of a darkness that crept through his family, a legacy of tragedy and sorrow, and his fear that it might one day touch us. As I read, the room seemed to close in around me, the walls whispering secrets long buried. The letter spoke of dreams he had, dreams of a shadow that followed him, an unseen specter that preyed upon the happiness of those in his bloodline. It was a warning, a plea for understanding should the darkness ever reach us. The room grew colder, the shadows deepening as if alive. Edward's presence was no longer comforting. It was desperate, a cry for help echoing through the ether. The realization that this darkness might have played a role in his death, that it might still linger, sent a chill through my very soul. The revelation altered everything I thought I knew. The house, our sanctuary, felt different now, as though it hid a malignant force lurking in the corners. I understood now that Edward's appearances were not just messages of love, they were warnings. The climax of this haunting came not with a bang, but with a whisper, a soft rustle in the air as I stood there, the letter clutched in my trembling hand. I knew then that I had to confront this darkness, to break its hold over us, to free Edward and myself from its grasp. Armed with newfound resolve, I sought help, delving into the history of Edward's family, uncovering the threads of a curse that stretched back generations. It was a tale of betrayal and sorrow, a legacy passed down like an unwelcome heirloom. Through research and ritual, I sought to sever its ties, to cleanse our home and release Edward's spirit to the peace he deserved. The night I performed the ritual was one of storms, the wind howling outside, echoing the turmoil within. I followed the steps meticulously, guided by texts and intuition, a dance of light and shadow that filled the house. As the final words were spoken, the air grew still, the oppressive weight lifting as though a great burden had been released. In that moment of silence, I felt Edward, a presence no longer bound by fear or sorrow. He was free, his love a gentle warmth that enveloped me, a promise of reunion in a time yet to come. Tears flowed freely as I whispered my farewell, a goodbye and a promise intertwined. In the days that followed, the disturbances ceased, the house settling into a peaceful stillness. I continued my journey of healing, carrying Edward's memory within me, a beacon of love that guided me through the shadows. Yet, the knowledge of the darkness that had touched our lives lingered like a specter, a reminder that some forces are beyond understanding. I no longer feared it, though. I had faced it and emerged stronger, armed with the knowledge that love is the greatest power of all. And so I lived, each day a testament to the love we shared, a love that had transcended even the boundaries of life and death. Though Edward was gone from this world, his spirit remained, a cherished part of me that would never fade, a ghost of love that haunted my heart in the most beautiful of ways. The early morning sunlight filtered gently through the sheer curtains, casting a delicate glow across the room. This was my sanctuary, a suburban house nestled quietly at the end of a crescent-shaped street. It was a place that promised tranquility, or so I had believed when we first moved in. The neighborhood breathed with the contented sighs of routine life, people mowing lawns, the scent of fresh coffee wafting through open windows, children biking along the sidewalks. It was here that I sought peace after years of turmoil. But what I found instead was an unsettling sense of watchfulness. My days began with the ritualistic comfort of brewing coffee, its rich aroma a promise of normalcy. As the kettle bubbled, I'd stand by the kitchen sink, gazing out the window. The garden was small yet bursting with life, a riot of colors that always brought a smile to my face. It was a place that seemed incapable of harboring secrets. Yet, it was just beyond this serene garden that I first felt her presence. The unseen mistress who would unravel the very fabric of my existence. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly, like the softest whisper brushed against the ear. I would catch fleeting shadows from the corner of my eye, shadows that danced and dissolved when I turned to face them. The air would grow cooler in certain parts of the house, but never in a way that demanded immediate attention. I dismissed these occurrences as quirks of an aging house, the playful antics of settled dust, or the drafts of old windows. My life continued in its quiet rhythm, the disturbances mere footnotes in an otherwise predictable composition. However, the serenity that I clung to began to erode ever so slightly, as if an invisible hand gently peeled away layers of comfort. It was during one of those otherwise ordinary evenings that the first undeniable sign revealed itself. I had been reading in the living room, the soft glow of a lamp, my only companion. My husband, Mark, was working late again, his absences growing more frequent of late. I tried not to let it bother me, though the echoes of loneliness had started to fill the spaces he left behind. As I turned a page, the room felt different, charged with an unfamiliar energy. The atmosphere thickened, and a chill swept down my spine. I looked up, and there she was. A flicker in the periphery, a smudge on the edge of my vision. A translucent figure glided silently across the room, her image a blurred reflection of reality. Her eyes, dark, deep pools of sorrow, seemed to bore into mine, communicating an unspeakable longing. My heart pounded, but I held my breath, afraid that any movement might shatter the fragile reality of her presence. She lingered for a moment, suspended between the dimensions of the seen and unseen, before dissolving into thin air. I was left to grapple with the chill of her departure, the questions that tangled in my mind like restless vines. Who was she, and what did she want from me? Days blurred into each other, each marked by a growing awareness of her presence. The house seemed to breathe with an unseen life, its walls echoing with whispers that spoke of betrayal and despair. I became obsessed with unraveling the mystery of the woman who haunted my every waking moment. Conversations with neighbors hinted at a dark story, fragments of a tragic past that had been buried beneath layers of suburban normalcy. I learned of a woman named Evelyn, a beautiful soul who had lived in this very house years before. She had been married to a man who, much like my own husband, was often absent. Rumors spoke of an affair, a web of infidelity that had unraveled her happiness. Her life had ended abruptly, under circumstances shrouded in secrecy and whispers. Some said she had been murdered, others spoke of a suicide. But the truth remained buried with her. The more I learned, the more I felt her pain intertwine with my own. Her story became a haunting reflection of my own life, her silent cries an echo of my unspoken fears. I began to sense her anguish, a heavy cloak that draped over my shoulders, and I couldn't shake the feeling that her fate was a warning, a mirror held up to my own marriage's uneasy fragility. My husband remained oblivious to the turmoil that churned just beneath the surface of our lives. His late nights grew longer, his excuses thinner, and I found myself questioning the fidelity of our vows. Was he following the same path that had led Evelyn to her untimely demise? The boundaries of my reality began to blur, each shadow becoming a potential harbinger of her return. The escalation came when I accidentally stumbled upon a hidden compartment in the attic, a small dusty space that held a cache of forgotten memories. It was there that I found a set of letters, yellowed with age, yet bursting with the vibrancy of a love that had once burned fiercely. They were addressed to Evelyn, penned by a lover whose passionate words belied the darkness of their affair. Each sentence was a brushstroke that painted a vivid picture of desire, betrayal, and despair. Reading them felt intrusive, yet I couldn't tear my eyes away. Her life unfolded in those letters, a narrative of longing and heartbreak that resonated deeply within me. I felt an overwhelming sadness for her plight, a kinship that transcended time and space. Her story became my story, our lives intertwined by the invisible threads of shared suffering. The letters ignited a fire within me, a determination to uncover the truth of her demise, and, perhaps, to find a measure of peace for us both. I spent hours researching, scouring forgotten records and faded newspaper clippings. Each piece of evidence was a stepping stone across a turbulent river of uncertainty. The more I uncovered, the more the boundaries between our worlds began to dissolve. It was during a particularly stormy night that the climax of her haunting reached its zenith. The rain lashed against the windows, a relentless force of nature that mirrored the turmoil within my heart. I sat in the living room, the dim light casting long shadows that danced with sinister intent. The letters lay spread before me, their words echoing in my mind like a mournful dirge. And then she appeared, more vividly than ever before. Her visage was a ghostly reflection of beauty and sorrow, her form shimmering with an ethereal glow. She moved towards me, her presence no longer a fleeting wisp, but a tangible force. Her eyes locked onto mine, and in that moment, the veil between our realms lifted. I felt her emotions flood through me, a torrent of love, despair, and an overwhelming need for closure. Evelyn's presence filled the room, and with a voice that seemed to echo from the depths of time itself, she spoke. Her words were a plea, a desperate need for her story to be told, for the truth of her life and death to be acknowledged. She sought redemption, not just for herself, but for the man she had loved, for the promise of a life that had been cruelly snatched away. Her essence brushed against mine, and I felt the weight of her burden, a heaviness that threatened to crush my spirit. In that moment of communion, I understood the full depth of her tragedy and the reflection it cast upon my own life. Her story was a cautionary tale, a beacon warning against the rocks of betrayal and deceit. I promised her that I would not let her memory fade into obscurity, that I would uncover the truth and share it with the world, a testament to her enduring love and pain. And then, as suddenly as she had appeared, Evelyn was gone, leaving behind a silence that echoed with her final plea. I sat in the dim light, the storm raging outside, my heart heavy with the weight of her story. The letters were a testament to her life, a narrative that I vowed to preserve and share. In the days that followed, the house felt different, lighter, as if a burden had been lifted. Evelyn's presence faded, her restless spirit finally at peace. I took her story to heart, a reminder to cherish the fragile bonds of love and to guard against the corrosive power of deceit. Yet, even as her presence waned, I could not forget the haunting reflection of her life upon my own. The shadows that had danced across the walls remained a silent reminder of the unseen forces that shaped our lives. I carried her story with me, a talisman against the darkness, a promise to live with integrity and to honor the bonds of love. Though Evelyn had found peace, her story lingered in the corners of my mind, a constant reminder of the unseen mistress who had once haunted my home. Her tale was a whisper in the wind, a shadow in the night, a reminder that love, once betrayed, could leave echoes that reverberated across the boundaries of life and death. From the first moment we set foot in our new home, I felt an unfamiliar sense of calm, as though the house itself welcomed us with open arms. It was a beautiful old Victorian, the kind the world had seemingly forgotten, tucked into a quiet neighborhood where the trees swayed gently with the wind, whispering stories of the past. The floors creaked with a sort of dignity, and the walls, though aged, exuded warmth. My husband, Daniel, and I had finally found a place we could call our own, away from the bustling city and its blaring chaos. We spent our first evening unpacking, opening dusty boxes of memories and placing them carefully around the house. When we stumbled across the painting, it was wrapped in old cloth, tucked away as if waiting to be rediscovered. The portrait was of a woman, graceful and serene, her eyes averted, lost in thought. There was something ethereal about her, something that drew me in immediately. I felt a strange kinship with her, as if she embodied a part of me that I hadn't yet recognized. Daniel didn't share my fascination. He dismissed it with a casual glance and a shrug, preoccupied with setting up the more practical elements of our new life. I, however, found a perfect spot for the portrait above the fireplace in our sitting room, a place she could watch over us, her presence both comforting and mysterious. For the first few weeks, life settled into a gentle rhythm. We were happy, content in our newfound sanctuary. Yet every evening, as I sat in the dim glow of the fire, I found my eyes drifting to the portrait. The woman's expression seemed to shift subtly in the flickering light, as if she were on the verge of speaking, or perhaps Warning. I dismissed these thoughts as mere fancy, the product of an overactive imagination and too many ghost stories whispered in childhood. But then, small things began to disturb the peace we had cultivated so carefully. It started with little noises, the kind that could easily be attributed to an old house settling. But they were too precise, too consistent, almost as if they were forming a pattern, a rhythm. Daniel, ever the skeptic, attributed it to the wind or the house's antiquity, and for a while, I let myself believe him. One night, as we lay in bed, I heard a soft humming. The sound was faint, but undeniably there, a tune I couldn't quite place. It seemed to drift through the hallway, weaving in and out of the walls, lingering just outside our bedroom door. I nudged Daniel awake, but by the time he listened, it had vanished, leaving only silence in its wake. The next day, I noticed something peculiar. The light in the sitting room seemed to play tricks on me. When I entered the room in the morning, the portrait appeared unchanged, but by evening, the woman's eyes seemed more intense, her features sharper, almost as if she had been waiting for me. I tried brushing it off, convincing myself that it was merely the interplay of shadows and light. As days turned into weeks, the disturbances grew more pronounced. The humming would occasionally return, and sometimes objects would be found in places I was certain I hadn't left them. Yet, the more unsettling occurrence involved the portrait itself. I began to have dreams, vivid, unsettling dreams, where I stood before the painting, and the woman would turn her gaze towards me. Her eyes locked onto mine, filled with a plea, a desperate urgency that left me breathless upon waking. Daniel, pragmatic as always, insisted there was a logical explanation. Perhaps the stress of the move, he suggested, or the countless hours spent unpacking, had left my mind susceptible to illusions. I wanted to believe him, to dismiss the unease that had settled into the corners of my heart. Yet, each time I entered the sitting room, the woman's eyes seemed to hold a story I could not ignore. One evening, as I sat alone, I found myself drawn to the portrait once more. The fire crackled softly, the room bathed in its warm glow. I stared at the painting, searching for answers in the painted depths of her eyes. Without knowing why, I found myself talking to her, my voice breaking the heavy silence of the house. "Who are you?" I whispered, the question hanging in the air, unanswered. That night, the dream came again, more powerful than before. But this time, something was different. The woman in the portrait spoke, her voice soft, yet commanding. "Find the truth," she said, her words echoing in the hollow spaces of my mind. "Find the truth and set me free." Awakening in a cold sweat, I knew I couldn't ignore it any longer. Whatever had drawn us to this house, whatever secrets it harbored, were intricately tied to the portrait and the woman within it. I felt a compulsion to unravel the mystery, a pull as strong as the tides. The following days were spent in a haze of research and quiet introspection. I pored over old documents, searching for any connection the house might have had with the woman in the painting. I visited local libraries, scoured archives, and spoke to neighbors, piecing together fragments of forgotten history. What I discovered was both fascinating and chilling. The house had once belonged to a family who vanished mysteriously over a century ago. The woman in the painting was Eleanor Whitmore, a young bride who, along with her husband, disappeared without a trace. The legend surrounding their disappearance was steeped in sorrow and whispers of betrayal. Some claimed they had fled, others that they had met a more sinister fate. Armed with this knowledge, I returned home, feeling the weight of Eleanor's gaze upon me as I entered the sitting room. The portrait seemed to pulse with a life of its own, the woman's expression more intense, more alive. I knew I had to confront whatever truth lay hidden within the confines of our home. That evening, as the clock struck midnight, I decided to search the house. Daniel was asleep, oblivious to the turmoil that had gripped me. I lit a candle, its flickering flame casting long shadows as I moved through the darkened hallways. I was drawn to the attic, a place we had yet to explore fully. The air was thick with dust and the scent of forgotten time as I climbed the creaky stairs. The attic was cluttered with remnants of the past, boxes, old furniture, and forgotten trinkets. I moved cautiously, the candlelight revealing glimpses of history. It was there, amidst the cobwebs and shadows, that I found it. A small, concealed compartment hidden within the wall. With trembling hands, I opened it, revealing a stack of letters, yellowed with age. Their contents were heartbreaking, a chronicle of love and despair, penned by Eleanor herself. The letters spoke of a marriage filled with joy and later, betrayal, of a husband who had disappeared into the night, leaving her to face the murmurings of scandal and shame. The final letter, stained with tears, revealed the depth of her sorrow and her ultimate decision. Bound by love and despair, Eleanor had ended her life, casting herself into the river that bordered the property, her spirit forever tied to the place she had once called home. As I read the last words, a chill swept through the attic, and I felt an overwhelming presence beside me. I turned slowly to find Eleanor standing there, her form translucent, her eyes filled with gratitude and relief. She nodded once, a silent acknowledgement of the burden I had lifted, the truth I had found. In that moment, I understood. The portrait had been her prison, a vessel holding her sorrow and secrets until someone could uncover the truth and set her spirit free. As her image faded into the shadows, I felt a profound sense of peace. A weight lifted from the house and my heart. When I returned downstairs, the portrait above the fireplace had changed. The woman was gone, leaving behind an empty landscape, serene and untouched. Daniel found me in the morning, sleeping peacefully in the chair beside the hearth, unaware of the events that had transpired. Life returned to normalcy in the days that followed. The humming ceased, the disturbances disappeared, and the house settled into a comforting silence. Yet a part of me remained forever changed, touched by the lingering presence of Eleanor and the story I had uncovered. Even now, as I sit by the fire, I sometimes feel her presence, a gentle reminder of the past and the secrets that dwell in forgotten corners. I find solace in knowing that I was able to help, to unravel the mystery that had held her captive for so long. And though the portrait is gone, its memory lingers, an echo of a bygone era, a testament to the power of truth and the enduring strength of the human spirit. My name is James, and for the past 7 years, my wife Claire and I have lived in a quaint, old Victorian house, nestled in a small town that seems perpetually trapped in the embrace of autumn. It's the kind of place where leaves crunch underfoot and the wind whistles through the trees, whispering secrets that only the wind knows. Life was as normal and tranquil as the persistent sound of the creek that ran behind our garden. We fell into the rhythm of life here with an ease that was both comforting and unremarkable. The house itself was a comforting old embrace, with creaky wooden floors and the aromatic blend of cedar and dust that seemed to linger in the air, no matter how often we cleaned. Each room carried its own history, with faded wallpaper and antique furnishings that spoke of a time long past. In the living room hung a large, ornate painting, a portrait that had come with the house. It was of a woman in Edwardian attire, her eyes a striking shade of violet, staring out with an intensity that always seemed to follow you around the room. We never thought much of it. It was just another piece of the puzzle that was our home, a fixture as integral as the staircase or the grand old fireplace. The portrait was there on the day the estate agent showed us the house, and it was there when we moved in, standing sentinel over our lives with an inscrutability that was nearly endearing. It wasn't until the first day of winter, in our 7th year, that the normalcy began to shift, almost imperceptibly at first. It started with small things. One evening after dinner, I found Claire standing in front of the portrait, her head tilted, eyes narrowed in concentration. I asked her what she was looking at, and she shrugged, saying she thought the colors in the painting seemed different, more vivid somehow. I laughed it off, attributing it to the changing light as the days grew shorter. But as the days passed, I began to notice it too. The colors seemed to pulse with a life of their own, the woman's violet eyes growing more intense, more knowing. It was unsettling, but I kept these thoughts to myself, not wanting to fuel any unnecessary fears. Then one night, Claire woke me with a start. She had been dreaming, she said, of the woman in the portrait, who had stepped out of the painting and whispered to her, though Claire couldn't remember the words. Her voice was shaky, and I held her close, soothing her back to sleep. It was just a dream, I assured her, nothing more. Yet, as the days turned into weeks, the disturbances grew. We would hear footsteps in the night, soft and deliberate, tracing a path from the living room to the kitchen. Once, a shadow flitted across the hallway, dark and fleeting, as if someone, or something, was moving just out of sight. Claire was beginning to look exhausted, her eyes shadowed and hollowed by sleepless nights. I tried to rationalize it, to put her mind at ease. Old houses creak and groan, I told her. The mind plays tricks, especially in the silence of the night. But deep down, I wasn't as certain. There was something in the air, an electric charge, a watchful presence that seemed to lurk just beyond the veil of the ordinary. More than once, I caught myself staring at the portrait, the woman's eyes boring into mine with a knowing gaze that was both unsettling and magnetic. The escalation came one clear, moonlit night. Claire had gone to bed early, hoping to catch some rest before the nightmares returned. I sat in the living room, a book open on my lap, though I found it impossible to focus. The house was silent, save for the ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner. It was then that I heard it, a soft, melodic humming. It was coming from the direction of the portrait. I rose slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. As I stepped closer, the humming ceased, replaced by a whispering silence that pressed against my ears. I could feel the air grow colder, the hairs on my arms standing on end. The woman's eyes in the portrait seemed to flicker, the violet hues deepening to a dark, stormy purple. Compelled by some force I couldn't comprehend, I reached out to the painting, tracing the outline of her face with trembling fingers. The moment my skin made contact with the canvas, a shock ran through me, and I stumbled back, gasping for air. In that instant, the room shifted, the walls closing in as shadows danced along the edges of my vision. I saw her then, the woman from the portrait, standing beside me, her presence as real as the ground beneath my feet. She was beautiful, ethereal, a shimmering figure that seemed to absorb the light around her. Her lips moved, but no sound reached my ears, only the echo of a thought, a glimpse of her world, of her life, trapped within the confines of paint and canvas. I blinked, and she was gone, leaving only the soft rustle of the curtains in her wake. I sat there for what felt like hours, my mind racing, struggling to process what I had seen, what I had felt. The house was quiet once more, the only sound, the distant call of an owl outside. The next day, I found Claire staring at the painting again. She turned to me, her face pale, eyes wide with fear. "James," she whispered, "I think she's trying to tell us something." We spent the next few days researching the history of the house, searching for any clues that might explain the strange occurrences. We combed through old records, visited libraries, and spoke to anyone who might know something about the previous occupants. It was during one of these conversations with an elderly neighbor that we learned the truth. The woman in the portrait was Eliza Harrington, the original owner of the house. She had lived here over a century ago and was rumored to have been involved in dark practices, something whispered about, but never confirmed. The neighbor spoke of strange gatherings and whispered incantations that were said to echo through the walls. Eliza had been found dead one morning, her cause of death unknown, and since then, the house had changed hands numerous times, each owner leaving in haste, unable to bear the oppressive air that clung to the place. Armed with this knowledge, Claire and I returned home, more determined than ever to understand the portrait's secret. That night, we sat together in the living room, eyes fixed on Eliza's painted likeness. The air was thick with anticipation, the room bathed in the pale light of the moon. As the clock struck midnight, the house seemed to exhale, the walls shifting ever so slightly as if releasing a heavy sigh. The portrait's surface shimmered, the colors alive with a vibrancy that was both beautiful and terrible. Eliza's eyes seemed to lock onto mine, a connection sparking between us that defied explanation. Then, in a moment that stretched into eternity, the truth revealed itself. Images flooded my mind. Eliza's life, her passions, her fears. I saw her standing in this very room, casting spells, her life force intertwined with the paint and canvas that held her essence. She had never intended to harm anyone, only to preserve a piece of herself, a fragment of her soul that could endure beyond the confines of her mortal existence. I understood then that Eliza was not the malevolent presence we had feared. She was trapped, a prisoner of her own making, yearning for release. We had to help her, to set her free. In the days that followed, Claire and I worked tirelessly, piecing together the fragments of Eliza's spells, guided by the whispers that now filled the house. We gathered the necessary items, following the instructions that seemed to come from a place deep within our minds. On the night of the full moon, we stood before the portrait, our hands clasped together. The air was charged with energy, the house alive with a pulsating rhythm that matched our racing hearts. We spoke the incantation, our voices blending with the howling wind outside. The painting glowed with an ethereal light, the colors swirling and merging until they became a single, blinding flash. And then, just as suddenly, it was over. The room was silent, the portrait no longer a haunting presence but a simple painting. The woman's eyes, now serene, at peace. Claire and I stood in the quiet, the weight of the past lifted from our shoulders. The house felt different, lighter, as if a great burden had been lifted. We knew that Eliza was free, her spirit finally at rest. Even now, as I sit here writing this, I can feel her presence, not as a haunting specter, but as a gentle, benevolent force watching over us. The house is our home once more, a place of warmth and safety. The shadows that once lurked in the corners, banished by the light of understanding. Yet sometimes, late at night, when the moon is high and the world is quiet, I find myself drawn to the painting, to the woman who once lived within its frame. Her eyes still seem to follow me, a silent reminder of her story, of the secrets that lie just beneath the surface of the world we think we know. And though the fear has subsided, replaced by a profound sense of connection, a lingering shiver runs through me at the thought of what else might be waiting, hidden in the shadows of our lives, waiting to be discovered. Wilbur was a man of peculiar habits, a collector of oddities and artifacts, each piece meticulously chosen and displayed with care in his Victorian-style home. The house itself was a relic, standing defiantly against time with its intricate woodwork and stained glass windows that sang when the light hit them just right. I met Wilbur at a cafe where he sat alone, nursing a cup of coffee and reading an old leather-bound book. There was a magnetic pull about him, a quiet charisma that drew you in and made you want to know more. Our first conversation was about literature, a safe yet deeply personal topic for both of us. Wilbur had a voice that was smooth and velvety, each word enunciated as if it were a precious artifact from his collection. He spoke of rare editions and obscure authors with a fervor that was infectious. Over the course of several months, we became close, and he invited me to his home, often sharing stories of his latest acquisitions, each one with a history as rich and layered as the dust on their surfaces. Entering Wilbur's house was like stepping into another world. The air was thick with the scent of old paper and polished wood. Every corner held a secret, every room a new discovery. There were bookshelves that stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with volumes that seemed to whisper their tales into the quiet. Odd sculptures caught the eye, each positioned to draw attention at just the right moment. It was a place where time felt like it had folded in on itself, where the past mingled with the present in a delicate dance. It was during one of my visits that I first noticed something unsettling. We were seated in his study, a room dimly lit by a single lamp that cast long shadows across the walls. Wilbur was speaking animatedly about an artifact he had acquired from a distant auction, a small statue carved from ebony that seemed to absorb the light around it. As he turned to place it carefully on a shelf, my gaze drifted to a large, ornate mirror hanging on the opposite wall. Its surface was impossibly clear, reflecting the room with eerie precision. But there was something off about the reflection. The angles, the way the light played on the surfaces, it didn't match what was before me. It was as if the mirror was showing a version of the room that existed just a fraction of a second behind the present. I dismissed this as a trick of the light, a result of the dim illumination and the strange angles of the room. Yet the feeling of unease lingered, like a shadow at the edge of my vision, always just out of reach, but never fully gone. Wilbur seemed oblivious to my discomfort, engrossed in his collection and the stories he wove around them. As our relationship deepened, I found myself spending more time at Wilbur's house. I was drawn to its mystery, the allure of the unknown that seemed to pulse beneath its surface. But with each visit, my sense of unease grew stronger. It was as if the house itself was a living entity, aware of my presence and keenly observing my every move. The creaking of the floorboards, the whisper of the wind through the cracks in the walls, all seemed to conspire to create a symphony of sounds that filled the silence with an unspoken tension. The first real disturbance came one evening as we were having dinner in the grand dining room. The table was set with fine china and silverware, each piece perfectly placed, as if part of an intricate ritual. Wilbur was in high spirits, telling a story about a painting he had recently acquired. As he spoke, I noticed movement in the corner of my eye. Turning slightly, I saw that the shadows cast by the flickering candlelight seemed to shift unnaturally, gathering in a corner of the room where no source of light reached. Startled, I blinked, and the shadows were gone, leaving only the dim corners and the gentle flicker of the flames. I tried to shake the feeling of disquiet, blaming it on fatigue and the shadow's dance. But the sense that something unseen was watching, waiting, never left me. Wilbur seemed blissfully unaware, his attention focused on his tales and his collection. His enthusiasm was intoxicating, pulling me back each time my thoughts strayed to the strange occurrences that seemed to haunt his home. I began to wonder if the house was affecting my mind, seeping into my thoughts and twisting them, making me see things that weren't there. Despite my growing unease, I couldn't resist the pull of curiosity. I began to explore the house more thoroughly, drawn to the secrets hidden within its walls. Wilbur encouraged this, seeing it as a sign of my growing interest in his world. He would often accompany me, pointing out items of note, sharing their histories and the stories that had been woven into their being. It was during one of these explorations that I stumbled upon a room I hadn't seen before. Tucked away at the end of a narrow hallway, its door was slightly ajar, as if inviting me to enter. The room was small, filled with an assortment of objects that seemed to have no rhyme or reason. There were old photographs, faded with time, their subjects staring out with expressions frozen in time. Strange artifacts were scattered across shelves, each one a piece of a puzzle that defied understanding. In the center of the room was a large cabinet, its doors intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change under my gaze. Compelled by a need to know more, I reached out and opened the cabinet doors. Inside, I found rows of small glass jars, each containing a curious item suspended in liquid. Some held fragments of what looked like ancient parchment, others what appeared to be small figures carved from bone, their features smooth and unrecognizable. The sight filled me with an indescribable sense of dread. There was something deeply wrong about these items, as if they held secrets too dark to be uncovered. A cold chill ran down my spine, and I quickly closed the cabinet, backing away from it as if it were a sleeping beast that might awaken at any moment. I decided not to mention my discovery to Wilbur. There was a part of me that feared what his reaction might be, and another part that whispered that some things were better left unknown. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something crucial, a piece of the puzzle that could explain the strange occurrences and the heavy air that hung over the house. The situation escalated on a night when the air was charged with the promise of a storm. The wind howled around the house, rattling the windows like a restless spirit seeking entry. Wilbur and I were in the study again, the room bathed in the soft glow of lamplight. He was absorbed in reading, while I sat in a comfortable chair, my thoughts drifting as the storm's song played around us. Without warning, the lights flickered, casting the room into brief periods of darkness. In those moments, the mirror on the wall seemed to pulse with an unnatural light of its own, drawing my attention once more to its unsettling reflection. The room in the mirror was subtly different, its angles slightly off, the shadows deeper and more pronounced. As I stared, the reflection shifted. The figure of a woman appeared behind Wilbur, her features hidden in shadow, but her presence undeniable. She stood silently, her gaze fixed on him, with an intensity that made my skin crawl. My heart pounded in my chest, and I opened my mouth to warn him, but no sound emerged. Wilbur looked up, noticing my distress. "What is it?" he asked, his voice calm, as if he was used to such occurrences. I pointed to the mirror, but when I turned back to the reflection, the woman was gone, leaving only the distorted image of the room and our own reflections staring back at us. Wilbur regarded me with a mixture of concern and curiosity. "You look as if you've seen a ghost," he said with a slight smile, as if trying to lighten the mood. I laughed nervously. brushing off the incident as a trick of my imagination. But inside, the fear had taken root, spreading its tendrils through my mind. The house was alive with secrets, and I was beginning to feel like a trespasser in a world I didn't understand. The climax came on a night when I found myself alone in the house. Wilbur had gone out to a meeting, leaving me with the company of the house's silence. I tried to busy myself with a book, but my mind kept drifting back to the strange occurrences and the feeling of being watched. As the night deepened, the oppressive weight of the house seemed to close in around me. The creaks and groans of the old structure became louder, echoing through the rooms like whispers. I tried to ignore them, but a sudden sharp noise drew my attention. It came from the small room with the cabinet, the one I had found during my explorations. Compelled by a mix of fear and curiosity, I made my way down the narrow hallway. The door to the room was ajar again, and as I approached, the temperature seemed to drop, a chill seeping into my bones. Inside, the room was dark, the air heavy with a sense of anticipation. The cabinet stood open, its contents glowing faintly in the dim light. But it was the mirror on the opposite wall that caught my eye. It was the same ornate mirror from the study, though how it had moved here, I couldn't say. The reflection it held was of the room, but not as it was. The jars in the cabinet were filled with swirling shadows, each one a vortex of darkness that threatened to spill out into the world. And then, from the depths of the mirror's surface, the figure of the woman reappeared. Her features were still obscured, but her presence was overwhelming, a force that commanded attention. She stepped forward, as if trying to cross the threshold between her world and mine. I stood frozen, unable to move, as the air around me crackled with energy. In that moment, I understood that the house, the artifacts, even Wilbur himself, were all connected to something much older, something that defied the boundaries of reality. The woman in the mirror was a guardian, a keeper of secrets that were never meant to be uncovered. As quickly as it began, the moment passed. The mirror returned to its lifeless reflection, the figure gone as if she had never existed. But the fear lingered, a reminder of the thin veil that separated our world from the unknown. When Wilbur returned, I didn't tell him about the encounter. I had come to realize that some things were beyond explanation, beyond the grasp of reason. I left his house that night with a heavy heart, knowing that I could never return, never again walk the halls of that strange and wondrous place. But the shadows of Wilbur's collection followed me, haunting my thoughts and dreams. The lingering fear was a constant companion, a reminder of the hidden horrors that lay in plain sight, waiting for the moment when they could once again reach out and touch the world of the living. There's a particular silence that fills the air of old houses, a quietude that's more an accumulation of echoes than the absence of sound. Grandfather's house was no exception. It sat on a gentle rise in Portland, a decrepit manor with weathered shingles and a crooked chimney. It was where I spent many of my childhood summers, a place that seemed to exist in a time capsule of its own making. The house was as much a character as any person in our family history, its creaky floorboards and dusty corridors holding stories whispered from generation to generation. The house presented itself as an architectural anomaly, an amalgamation of styles that had evolved over decades, each edition a testament to the changing tastes and fortunes of my ancestors. Yet, amidst the cluttered charm and ghostly elegance, one feature stood out with an unsettling peculiarity. A door painted a vibrant, albeit faded, yellow. It seemed at odds with the rest of the house's muted palette. A splash of color added for no discernible reason other than to draw the eye. This door nestled discreetly at the end of the upstairs corridor, was perpetually locked. As a child, my curiosity had often led me to that door, my small fingers tracing the intricate carvings along its edges. Whenever I asked grandfather about it, he would only chuckle softly, his eyes twinkling with secrets. "Some doors are better left closed, my dear," he would say, his voice a blend of warning and amusement. His response, though cryptic, was always enough to dissuade any further inquiry. Years passed, and I grew older, my visits to the house becoming less frequent as life pulled me in various directions. Yet the memory of the yellow door lingered in the back of my mind, a persistent itch that demanded scratching. When news came of grandfather's passing, a sense of nostalgia, tinged with a shade of melancholy, drew me back to Portland and to the house that had been a second home. The day of the funeral was draped in a shroud of gray, the sky overcast as though sharing in our mourning. After the ceremony, family members gathered at the house, their voices a soft hum beneath the weight of shared grief. I wandered through those familiar rooms, now imbued with a strange emptiness. Everything was as it should be, yet everything felt different, altered by the absence of the man who had animated it all with his presence. Eventually, my wanderings led me back to that enigmatic yellow door. It stood there, unchanged, its promise of mystery as compelling as ever. With grandfather gone, I found my curiosity rekindled with an urgency I couldn't quite explain. That night, after everyone else had retired and the house was once more enveloped in its nocturnal hush, I decided it was time to confront the enigma that had haunted me for so long. I retrieved the keys from grandfather's desk, a heavy iron ring containing keys of various shapes and sizes. Though my heart raced with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, my hands moved with deliberate calm as I selected a key that seemed to match the style of the lock. The key turned with unexpected ease, the tumblers clicking softly as though acknowledging a long-awaited visitor. The door swung open with a whisper, revealing a room cloaked in shadows. A single window allowed the moonlight to spill across the floor, casting elongated shapes that seemed to shift and dance. As I stepped inside, there was a distinct chill, as though the air were somehow denser, more laden with the weight of history. The room was sparsely furnished. A small writing desk stood against one wall, a rocking chair sat in the corner, and a modest bookshelf contained volumes coated in the dust of years. But what caught my attention was a large gilt-framed mirror positioned opposite the door. Its surface was tarnished, the glass pitted with age, yet it reflected the room with an unsettling clarity. I moved closer, fascinated and unnerved by the mirror's presence. As I peered into its depths, the air seemed to grow colder, the shadows deepening until the room felt more like a memory than a place. The reflection was wrong, subtly askew in a way that made my heart skip a beat. I saw myself, yet not. The woman staring back at me bore my likeness, but her eyes held a knowledge I couldn't comprehend, a darkness that seemed to seep from her very soul. Then, her lips moved. Words formed silently, a whispered echo that resonated in my mind rather than my ears. Beware the door, beware the door. The phrase repeated, a mantra both warning and command, as though the reflection itself were imbued with a will of its own. I stumbled back, heart pounding, almost tripping over the edge of the rug. The room felt alive, pulsing with a presence that defied explanation. The air was thick with a feeling, an intense, pervasive sensation of being watched, of not being alone. Panic clawed at my throat as I turned to leave, my eyes drawn once more to the mirror. To my horror, the woman in the reflection remained where she was, staring after me with a knowing, sorrowful gaze. Her lips moved again, though this time I understood nothing, her words dissolving into the ether as I backed through the door and pulled it shut behind me. The lock clicked into place, severing the connection with a finality that left me breathless. I stood there for long moments, the wood of the door cool against my back, willing my heartbeat to slow, my mind to uncloud. Throughout the following days, I found myself drawn back to the door, though I dared not open it again. It seemed to hum with a life of its own, a tension that radiated through the wood. I could feel it pulsate beneath my palm, a rhythmic beat that matched the frantic pace of my heart whenever I ventured near. Family members came and went, the house a revolving door of condolences and shared stories. Yet none seemed to notice the shadow hanging over me, the unease that had settled in my bones. I became withdrawn, my nights plagued by dreams of the mirror and the entity that wore my face. Each time I closed my eyes, I found myself back in that room, the reflection whispering her cryptic warnings. As the days wore on, the sensation of being watched intensified. It was as though the house itself were alive, observing my every move with a silent, unseen presence. Objects would shift their positions when I wasn't looking. A book moved to another shelf. A chair turned slightly from where I had left it. Each instance was minor, easy to dismiss, yet together they formed an undeniable pattern. I took to wandering the halls at night, unable to shake the feeling that something was lurking just beyond my perception. The house creaked and groaned around me, its voice an eerie symphony of age and decay. Shadows grew long, stretching and twisting in ways that defied the light of my flashlight. One evening, as I paced the dimly lit corridors, I heard a sound that stopped me cold, a faint rhythmic tapping emanating from the direction of the yellow door. I approached cautiously, every instinct screaming at me to turn back. Yet an unshakable compulsion drove me forward, my feet carrying me across the creaking floorboards. The door stood slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness beckoning me with silent promises. The tapping continued, each beat a lure that pulled me closer. Hands trembling, I pushed the door open wider, the hinges emitting a soft whine. The room lay in shadow, the moon obscured by a cloud. Yet the mirror shone with its peculiar light, its surface rippling as though disturbed by an unseen hand. I stepped inside, drawn inexorably to the glass, my reflection meeting my gaze with a silent plea. Please, help me. The words formed in my mind, a desperate cry that resonated with a truth I couldn't ignore. The woman's eyes were wide with fear, a reflection of my own mounting terror. What do you want? I whispered aloud, my voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. Her response was immediate, her lips parting in a soundless scream. The house shuddered around me, walls seeming to close in as the air grew dense with something malevolent. A cold hand brushed the back of my neck, and I spun around, expecting to find something there. But the room was empty, save for the oppressive weight of the mirror's gaze. The tapping had stopped, replaced by a low, mournful wail that seemed to emanate from the very walls. I backed away, retreating from the room, the mirror's reflection burning into my mind. I slammed the door shut, the lock snapping into place with a decisive click. The house fell silent once more, the air still and heavy with the echoes of the past. I leaned against the door, breathless and trembling, the reality of what I'd seen settling over me like a shroud. In the days that followed, I found myself unable to escape the mirror's influence. It haunted my dreams, its surface a portal to a world I couldn't comprehend. Each night I returned to that room in my sleep, the reflection's pleas growing more insistent, her fear a palpable force that reached out to envelop me. I knew somehow that the mirror held the key to everything, the restless spirit that lingered, the disturbances that plagued the house. Yet I was powerless to act, trapped in a cycle of fear and uncertainty. Each attempt to confront the entity was met with an overwhelming terror that left me paralyzed. And so the days stretched into weeks, the house a cage from which I couldn't escape. The family gathered less frequently, the bustle of the wake giving way to a more subdued routine. I remained, tethered to the house by an invisible string that refused to break. Eventually, I made the decision to sell the house. It was a painful choice, but one dictated by necessity. I couldn't live with the constant fear, the oppressive presence that seemed to seep from the walls. And yet, as the day of departure approached, I found myself drawn once more to the yellow door. This time, I brought with me a small hammer, a tool that would allow me to dismantle the mirror, to break the cycle that had ensnared me. My heart pounded in my chest as I unlocked the door, stepping into the room with grim determination. The mirror awaited, its surface as inscrutable as ever. Yet the reflection had changed. The woman now stood with an air of resignation, her eyes filled with a sorrowful acceptance. I raised the hammer, my hands steady with resolve. The first blow sent a spiderweb of cracks across the glass, the sound sharp and final in the stillness. As the shards fell, the air seemed to release a long-held breath, the oppressive weight lifting in an instant. I felt a warmth spread through the room, a gentle breeze that stirred the dust and filled the air with the scent of freedom. The mirror was no more, its power broken, the entity it had housed released from its prison. I stood in the midst of the wreckage, a sense of peace washing over me for the first time in weeks. The house was quiet, the shadows receding, and I knew that the curse had been lifted. In the years that followed, the memory of the yellow door stayed with me, a reminder of the secrets we choose to lock away. The house was sold to a new family, its history becoming part of their own. Yet the story of the mirror and the entity that had dwelled within remained a chapter closed, a tale whispered only in the darkened corners of my mind. Even now, I sometimes find myself wondering about the woman in the mirror. Her fate entwined with mine in ways I can only begin to understand. And though the fear has faded, replaced by the passage of time, the memory lingers, a reminder that some doors, once opened, can never be truly closed. When I was a child, summers were always spent at my grandfather's house in Portland. The house was a sprawling Victorian, perched on a hill like a watchful sentinel over the city below. Its exterior was painted a deep shade of blue-gray, the kind that seemed to shift color with the mood of the sky. Encircled by ancient oaks and maples, it was a place both inviting and intimidating, a perfect setting for the tales of mystery and adventure that often occupied my young mind. Inside, the house was a maze of narrow corridors and hidden corners, filled with the scent of old books and the gentle creak of wood that seemed to whisper secrets of years long past. My grandfather, a retired historian, was a man of few words, but endless curiosity. His study was a haven of dusty tomes and ancient artifacts, each with a story that he would share with me over cups of sweet tea. Yet, amidst the warmth and comfort, there was one place in the house that stood apart: the yellow door. It was at the end of a dimly lit hallway on the second floor. Unlike the rest of the house, this door was painted a bright, garish yellow that seemed out of place against the muted tones of the Victorian decor. As a child, I was both fascinated and terrified by it. Grandfather would chuckle at my curiosity, but always issued a gentle warning: there are doors best left unopened. For years, the yellow door remained a mystery, an enigma wrapped in layers of childhood imagination, until one summer, when a disturbance shattered the illusion of normalcy that had so long been my refuge. It was a humid afternoon in July, the air heavy with the promise of a storm. I was alone in the house. Grandfather had gone to town to meet some old friends, and I found myself wandering the halls, lulled by the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the foyer. My feet led me, almost unconsciously, to the second floor, to the hallway at the end of which the yellow door waited like a patient sentinel. Without understanding why, I felt a pull, an urge to reach out and touch its peeling paint. The moment my fingers brushed against the wood, a shiver coursed through my body, as if the door itself had awoken from a long slumber. A soft, almost imperceptible hum resonated from behind it, like the distant murmur of forgotten voices. I stepped back, heart pounding, an unfamiliar fear taking root inside me. My rational mind dismissed it as a trick of the imagination, yet every fiber of my being knew something had changed, something that was beyond my control. In the days that followed, the house took on a different character. Shadows seemed to stretch further than they should, and the air carried a chill that defied the summer heat. Objects appeared to shift slightly from their places, and the usual warmth of the house was replaced by an unsettling stillness. But most unnerving of all was the sensation that the yellow door was watching, waiting. I confided my unease to my grandfather, hoping he would offer some rational explanation to dispel my fears. He listened with a thoughtful expression, his eyes clouded with something akin to regret. "Perhaps it's time I told you the story," he said, his voice a quiet rumble like distant thunder. "That door, it's more than just wood and paint. It's a remnant of a time before you or I, a passageway of sorts." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "Your great-grandfather was the one who brought it here. He found it during his travels, claimed it was a relic with a history steeped in mystery, said it was cursed, though he never explained what that meant. I was just a boy then, much like you are now. I never opened it, never wanted to know what lay beyond." His eyes met mine, a silent plea not to pursue the matter further. But the seed of curiosity had been planted, and it took root in my heart, intertwining with the fear that had already begun to blossom. As summer dragged on, the disturbances grew more pronounced. It was as if the house was alive, breathing with an energy that was both enchanting and terrifying. I found myself drawn to the yellow door more frequently, each visit leaving me with an insatiable need to know what lay beyond. One evening, as a fierce storm raged outside, I found myself once again standing before the door. The hallway was bathed in an eerie twilight, the flickering light casting strange shadows that danced along the walls. The hum from the door was louder now, a symphony of whispers that tugged at the edges of my consciousness. Driven by a mixture of fear and an overwhelming need for answers, I reached for the doorknob. It was cold to the touch, as if it existed in a realm untouched by the warmth of the living world. With a deep breath, I turned the knob and pushed the door open. What lay beyond was not what I had expected. It was a room, small and unremarkable, its walls lined with bookshelves filled with thick, leather-bound volumes. In the center stood a single wooden chair, facing a large, ornate mirror that dominated the opposite wall. As I stepped inside, the whispers ceased, replaced by an oppressive silence that pressed heavily on my mind. The mirror, reflecting the dim light from the hall, seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. I approached it cautiously, the floorboards groaning under my weight. Staring into the mirror, I saw not my own reflection, but that of a boy, about my age, with eyes wide and filled with an ancient sadness. His lips moved, forming words that I could not hear, yet somehow understood. "Help me," he seemed to plead, his voice echoing in my mind like the beating of distant drums. The image wavered, and for a brief moment, I caught a glimpse of a vast, dark landscape stretching endlessly behind him, a world enshrouded in shadow and despair. Panic surged through me, and I stumbled backward, nearly losing my footing. The room seemed to close in around me, the air thick with a suffocating presence that whispered promises of secrets best left buried. In a desperate bid for escape, I turned and fled, slamming the door shut behind me. The whispers resumed, fainter now, but haunting in their persistence as they followed me down the hall. I spent the rest of the summer in a state of anxious watchfulness, avoiding the second floor altogether. I immersed myself in the familiar comforts of my grandfather's study, seeking solace in the tales of distant lands and ancient histories that had always been a balm for my restless spirit. But the yellow door haunted my dreams, its presence an insistent reminder of the encounter that had shaken my understanding of the world. I could not shake the feeling that I had glimpsed a truth hidden within the fabric of reality, a truth that now lingered at the fringes of my awareness. When the time came to leave Portland and return to the routines of everyday life, I did so with a heavy heart. My grandfather, seeing the turmoil in my eyes, offered a gentle embrace, his silence an acknowledgement of the burden I carried. Years passed, yet the memory of that summer remained vivid, a haunting refrain that colored my perception of the world. I often found myself returning to Portland, drawn by a compulsion I could not name, each visit rekindling the unease that had settled in my soul. My grandfather passed away in the late autumn of my 25th year, leaving the house and all its secrets to me. Standing once again before the yellow door, I felt the weight of history bearing down on me, the echoes of the past whispering in my ear. I knew then that I could not leave it unopened, that some part of me had always known it would come to this. With a sense of grim determination, I turned the knob and stepped into the room once more. The mirror awaited, its surface calm and reflective, the boy's image already forming, as if my return had been anticipated. This time, I was prepared, my heart fortified against the fear that had previously undone me. He spoke, his words resonating within the confines of my mind, clear and unmistakable. "You can end this," he said, his gaze steady and unwavering. "Break the mirror." The simplicity of the request was both shocking and profound, the implications of it reverberating through my consciousness. I knew instinctively that this was the task I had been unknowingly preparing for, the resolution to a story that had begun long before my time. With a deep breath, I picked up a small, ornate stool that rested against the wall and raised it high above my head. The mirror's surface wavered, the boy's reflection watching with a mix of hope and resignation. The impact shattered the silence, the glass exploding outward in a cascade of shimmering fragments that caught the light like 1,000 tiny stars. The room was filled with a rushing sound, like wind through the trees, as the oppressive presence dissolved, leaving behind a serene stillness. I stood there, breathless, as the last of the glass settled at my feet, the weight of the house seeming to lift at that moment. The whispers were gone, the shadows having retreated to their rightful places. The yellow door, now just a door, stood silent and unremarkable in the dim light. In the aftermath, I felt a sense of peace, a closure that had long eluded me. The house was mine now, its secrets laid bare, its mysteries resolved. Yet, the memory of that summer and the boy in the mirror remained, a lingering note in the symphony of my life. I left the room, closing the door gently behind me, its yellow paint now faded and benign. As I descended the stairs, the familiar creak of the wood underfoot was a comforting sound, an affirmation of the normalcy restored. Outside, the autumn sun cast a warm glow over the city, the air crisp with the promise of change. I knew that I would return, that the house and its stories would forever be a part of me. But for now, I walked away, the lingering fear replaced by a quiet resolve. I had faced the unknown and emerged whole, the echoes of the past now a haunting melody that would accompany me always, a reminder of the summer when I opened the yellow door. The single-room house was a study in simplicity. Its walls, painted a pale shade of blue, caught the gentle rays of the morning sun filtering through the lone window. Within its confines lay a modest assortment of furniture, a worn-out sofa, a small wooden table with mismatched chairs, and a creaky bed that had seen better days. To the casual observer, it was just another humble abode, but for me, it was home. Life here was predictably mundane. The rhythmic tick-tock of the old grandfather clock was my companion, its hands moving with deliberate slowness, marking the passage of time with an unyielding consistency. Each day mirrored the last, a cycle of chores and quietude, punctuated only by the occasional visit from my father. He was a man of few words, his presence as imposing as the thick iron door that stood at the far end of the room. This door was an anomaly, starkly contrasting with the otherwise modest setting. Its surface was smooth and unyielding, a slate of dark, forbidding iron that bore no handle or keyhole. As a child, I had often wondered about it, my fingers tracing its chilly surface, searching for secrets it might reveal. But its purpose remained elusive, spoken of in hushed tones and sidelong glances. Father had always been enigmatic about the door, forbidding me from asking questions or venturing too close. "Some things are best left undisturbed," he'd say, his voice laced with a warning that cut through the air like a knife. And so, I learned to coexist with it, the mystery of the door lying dormant, like a sleeping beast. It was on a particularly quiet afternoon that the first disturbance occurred. I was alone, as I often was, consumed by the comforting routine of dusting the shelves and rearranging the sparse collection of books that lined them. The house was steeped in a serene silence, the only sound my soft footsteps across the wooden floor. Then it happened. A low, resonant hum began to emanate from the door, a sound so subtle I almost dismissed it as a trick of the mind. But it persisted, growing in intensity, vibrating through the air with an unsettling cadence. I stood transfixed, the duster slipping from my grasp as the sound wrapped itself around me. With a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, I approached the door, drawn to it by an invisible force. The hum seemed to still as I neared, replaced by an eerie silence that pressed against my ears. I reached out a tentative hand, pausing just before my fingers could brush the cold surface. Before I could make contact, the door pulsed, a ripple passing across its surface as if it were a living entity. I stumbled back, heart pounding, a gasp escaping my lips. The door remained unchanged, its facade betraying nothing of the movement I had witnessed. I waited for the sound, for something, anything to happen, but the house had returned to its usual tranquility, the disturbance a mere memory. When Father returned that evening, I hesitated to mention the incident. Experience had taught me to tread lightly around him, his temper a volatile companion to his silence. But the need for answers gnawed at me, driving me to break my own rules. "Father," I began, my voice steady despite the quickened pace of my heart. "Something happened today. The door. It made a sound. A humming." He paused, his gaze fixating on me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. "The door is nothing to concern yourself with," he replied sharply, dismissing my words with a wave of his hand. "You should know better than to dwell on such nonsense." "But it—" "Enough!" His voice thundered through the room, echoing off the walls. "You will not speak of it again." I recoiled, chastened into silence, the sting of his reprimand lingering long after he had turned away. That night, as I lay in bed, the oppressive weight of the unknown settled over me, and I found myself haunted by dreams of doors and whispered secrets, of places yet unseen. Days passed, the disturbance fading into the background of our routine. Yet a tension simmered beneath the surface, an unspoken understanding between us that something had shifted. The door remained a silent guardian, its secrets locked away, but the memory of the hum lingered, a specter in the corners of my mind. The escalation came swiftly, without warning. It was a stormy night, the wind howling outside as rain lashed against the window. Father had gone out, leaving me alone once more, and I found solace in the warmth of the fireplace, its flames casting flickering shadows across the room. The door's presence was an ever-present shadow, and I found myself drawn to it, curiosity overcoming the fear that had held me at bay. As I approached, the air seemed to thrum with energy, a palpable tension that set my nerves on edge. I hesitated, wondering for the umpteenth time what lay beyond, what mysteries the iron barrier concealed. And then, as if sensing my presence, the door began to hum anew, a deep, resonant vibration that set my teeth on edge. I watched in disbelief as the surface shimmered, the iron turning almost translucent, revealing a swirling vortex of darkness beyond. My heart raced, a wild drumbeat in my chest, as the room seemed to tilt, reality warping around me. I took a step back, panic clawing at my throat, but the door beckoned, a siren's call I couldn't ignore. Fear and fascination warred within me, driving me forward even as my instincts screamed for me to flee. I reached out once more, my hand passing through the now ethereal surface, the sensation like stepping into a cold mist. My surroundings shifted in an instant. Gone was the single-room house, replaced by a landscape of swirling shadows and muted whispers. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, a chill that seeped into my bones. I stood at the threshold of an unfamiliar world, the door behind me a tenuous link to the reality I knew. For a moment, I hesitated, the enormity of what I faced overwhelming, but the whispers grew louder, calling to me, pulling me deeper into the unknown. Each step felt like a transgression, a defiance of the warnings I'd been given. Yet I pressed on, compelled by a force I could neither name nor resist. The world beyond the door was a strange and disorienting place. Shadows danced around me, amorphous shapes shifting in the periphery of my vision. The ground beneath my feet seemed insubstantial, a tapestry of darkness, woven with threads of light. I wandered through this surreal landscape, the whispers growing more insistent, guiding me toward an unseen destination. Time lost all meaning as I roamed, my thoughts a jumbled mess of fear and wonder. I felt as if I were walking through a dream, the boundaries of reality blurring, the edges of my consciousness fraying. It was only when I stumbled upon a clearing that I paused, the sight before me wrenching me from my reverie. In the center of the clearing stood a figure, shrouded in shadow, its presence commanding and terrible. I felt its gaze upon me, an all-seeing eye that pierced through the depths of my soul. The whispers became a cacophony, a chorus of voices speaking in a language I couldn't comprehend, filling the air with an oppressive weight. I faltered, the strength ebbing from my limbs as I faced the unknown entity. A sense of recognition bloomed within me, a connection I couldn't understand, as if I had always been meant to find this place, this being. It raised a hand, a gesture of invitation or challenge, I couldn't tell. But the pull was irresistible, an unseen bond drawing me closer. As I neared, the shadows parted, revealing a face that mirrored my own, yet was not mine. It was a parenthetical self, a reflection of what could have been, and I understood in that moment that the door was not merely an entrance to another world, but a passage to the hidden aspects of my own psyche. It was a confrontation with the past, with the secrets buried within the labyrinth of my mind. The entity spoke without words, a silent communication that resonated through my being. Memories flickered before my eyes, the fragments of a life I had never lived, choices unmade, paths not taken. I saw the echo of my father, his face twisted with anger, the shadow of his presence looming large in my mind. The reflection reached out, its touch a balm against the scars of memory, a promise of understanding and release. In that moment, the truth crystallized within me. The door was both prison and portal, a means of escape and a mirror to the soul. I realized with clarity that the abuse, the fear, the silence had been a shackle, binding me in a cycle I was destined to repeat unless I found the courage to break free. The climax was not a battle of wills, but a quiet acceptance, an embrace of the self that I had denied. I turned from the reflection, the weight of realization settling upon my shoulders as I retraced my steps back to the door. Each footfall was a choice, a step toward reconciliation with the past and a future untainted by fear. As I crossed the threshold, the world shifted once more, the solid certainty of the single-room house enveloping me in its familiar embrace. The door stood silent and immovable behind me, a guardian of secrets, but I no longer felt its oppressive presence. The air was different, lighter, a freedom I had never known. Father returned, and I met his gaze with a newfound strength, unafraid of the shadows that lurked in the corners of our lives. He hesitated, perhaps sensing the change, the shift in the power dynamics of our relationship. I held his gaze, unyielding, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. The lingering fear was a whisper now, a memory that I could acknowledge but not dwell upon. The door remained, an enigma within our home, but its power over me had waned. I understood that it was not the door that had held me captive, but the fear it represented, the control I had allowed it to exert over my life. In the days that followed, I found solace in the knowledge that I was not alone, that the shadows of the past could not dictate my future. The world beyond the door had shown me the depths of my soul, the potential for healing and growth. And though the door remained a fixture in the landscape of my existence, it no longer defined my boundaries. The house stood as it always had, a solitary beacon amidst the ever-changing tides of life. Yet, within its walls, a transformation had taken place, subtle yet profound. I was no longer a prisoner of silence, but a seeker of truths, a guardian of my own destiny. The door, with all its mysteries and promises, was a testament to the journey, a reminder of the strength I had found within. The house was a masterpiece of modern architecture, an expansive structure tucked away in the secluded folds of a lush, untamed forest. Glass walls opened up to the world outside, allowing the natural light to spill in and dance across the polished wooden floors. The ceilings reached high, as though yearning to touch the sky, and the spaces within were both vast and intimate, designed to inspire creativity and calm. Every piece of furniture was placed with precision, every object a testament to the house's understated elegance. It was a sanctuary of sorts, a place where time seemed to slow down, where the chaos of the outside world was kept at bay by walls that whispered serenity. When I first moved in, the tranquility was so profound, it felt almost palpable, a physical presence that wrapped around me like a warm embrace. I was there to write, to find inspiration away from the relentless pace of city life. The solitude of the location was both captivating and intimidating. The nearest neighbor was miles away, and the silence, punctuated only by the rustling leaves and distant calls of birds, was all-encompassing. It took me a few days to grow accustomed to the absence of urban noise. My days settled into a rhythm of writing, reading, and wandering through the verdant surroundings. It was during one such wandering inside the house that I first noticed the door. It was unassuming, nestled into a nook in the hallway leading to the guest bedroom. I must have walked past it a dozen times without giving it a second thought. Just another part of the house's seamless design. Yet, one afternoon, as I was heading back to my desk after a leisurely stroll outside, I felt an inexplicable urge to stop. My gaze lingered on the door. It was plain, made of the same polished wood as the other doors, but there was something different about it. Something that made me pause, a slight tension in the air, as though the house itself was holding its breath. The handle was cold under my fingers, an unexpected chill that sent a shiver up my spine. There was no lock, no sign that the door was meant to keep anyone out or anything in. Yet, when I tried the handle, it refused to budge, as if it were an integral part of the wall. I pulled and pushed, but the door remained resolutely closed. I stepped back, bemused and mildly frustrated. It was just a door, I told myself, nothing more. The days passed, and the door became a quiet fixation. It lingered at the edge of my thoughts as I wrote. a persistent whisper in the back of my mind. I could not explain why it drew me in so, why I found myself pausing outside of it, fingertips grazing the wood as though trying to absorb its secrets. I mentioned it offhandedly to a friend during a phone call, expecting them to laugh it off, but instead, they hesitated. Maybe it's a panic room or something, they suggested. Rich people love hidden rooms. We both laughed, but the idea took root. What if the door led to something extraordinary? A hidden library, a secret retreat. I began to dream about the door. I saw it in my sleep, standing alone in a vast, empty space. In my dreams, it called to me, a siren's song that lured me closer. I would reach for the handle, my heart pounding with anticipation, only to find myself awake, the morning light filtering through the curtains. Each dream left me more restless, more determined to unravel the mystery of the door. One night, unable to sleep, I found myself drawn once more to the doorway. The house was silent, the kind of silence that hums in your bones. I stood before the door, determined to master the irrational fear that had begun to gnaw at the edges of my consciousness. "It's just a door," I whispered, trying to convince myself. The handle felt warm under my touch this time, as if it had absorbed the heat of my obsession. With a deep breath, I grasped it firmly and turned. The door swung open with a creak, revealing only darkness beyond. The air that wafted out was musty, untouched by the freshness of the house around it. I hesitated, blinking into the blackness, my imagination conjuring images of endless corridors and hidden secrets. I reached for the switch just inside the frame, and light flooded the chamber. It was a small room, barely more than a closet. The walls were bare, save for a few hastily scrawled notes pinned haphazardly, their edges curling with age. A single chair sat in the center, facing a blank wall. Disappointment washed over me, mingled with a strange sense of relief. There was nothing here, nothing to fear, nothing to find. But as I turned to leave, a movement caught my eye. The notes fluttered gently, though the air was still. I stepped closer, squinting to make out the scribbles. They were fragments of sentences, disjointed thoughts, and sketches of patterns that made no sense. My heart quickened as I realized they were written in my own handwriting. Yet, I could not remember writing them. The words were familiar, yet foreign, an echo of thoughts I had never formed. I backed away, the sense of intrusion growing. The room felt wrong, the air thick with the weight of unspoken secrets. I left the door ajar as I retreated to my study, the familiar comfort of the room doing little to calm my racing mind. I could not shake the feeling that something was watching, waiting in the shadows. The door loomed large in my thoughts, an open question demanding an answer. In the following days, my writing faltered. Words that had once flowed easily now seemed clumsy, their meaning lost in a fog of doubt. I found myself returning to the door, drawn by a compulsion I could not understand. Each time I entered the room, I would find new notes, more fragments of my thoughts that I could not remember writing. They were becoming more coherent, more insistent, and they spoke of things that I had never dared to articulate, fears and desires that I kept locked away. The house, once my refuge, began to feel like a cage. Every shadow seemed to hold secrets, every sound a whisper of something just beyond my grasp. I felt watched, not by the eyes of another, but by the house itself, as if it were alive, listening to my thoughts, feeding on my uncertainty. The door was at the center of it all, the eye of the storm that churned within me. I tried to avoid it, to focus on my work, but the pull was relentless. It was as if the door and I were connected, our fates intertwined in a way that defied logic. The more I resisted, the more intense the sensation became, until it was a constant presence, a low hum that vibrated through my bones. One morning, as the fog of uncertainty clouded my mind, I made a decision. I would confront whatever lay beyond the door. I could no longer live in the shadow of its enigma. I needed answers, an end to the questions that plagued my every waking moment. With grim determination, I approached the doorway, hoping that this time the room would give up its secrets. The door opened easily, as if it had been waiting for me. The room was unchanged, the chair still facing the wall, the notes fluttering gently. But there was something different, a presence that I could feel, but not see. I stepped across the threshold, my skin prickling with anticipation. The air seemed to thicken around me, pressing in with a tangible intent. I moved to the chair and sat down, gazing at the blank wall. What was I supposed to see? What truth did the room hold that had eluded me for so long? I closed my eyes, surrendering to the moment, letting the room speak for itself. A sensation rippled through me, a feeling of being pulled, stretched thin across a vast expanse. I opened my eyes, and the room was gone. I was nowhere and everywhere, a part of the house and apart from it. I could see the house around me, its walls and windows folding and unfolding, a kaleidoscope of space and time. And I realized, with a clarity that was both terrifying and exhilarating, that the door had not opened a room, but a part of myself that I had never known existed. I was the house, the door, the room. I was the notes, the thoughts I could not remember writing. I was every shadow and secret, every whisper of the wind through the trees. The realization flooded through me, overwhelming and complete. I was not alone, and I had never been. The house had called me here, not as a refuge, but as a reflection, a mirror to the darkest and most hidden corners of my soul. The sensation faded slowly, leaving me trembling in the chair. I was myself again, but forever changed. I stood unsteady on my feet and made my way back to the doorway. The house was silent, watching, waiting. I closed the door gently, knowing that it would never truly be closed. It was a part of me now, a constant whisper in the back of my mind. I resumed my life, but the house no longer felt like a sanctuary. It was a puzzle, a living entity that had revealed its secrets only to weave them deeper into my being. The door stood closed, but its presence was undeniable. I could feel it in the air, the way it folded around me, the way it echoed my thoughts. The world outside continued in its oblivious dance, but I was no longer a part of it. I was bound to the house, to the door that had folded me into its mysteries, and though I feared it, I was also drawn to it, an endless cycle of curiosity and dread. As the days slipped by, I wondered if I would ever truly understand what had happened, if the door would ever fully reveal its purpose. But deep down, I knew the truth. The door was a part of me, as much as I was a part of it. And though I might never find all the answers, I had found something more profound, a glimpse into the depths of my own soul. And so, I stayed, the house my constant companion, the door my eternal enigma. The fear remained, a shadow lurking at the edges of my mind, but it was tempered by a strange, unsettling peace. The door had folded me into its world, and I was content to let it be. The night had settled in comfortably over the suburban landscape. A gentle blanket of stars spread across the sky, as the peaceful hum of crickets resonated through the neighborhood. To any passer-by, the house at the corner of Willow Lane seemed just as ordinary as the others, with its tidy garden and welcoming porch light. Inside, the normalcy continued. The Johnson family was finishing dinner, the clatter of cutlery and the murmur of familiar conversations filling the air. Billy, the youngest, had excused himself early, claiming fatigue, and retreated to his small bedroom at the top of the stairs. Billy's room was his sanctuary, filled with the comforting clutter of boyhood. Model airplanes suspended from the ceiling, stacks of comic books in precarious towers, and a poster of the latest superhero movie taped haphazardly against the wall. It was a safe cocoon where the world's chaos could be kept at bay. After changing into his pajamas, Billy climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to his chin. He let out a contented sigh, his eyelids heavy with the promise of sleep. The soft glow of the nightlight in the corner bathed the room in a warm amber hue, just enough to keep the shadows at bay. Billy's mind drifted as he recounted the events of the day, the mundanity lulling him into a state of drowsiness. But as the final tendrils of consciousness began to slip away, he heard it. A voice, soft and indistinct, like a whisper caught on the wind. His eyes snapped open. The room was unchanged, silent except for the occasional creak of the house settling. Billy strained to listen, holding his breath, but heard nothing more. Convinced it was merely a trick of his imagination, he settled back into his pillow and closed his eyes. Sleep came swiftly, and with it, the comforting oblivion of dreams. The following day unfolded without incident. At breakfast, the family engaged in their usual routine, the clinking of cereal bowls and the cheerful banter a familiar backdrop. Billy was quieter than usual, but his parents, preoccupied with their own morning tasks, didn't notice. He kept the memory of the voice to himself, dismissing it as a product of an overactive imagination. As the day passed and the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across Billy's room, he found himself feeling a twinge of unease. It was a strange sensation, as if something was lurking just beyond his perception, waiting for the lights to dim. That night, as Billy lay in bed, the whispering came again. This time, it was more distinct, a gentle murmur, that seemed to drift from the darkest corner of the room. Billy sat up, his heart thumping against his chest. He glanced around, but everything appeared as it should. The familiar shapes of his toys, casting long shadows under the nightlight's glow. "Hello?" he called softly, his voice trembling. The whispering ceased immediately, as if startled into silence. Billy's skin prickled with a fear he couldn't articulate. He waited, breath bated, but the room remained quiet. Eventually, exhaustion overtook his frayed nerves, and he fell into a fitful sleep. Over the next few days, the whispering grew bolder, its presence in the room an increasingly unwelcome intrusion. During the day, Billy tried to ignore it, throwing himself into his schoolwork and games with a desperate intensity. But each night, as he lay in bed, the voice would return, more insistent and clear. It wasn't long before the whispers began to form words. Simple phrases at first, like strands of fog in his mind. "Billy," the voice would say, the sound curling around his name like smoke. "Come play. Come find me." Billy's parents noticed the change in him, the way he seemed more withdrawn, his eyes shadowed with fatigue. They attributed it to typical childhood troubles, the sort that would resolve themselves with time. "Billy, you okay, champ?" his father asked one morning, ruffling his hair with affectionate concern. Billy forced a smile, nodding. "Yeah, Dad. Just tired, I guess." Despite his assurances, the whispers continued their nightly visitation. They became a sinister lullaby that coaxed him to the edge of sleep before jolting him awake. Fear became a constant companion, wrapping itself around Billy like a cold shroud. He took to leaving a lamp on at night, its light a poor substitute for the safety he craved. One night, unable to bear it any longer, Billy decided to confront the voice. As the whispers began, he sat up in bed, a determination rising within him like bile. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice a fragile echo in the room. "What do you want?" There was a pause, a silence so deep it pressed against his eardrums painfully. Then the whispering resumed, clearer than ever before. "I'm here, Billy," it said, the words as soft as a lover's caress. "I'm part of you, always have been." A cold dread settled over him, an understanding blooming in the darkest recesses of his mind. The voice wasn't coming from the corner of the room, nor from outside the window. It was inside him, nestled deep within the confines of his own mind. Billy tried to shake off the realization, but the voice persisted, growing louder, more insistent. It was like a parasite, burrowing into his thoughts, threading through his dreams. It spoke of things he couldn't remember, of a past shrouded in shadow. The escalation was swift and overwhelming. Billy found himself drifting through his days in a haze, the voice a constant murmur in the background. It whispered of secrets, of hidden truths buried in his subconscious. It spoke of darkness, of a monster lurking within. Fear gnawed at him like a feral beast, and Billy struggled to maintain a semblance of normalcy. He avoided his parents, his friends, terrified they might hear the voice, see the change in him. He felt like a stranger in his own skin, a marionette controlled by unseen strings. As the days turned to weeks, The voice began to demand more from him. It urged him to act, to embrace the darkness within. Billy resisted, clinging desperately to his innocence, but the voice was relentless. One night, as the whispering reached a fever pitch, Billy snapped. He leapt from his bed, the fury of desperation propelling him forward. He grabbed the nearest object, a heavy model airplane, and hurled it across the room with a primal scream. The airplane shattered against the wall, pieces raining down like tears. Billy stood panting, his chest heaving with exertion, the adrenaline coursing through his veins like fire. "Leave me alone," he shouted, his voice cracking with the weight of his fear and anger. "I don't want this." The silence that followed was oppressive, the room holding its breath in anticipation. Then slowly, the whispering began anew, its tone softer, almost tender. "You can't get rid of me, Billy," it crooned. "I'm you. I'm your shadow." The words wrapped around Billy like a vice, squeezing the air from his lungs. He sank to the floor, tears spilling down his cheeks, his resolve crumbling under the weight of an incomprehensible truth. The climax came not with a bang, but with a realization, a moment of clarity in a storm of confusion. Billy understood that the voice was a part of him, a reflection of hidden fears and desires. It was the monster within, the darkness that everyone harbors, but few acknowledge. In the days that followed, Billy learned to coexist with the voice. It became a whispering companion, a reminder of the complexities that lay beneath the surface. He no longer feared it, but listened, trying to understand the messages woven into its murmurings. His parents were relieved to see the change in him, mistaking his newfound calmness for a return to normalcy. They never knew of the battles waged within the confines of their son's mind. But for Billy, the fear lingered, an ever-present shadow at the edge of his consciousness. He learned to live with it, accepting its place in the tapestry of his life. The voice was no longer an enemy, but a part of him that demanded acknowledgement. In the quiet moments when the world grew still and the whispering began anew, Billy would listen, a silent dialogue between the boy and the darkness. And though the fear never truly left him, it became a familiar companion, a reminder that the monsters we fear most are often those we carry within. The room was painted in soft shades of blue and white, a gentle oasis meant to cradle the innocence of a child's dreams. The walls, adorned with stenciled stars and moons, glowed faintly under the tender embrace of a nightlight shaped like a smiling turtle. Its soft, warm light spilled across the room, casting elongated shadows that danced quietly around the edges of furniture. A small bed, the centerpiece of the room, was covered with a patchwork quilt of bright colors and patterns. Stuffed animals sat in an orderly row at its foot, guardians of the little boy who slept in its comforting embrace. This was my son's room, and every night I would tuck him in, smoothing the quilt over his tiny form as he snuggled against his favorite stuffed rabbit. Adam, with his tousled blonde hair and wide, trusting eyes, was my world. The ritual of bedtime, with its whispered stories and tender goodnights, was sacred. As I closed the door each night, I took comfort in the rhythmic rise and fall of his breathing, a metronome of peace and normalcy in our lives. But life, as it often does, has a way of shifting beneath your feet just when you begin to trust its steady cadence. It started so subtly that, at first, I dismissed it as the overactive imagination of a child. Adam began to speak of shadows in his room, of whispers that seeped from beneath his bed once the lights were out. At first, I chalked it up to nightmares, the ordinary fears of the dark that every child must face and overcome. With gentle reassurances, I would check beneath his bed, showing him that there was nothing there but dust and the occasional stray toy. Yet, as the days turned into weeks, these stories took on a more insistent tone. Adam's descriptions became more detailed, more vivid. He spoke of the monster under the bed with an unsettling clarity, describing its long skeletal fingers and eyes like glowing embers. I listened, my heart caught between skepticism and a creeping unease that I couldn't quite shake. His fear was palpable, a thick fog that clung to us both in the dim light of his bedtime. One night, after a particularly vivid recounting that left Adam shaking and inconsolable, I decided to take more decisive action. I placed a small bell on the handle of his door, a charm of sorts, a comforting rattle that would signal any nighttime wanderings. I told him about it, hoping to dispel his fears with this token of security. The first night with the bell was quiet. The silence, at first a relief, soon became heavy, pressing against my senses like a tangible thing. I felt as if the house itself were holding its breath, waiting for something I couldn't name. Adam slept fitfully, his small body twisting and turning beneath the quilt, murmuring in his sleep about shadows and eyes that watched. I began to feel the weight of unease settle into my bones, an ever-present shadow that followed me throughout the day. I found myself glancing at Adam's door more often, the cheerful bell now a haunting presence in its silence. My sleep grew restless, filled with fragmented dreams and half-heard whispers that faded with the dawn. When the bell finally rang, its sound was sharp and jarring in the stillness of night. I sat bolt upright, heart pounding in my chest, my mind a frantic jumble of thoughts. Every instinct screamed at me to rush to Adam, to protect him from whatever had stirred him from sleep. Yet, for a moment, I was frozen, paralyzed by the weight of an inexplicable fear that gripped me tighter than any nightmare. I forced myself to move, to shake off the fear like a heavy cloak. My feet found the floor, and I pushed the door open to the dim hallway beyond. The nightlight in Adam's room glowed softly, a beacon in the darkness. As I approached, I noticed the door was slightly ajar, the bell swinging gently, its chime fading into the ether. Inside, Adam was sitting up in bed, eyes wide and filled with a mixture of terror and relief. He reached out to me, his small hands trembling. I gathered him into my arms, feeling the rapid thud of his heart against my chest. "It was here," he whispered, the words a mere breath against my ear. "The monster was here." I wanted to dismiss it, to soothe him with calming words and gentle reassurances, but something in his eyes stopped me cold. a flicker of something real, something undeniable that quelled the doubts I clung to. The following nights brought no respite. The bell became a regular intrusion into the quiet hours, its chime pulling me from the depths of sleep with ruthless efficiency. Each time, I would find Adam awake, his fear as tangible as the quilt he clutched. The stories of the monster became more detailed, more chilling in their specificity. It was always under the bed, he said, watching and waiting, its presence a dark constant beneath the surface of his everyday life. Desperation drove me to seek answers, to find some explanation for the terror that had taken root in my son's life. I scoured books on child psychology, consulted with his teachers, even spoke to other parents, hoping to find some thread of common experience. But none of the usual explanations, stress, anxiety, a cry for attention, seemed to fit. Adam was a happy child, loved and secure, his life devoid of the upheavals that might breed such deep-seated fear. As my own sleep deteriorated, my waking hours became a blur of uncertainty and doubt. I found myself scrutinizing shadows, listening for whispers in the night, searching for some clue that would unlock the mystery of the monster beneath the bed. My skepticism began to erode, worn away by each restless night and Adam's unwavering conviction. I began to wonder if perhaps there was more to his stories, if perhaps there were things that lurked in the shadows, unseen and unexplained. And then, one night, I heard it. It was a low, murmuring whisper, barely audible, yet unmistakable in its intent. I had left Adam's room after tucking him in, standing for a moment in the hallway to ensure he settled. As I turned to leave, the whisper drifted up to me from beneath the bed, a sibilant sound like dry leaves rustling in an autumn breeze. I froze, the sound prickling across my skin like an unseen breath. My rational mind fought to assert control, to dismiss it as imagination, a trick of tired senses. But the whisper persisted, wrapping around me, insinuating itself into the silence that followed. With a courage born of desperation, I stepped back into the room. The nightlight cast its soothing glow, but the shadows seemed deeper, more pronounced. Adam slept fitfully, his brow furrowed, lips moving in a silent dialogue with whatever dwelt beneath the bed. I approached the bed with deliberate slowness, each step a battle against the rising tide of fear that threatened to drown me. Kneeling down, I hesitated, the edge of the quilt a boundary between the known and unknown. Summoning every ounce of resolve, I lifted the quilt and peered into the dark abyss beneath the bed. Initially, there was nothing but shadow, an inky void, devoid of shape or form. But as my eyes adjusted, I saw them. 2 pinpoints of light, glowing softly in the depths, watching me with an intensity that chilled me to my core. I jerked back, the quilt falling from my grasp, my heart hammering wildly. The eyes blinked out of existence, leaving only the reassuringly mundane sight of a few forgotten toys and dust. I stumbled backward, my mind reeling, struggling to reconcile what I had glimpsed with any rational explanation. The eyes were gone, but their presence lingered, an indelible mark on my consciousness. In the days that followed, my world shifted, the boundaries of reality and imagination blurring in ways I had never thought possible. Adam continued to speak of the monster, his fear undiminished by the daylight that played gently across his room. I too felt its presence, a weight pressing down on us both, distorting the fabric of our lives. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, a constant undercurrent that threaded through our days and nights. I tried to ignore them, to push them back into the shadows where they belonged, but they refused to be silenced. They carried with them a sense of malevolence, a creeping dread that seeped into every corner of my mind. I found myself jumping at shadows, questioning every creak of the house, every sigh of the wind. The monster, once confined to Adam's bedtime stories, had insinuated itself into the very fabric of our home. The climax came one stormy night, the wind howling outside like a banshee. The bell rang repeatedly, a frantic clamor that pulled me from a restless doze. I threw myself from the bed, driven by a mix of fear and determination. Adam's cries echoed down the hallway, a raw, unfiltered sound that tore at my heart. I burst into his room, the door slamming into the wall with a resounding crash. The nightlight flickered, its glow wavering as if in sympathy with the storm outside. Adam was standing on his bed, eyes wide and staring, fixed on something beneath the bed. The whispers were a cacophony now, a chorus of voices tangled together in a language I couldn't understand. They rose and fell like waves, each one battering against my consciousness with relentless force. In that moment, I knew I had to act. I lunged forward, pulling Adam into my arms, shielding him from whatever darkness lurked beneath. He clung to me, his small body trembling with fear and cold. The whispers rose to a fever pitch, then abruptly ceased, leaving an oppressive silence in their wake. The room felt different, lighter somehow, as if a presence had lifted, leaving the air clear and still. Adam's sobs subsided into hiccuping breaths, his grip on me slowly loosening as the fear ebbed away. I held him close, whispering reassurances, promising that the monster was gone, that it wouldn't return. But in my heart, I knew the truth. The monster might have retreated, but its presence lingered, an indelible scar on the fabric of our lives. The whispers and shadows had left their mark, a reminder of the unseen forces that lurked just beyond the edges of our understanding. As the days passed, the whispers faded, and life returned to a semblance of normalcy. Adam spoke less of the monster, his nightmares receding into memory. The bell, once a harbinger of fear, now collected dust on its hook, its chime silent and forgotten. Yet, the experience had changed us both. I found myself more attuned to the subtle shifts in light and shadow, more aware of the spaces between what we know and what we believe. The monster under the bed had opened a door to something deeper, something I could not fully comprehend. Even now, as I stand in the doorway of Adam's room, watching him sleep peacefully beneath the patchwork quilt, I feel its presence. Not as a threat, but as a reminder of the mysteries that exist, just beyond the edges of our perception. The monster under the bed may have vanished, but the fear it inspired remains, a lingering shadow that will never entirely fade. It has become a part of us, woven into the tapestry of our lives, a reminder that some things are not meant to be understood, only acknowledged and respected in the quiet spaces of the night. In the heart of a quaint suburban neighborhood where every lawn was meticulously trimmed and every mailbox freshly painted, I lived with my son, Ethan. Our street, Maple Lane, was the kind of place where neighbors waved at each other from across driveways, and children played freely in the cul-de-sacs. It was a world so normal, so wonderfully mundane, that any hint of the extraordinary seemed impossible. Ethan was the light of my life. At 10 years old, he had a smile that could melt the iciest of hearts, and an imagination so vivid it painted our home with a constant sense of wonder. Our days were filled with routine. Breakfast at 7, school drop-offs, and evening stories before bedtime. Each moment spent with him was a gift, wrapped in the safe blanket of normalcy that Maple Lane promised. The first disturbance came in the form of a conversation overheard, as such unsettling things often do. I was trimming the hedge when Mrs. Collins, our neighbor from 2 doors down, mentioned a new family moving in. "They seem nice enough," she said, her voice carrying over the hum of my electric trimmer. "But there's something peculiar about them." I paused, curiosity piqued. Peculiar was not a word often associated with Maple Lane, and it hung in the air, tangling with the scent of freshly cut grass. Mrs. Collins continued, speaking of how the family kept to themselves, the father rarely seen outside, the mother only spotted on brisk walks around the block. Their child, a boy around Ethan's age, was homeschooled and rarely ventured into the neighborhood. As the days passed, I found myself inexplicably drawn to their story. Perhaps it was the protective parent in me, wary of anything that might disturb the delicate equilibrium of our lives. Or perhaps it was simply the allure of mystery in a place where mysteries were rare. I began to notice little things, curtains that never opened, a garden that remained untended, and a mailbox that never seemed to be emptied. Ethan, blissfully unaware of my growing unease, continued to explore the world with the innocence only a child could possess. His laughter was a balm, soothing my churning thoughts. Yet, a seed of worry had been planted, and it grew, gnawing at the edges of my consciousness. One afternoon, while I watched Ethan play from our front porch, I saw the boy from the new family for the first time. He was standing at the edge of their yard, watching Ethan with an intensity that belied his age. I felt a shiver despite the warmth of the sun. There was something in his gaze, an unsettling depth that made my skin prickle. I called Ethan over, watching the boy retreat into the shadows of his home as if on cue. Ethan seemed unfazed, chattering about a new game he'd invented. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, scrutinized in a way that made my instincts flare with protective urgency. As the weeks passed, the sense of unease escalated. I found myself watching the house more often, noticing the subtle signs of life within. The flicker of lights at odd hours, the silhouette of the father in the window, a fleeting glimpse of the mother through the curtains. The boy, however, remained an enigma, seen only in brief, unsettling flashes. Ethan began to mention him, too. "I saw the boy today, Mom," he'd say casually, as if discussing the weather. He was staring again. Each mention sent a chill down my spine, yet I kept my fears to myself, not wanting to burden my son with my anxieties. Then came the night that changed everything. Ethan had been restless, his sleep disturbed by nightmares he couldn't remember. As I sat by his bedside, soothing him back to slumber, I heard a noise, a soft, persistent tapping at the window. My heart leaped into my throat. I crossed the room, every instinct screaming to protect my child. The curtains, heavy and reassuring, parted beneath my fingers, and there he was, the boy, pale as moonlight, standing in our garden, his eyes locked onto mine. Fear collided with anger, and I stormed outside, determined to confront the source of my unease. But he was gone, vanished into the night as if he had never been. I stood alone in the garden, the wind rustling the leaves, whispering secrets I couldn't decipher. The night felt alive, the shadows too deep, too dark. I hurried back inside, locking every door, checking on Ethan with a heart pounding so loudly I feared it might wake him. The following days were a blur of heightened vigilance. I escorted Ethan everywhere, no longer trusting the safety of our once idyllic neighborhood. My eyes constantly flickered to the windows, the doorways, searching for a glimpse of that haunting gaze. Then came the climax, a culmination of fear and resolve. It was a crisp autumn evening, the air filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Ethan had been restless all day, a sense of unease clouding his usual cheerfulness. As we sat for dinner, the doorbell rang, a sound that shouldn't have been out of place, but in that moment felt ominous. My heart stuttered as I approached the door, a whisper of dread threading through my veins. I opened it slowly, the creak of hinges echoing my apprehension. The boy stood on the doorstep, eyes wide, a silent plea etched across his face. Before I could react, his parents appeared, flanking him with an intensity that felt suffocating. They apologized profusely, explaining that their son had become fascinated with Ethan, drawn to his laughter and light. It was a harmless curiosity, they insisted, a child's admiration misunderstood. But their eyes held a darkness, a depth that belied their words. I wanted to believe them, to brush it off as a misunderstanding, yet the unease lingered, a shadow that refused to dissipate. I thanked them, ushering Ethan inside with a gentle urgency, the door closing with an ominous finality. In the days that followed, life resumed its deceptive normalcy. The new family remained distant, their presence a quiet echo at the edge of our lives. But something had shifted, an intangible change that left me restless, searching the shadows for hidden threats, the lingering fear, a companion I couldn't shake, whispered incessantly in my ear. I became hyper-aware of every sound, every movement, the ordinary transformed into potential danger. Ethan, sweet and innocent, continued to play, his laughter a fragile shield against the darkness I felt encroaching. One evening, as I tucked Ethan into bed, He asked about the boy. "Why does he watch us, Mom?" His voice was soft, curious rather than fearful, and it shattered something within me. I hesitated, searching for the right words, the truth tangled with my protective instincts. "Some people," I said finally, "are drawn to the light in others. They see something they want to understand, something they might not have themselves." It was a simple explanation, one that seemed to satisfy him, but it left me hollow, the truth too complex for words. As I watched him drift into sleep, I vowed to protect him, to shield him from the shadows lurking at the edges of our world. Yet, in the silence of the night, I couldn't shake the feeling that our lives had been irreversibly altered, that the specter of fear would forever linger, a ghost in the corners of our home. In the end, I realized that being a good person, a good parent, meant living with that fear, embracing it as a part of the tapestry of life. It was a sobering truth, one that settled deep in my bones, a constant reminder that, in a world where nothing was ever truly safe, love was both a shield and a vulnerability. As I sat in the darkness, listening to Ethan's slow, even breaths, I understood that the shadows would always be there, lurking just out of sight. But for now, in this moment, we were safe, and that perhaps was enough. I always believed that our home was a place of warmth and safety, a sanctuary from the world's chaos and noise. Nestled in a quiet suburb, surrounded by familiar faces and routines, it seemed impervious to the dark whispers of the unknown. Our lives unfolded in predictable patterns, marked by mundane rituals that brought comfort and stability. I relished the tranquil mornings, with the sun filtering through the kitchen window, the scent of brewing coffee mingling with the soft sounds of our son, Ethan, clattering his spoon against his cereal bowl. He was our pride and joy, a bright-eyed 6-year-old with an imagination as vast as the universe. Ethan had a penchant for storytelling, spinning wild tales about knights and dragons, spaceships and aliens. We encouraged his creativity, marveled at his boundless energy and joy. His laughter was infectious, echoing through the house, filling every corner with happiness. As parents, we shared in his world of make-believe, often losing ourselves in the innocence and wonder of childhood that he so effortlessly embodied. But life, as it often does, has a way of unraveling the tapestry of normalcy when you least expect it. It started with small things, so insignificant that at first I dismissed them entirely. Ethan began talking about an imaginary friend named Cleo. This didn't alarm me. Many children invent playmates, companions to share their adventures. I found it endearing, a testament to his lively imagination. He would describe Cleo in elaborate detail, a little girl with curly hair, wearing a yellow dress, who liked to play hide and seek. I would often find Ethan in his room, whispering to Cleo, or so he claimed, giggling as if sharing a delightful secret. However, as days turned into weeks, Ethan's stories about Cleo grew increasingly vivid. He insisted she was real. He talked about her as though she lived in our house, commenting on her likes and dislikes, her favorite hiding spots. One evening, while tucking him into bed, He asked if Cleo could sleep over. I smiled, indulging his fantasy, and told him Cleo was always welcome. But a chill ran down my spine when he responded, "She says she likes it here. She doesn't want to leave." I began to notice subtle changes in Ethan. He became withdrawn, often lost in thought, as if caught in a world unseen to us. His bright eyes would cloud over, and his laughter, once so abundant, became rare. He spoke less of his knights and dragons, and more of Cleo. He seemed preoccupied, as though carrying a weight too heavy for his small shoulders. I attributed it to a phase, convinced myself it would pass. Children, I reasoned, are strange little creatures, their imaginations boundless and uncharted. Yet, the sense of unease continued to grow. I found myself waking in the middle of the night, heart pounding, certain I had heard whispers echoing from Ethan's room. On more than one occasion, I would tiptoe to his door, only to find him sleeping soundly, his chest rising and falling in peaceful slumber. I told myself it was merely the wind, the settling of the old house, reassuring myself with logic that seemed increasingly fragile. The real turning point came one afternoon when Ethan came home from school with a drawing. He thrust it into my hands with a shy smile, eyes wide with expectation. It was a picture of our family, myself, my husband, Ethan, and Cleo. We stood in front of our house, all smiles, but there was something unsettling about the way Cleo was drawn. Her eyes were much too large, her smile unnaturally wide, her hands clasped in a way that suggested possession rather than companionship. My husband laughed it off, admired Ethan's artistic skill, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. I questioned Ethan gently about Cleo, but he grew defensive, insisting that she was real and that I simply didn't understand. His words haunted me, sowed seeds of doubt in my mind. Was I the one failing to grasp reality, or was Ethan's world spiraling into something beyond my control? As the days wore on, my grip on reality seemed to slip further. I started to notice strange occurrences around the house. Objects would move from their usual places, only to reappear in odd locations. The television would flicker on by itself, the channels changing as if guided by an invisible hand. I once found all of Ethan's toys lined up in a perfect row across the living room, a procession of plastic soldiers and animals, with their eyes fixed on me, accusing and silent. My husband remained unperturbed, brushing off my concerns with rational explanations. "You're just tired," he said, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. Stress can do strange things to the mind. But his words offered little comfort. The house felt different, as though a veil had been drawn over it, hiding something sinister beneath the surface. I felt watched, scrutinized by an unseen presence that seemed to revel in my growing paranoia. The climax came one stormy night. The rain lashed against the windows, a relentless symphony that mirrored the turmoil within me. I couldn't sleep, tossing and turning under the sheets. A sense of impending doom gripped me, squeezing the breath from my lungs. I rose, compelled by an unseen force, and made my way to Ethan's room. I found him sitting up in bed, eyes wide open, staring at something only he could see. The air was thick, charged with an energy that pressed down on me. I asked him what was wrong, my voice barely a whisper. He turned to me, eyes glassy and distant, and said, in a voice that wasn't his, "Mommy, Cleo wants to stay." Terror clawed at my throat. I reached for him, desperate to pull him back from whatever abyss he teetered on. But as I touched his shoulder, the air changed. A cold breeze swept through the room, carrying with it the faint scent of lavender, Cleo's supposed favorite flower. Ethan's expression softened, and he blinked, as if waking from a dream. "Mommy," he said, voice small and frightened. "I don't feel well." I held him close, heart pounding, whispering soothing words I scarcely believed myself. The storm raged outside, but within the walls of our home, a quiet battle was waged, one I felt hopelessly ill-equipped to fight. I clung to Ethan, my mind racing with questions and fears, unsure of what to do next. In the days that followed, I sought answers, desperate to understand what was happening to my son, to our family. I spoke to teachers, doctors, anyone who might shed light on the strange events unfolding in our lives. But each inquiry led to more confusion, more doubt. Ethan's behavior fluctuated wildly. One moment, he was the playful child I knew. The next, a stranger with a gaze that seemed ancient and knowing. My husband, ever the voice of reason, suggested therapy, believing it might help Ethan work through whatever was troubling him. I reluctantly agreed, hoping for a resolution, for some semblance of normalcy to return. But deep down, I feared that the problem ran deeper, that Cleo was not just a figment of Ethan's imagination, but something far more insidious. The therapy sessions began, and for a time, they seemed to help. Ethan spoke less of Cleo, his laughter returning, though it never quite reached the same joyful heights. I allowed myself to hope, to believe that we were turning a corner. But the sense of unease never fully left me. I found myself constantly on edge, hyper-aware of every creak and shadow, every whispered word. One evening, as I tucked Ethan into bed, he looked up at me with eyes that seemed far too wise for his years. "Mommy," he said, "Cleo says she's sorry." A chill raced down my spine. "Sorry for what, sweetie?" I asked, voice trembling. "She says she's sorry for scaring you," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "She just wanted a friend." I forced a smile, kissed his forehead, and whispered goodnight. As I left his room, I couldn't shake the feeling that while Cleo might have been sorry, she was not gone. Her presence lingered, woven into the very fabric of our lives, an indelible mark left on the tapestry of our existence. In time, Ethan's obsession with Cleo faded, replaced by new interests and adventures. The house, too, seemed to breathe easier, the oppressive atmosphere lifting as if a storm had passed. Yet, I remained vigilant, ever watchful, acutely aware of the thin line between reality and the unknown. I had seen the world through Ethan's eyes, glimpsed the shadows that danced just beyond the edge of reason. And though life returned to a semblance of normalcy, a lingering fear remained, a whisper at the back of my mind that spoke of things unseen. I had learned to live with it, to accept that the world was not always as it seemed, that sometimes, in the quiet corners of our lives, we are not alone. I had always thought of our neighborhood as a serene enclave, nestled comfortably between sleepy woods and the gentle hum of a distant highway. Mere miles from the bustling heart of a city, yet it felt like a world apart. Our house, a modest two-story affair, sat at the curve of a quiet cul-de-sac. It was here that my wife, Emily, and I chose to raise our son, Joshua. Joshua was a quiet child, with an introspective nature that belied his young age. He was the sort to sit in the corner of the room, flipping through picture books, content with the solitude that seemed to wrap around him like a favorite blanket. His eyes, a striking shade of green, often held a depth that unsettled me, though I could never place why. Emily always said he was an old soul, but I could never quite shake the feeling that there was something more to it. Life carried on in comfortable normalcy. The neighborhood children often congregated in our backyard, their laughter and shouts of joy echoing into the waning afternoon light. Emily would sit on the porch, a gentle smile playing on her lips as she sipped lemonade, basking in the warmth of the sun. Joshua would join them occasionally, though more often than not, he preferred to be on the periphery, observing rather than participating. It was on one such afternoon that the first disturbance occurred. I was in the garage, tooling away at some long-neglected project, when Emily called me inside with a curious tone. I found her in the kitchen, standing by the window overlooking the backyard. Her face was an unreadable mix of confusion and concern. She gestured for me to join her. I followed her gaze and saw the children, including Joshua, gathered in a tight circle around something on the ground. As I approached, I realized they were looking at a small bird, a sparrow, lying motionless on the grass. Its tiny body was untouched, yet it was unmistakably lifeless. Joshua stood slightly apart from the other children, his eyes fixed on the bird with an intensity that seemed unnatural. I called out to him, and he turned, the shadows of the trees cutting across his face in sharp contrast. "Did you find it like this, Josh?" I asked gently. He nodded but said nothing, his eyes flicking back to the bird. One of the neighborhood kids piped up, "I think it fell from the sky, Mr. Thompson. We just saw it lying there." Though unsettling, I reasoned it away as an unfortunate accident, a momentary upset in the natural order of things. Birds fell from the sky on occasion. It was not unheard of. Yet, as I glanced at Joshua standing quietly, a chill that refused to be dismissed crept into my bones. In the days that followed, more such incidents occurred. A neighbor's cat was found motionless on the sidewalk, its playful spirit stilled in the night. A cluster of bees, vibrant and buzzing days earlier, lay scattered like discarded petals on our lawn. Each time, Joshua was nearby, a silent observer, his expression enigmatic and unreadable. Emily noticed it too, though she was quick to dismiss it as mere coincidence. "He's just a curious child," she would say, brushing aside my concerns with a wave of her hand. But the unease planted in my mind grew, tendrils of doubt and fear winding tighter around my thoughts. I began to pay closer attention to Joshua. The way his gaze lingered on things, the way animals seemed to grow quiet in his presence, as if sensing something unseen. I caught him once, standing on the edge of the woods at dusk, watching the shadows lengthen and merge into the gathering darkness. He seemed to be listening to something just beyond the range of human hearing, a secret whispered by the night itself. The escalation was subtle at first, a creeping disquiet that infiltrated the mundane rhythms of our lives. One evening, as we sat down to dinner, the lights flickered ominously, plunging the room into a brief yet profound darkness. When the lights returned, I saw Joshua looking up, his eyes locked on a spot just above our heads, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Did you see that?" Emily asked, her voice breaking the silence. I nodded, my gaze fixed on Joshua. "What is it, buddy?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "What are you looking at?" He blinked, as if coming out of a trance, and shrugged. "Nothing, Dad. Just a shadow." His nonchalance did little to quell the growing dread that coiled in my stomach. It felt as though our home, once a haven, was slowly being enveloped by an unseen force, a presence that lingered in the corners and whispered in the silence. The climax came one stormy night, the wind howling like a pack of distant wolves. Emily had gone to bed early, exhausted from a week of restless sleep. I sat in the living room, a book open on my lap, though my eyes skimmed the words without comprehension. Joshua was at the window, watching the storm with a fascination that bordered on reverence. A flash of lightning illuminated the room, casting stark shadows against the walls. In that brief burst of light, I saw Joshua's reflection in the window, and it was not the face of my son. It was something other, something ancient and knowing. My heart pounded in my chest, a primal fear gripping me with icy fingers. "Joshua," I called, my voice trembling. He turned, and the reflection was gone, replaced by the familiar countenance of my boy. But his eyes, those green eyes, held an intensity that rooted me in place. "Do you hear it, Dad?" he asked, his voice soft and distant. "Do you hear the whispers?" I swallowed hard, every instinct screaming at me to run. "What whispers, Joshua?" "The ones in the storm," he replied simply, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. I forced myself to move, to step towards him. "Let's get you to bed, buddy. It's late." As I tucked him in, I tried to shake off the feeling of impending doom that shadowed my every step. He lay there, eyes fluttering shut, a serene smile on his lips. I could almost convince myself that it was all in my mind, that the strange occurrences were nothing more than the fancies of an overactive imagination. Yet, as I turned off the light and closed the door, I couldn't ignore the sensation that something watched from the darkness, something that had claimed my son as its own. The lingering fear clung to me in the days that followed, a constant companion that hovered at the edge of my consciousness. The neighborhood, once a familiar and comforting place, felt altered, as if seen through a distorted lens. The children no longer gathered in our yard, their laughter replaced by a pervasive silence. Even the birds seemed to avoid our house, their songs a distant memory. Emily remained oblivious, her faith in normalcy unshakable. "It's just a phase," she would insist, brushing off my concerns with a tired smile. But I knew better. There was something wrong, something fundamentally changed in Joshua, and it terrified me. I began to dread the nights when shadows crept closer and silence settled like a thick fog. Joshua, too, seemed to change, retreating further into himself. He would sit by the window, watching the world with those inscrutable eyes, as if waiting for something to emerge from the depths of the night. One evening, I found him in the backyard, his hands splayed on the earth, eyes closed as if communing with the very ground beneath him. A cold wind swept through the trees, and I felt the hairs on my neck stand on end. "What are you doing, Joshua?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He opened his eyes, fixing me with a gaze so piercing it seemed to see right through me. "Listening, Dad," he said simply. "They're always talking. You just have to listen." The profound simplicity of his words chilled me to the core. I backed away, my mind reeling, desperate to rationalize what was happening. But deep down, I knew that whatever was whispering to Joshua Whatever had ensnared him in its grasp was beyond my comprehension. I sought answers in the quiet moments, sifting through memories for signs I might have missed, for clues to explain the inexorable shift in my son. But there were none. Only the cold, unyielding truth that something had changed, something that defied understanding. The neighborhood carried on, a facade of normalcy masking the tension that lay beneath. I watched the other parents, the other children, moving through their lives, oblivious to the darkness that had settled over mine. It was as if a veil had been drawn between us, separating our world from theirs. As the days turned to weeks, I found myself wondering if I was losing my mind. Perhaps it was all a series of coincidences, a string of unrelated events that my mind had woven into a tapestry of horror. But then I would see Joshua, standing at the edge of the woods, listening to the whispers that only he could hear, and I knew that the truth was far more sinister. The sense of powerlessness was overwhelming. I was left to watch and wait, hoping against hope that whatever had taken root in our lives would release its hold. But hope was a fragile thing, easily shattered by the weight of reality. Even now, as I sit here, pen in hand, trying to capture the essence of this nightmare on paper, I feel the presence of something unseen, watching from the shadows. The whispers are there, just beyond the edge of hearing, a constant murmur that fills the silence. Joshua is out on the porch, his silhouette framed against the dying light of day. I know that he is listening, always listening, to the secrets carried on the wind. And I, too, listen, straining to hear what eludes me, caught in a web of fear and uncertainty from which there is no escape. In the quiet moments, when the house is still and the world seems to hold its breath, I find myself wondering if I will ever know peace again, or if the whispers, the shadows, and the unsettling presence that has enveloped our lives will linger, a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurks just beneath the surface. Growing up, my life had been filled with the quiet, repetitive rhythms that only a small-town upbringing can provide. The lull of distant church bells, schoolyard laughter, and the dull hum of traffic from the lone highway that skirted the edge of our community formed the soundtrack to my childhood. Our family home, a modest two-story house perched at the end of a cul-de-sac, was as unremarkable as any other on our street. It was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else's business, or at least thought they did. The first 10 years of my life passed by in a haze of baseball games, bike rides, and homework assignments. I was just like any other kid, tucked safely into the predictable cocoon of family life. My father worked at the local hardware store, and my mother spent her days volunteering at the school library. We were a close-knit unit, each of us playing our respective roles without much deviation. It was during the summer of my 10th year that things began to change. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly at first. As summer waned and I prepared to return to school, a peculiar sensation began to weave itself into my consciousness. I dismissed it initially as the vestiges of overactive imagination, the kind that flares up in the idleness of summer. One evening, as the shadows stretched long and lean across our backyard, I found myself inexplicably drawn to the attic. I had rarely ventured there, mostly because it was off limits, a dusty repository for forgotten family relics. Yet, on that particular evening, a sense of curiosity, tinged with something I couldn't quite place, beckoned me. The attic was a dimly lit space, cluttered with old furniture, boxes of photographs, and items that had long since outlived their usefulness. As I sifted through them, a feeling of unease began to creep over me. It was as though the air itself had grown heavier, pressing against my skin with an unfamiliar weight. Amidst the clutter, I found an old ornate mirror. Its surface was tarnished, but there was something in its frame that caught my eye. I leaned closer, wiping away years of accumulated dust with my sleeve. My reflection wavered in the dull glass, and for a moment, I could have sworn I saw another figure standing behind me. A tall, shadowy silhouette with unnaturally elongated limbs. I blinked, and the figure was gone. Only my own wide eyes stared back at me. A trick of the light, I told myself. But from that night on, the image of that figure haunted my dreams. I called him Berkshire Daddy Longlegs, a name that seemed to fit the unsettling elegance of his presence. At first, I tried to banish him to the recesses of my mind, but he persisted, lurking just beyond the edges of sleep, watching with those unseen eyes. As autumn unfolded and school resumed, I found it increasingly difficult to shake the feeling that I was being followed. I would catch glimpses of tall shadows in the corners of my vision, feel an inexplicable chill on the back of my neck. My grades began to slip, and my parents grew concerned, attributing my restlessness to the pressures of school. I tried to explain, tried to convey the sense of foreboding that clung to me like a second skin, but my words fell flat, dismissed as the overactive imagination of a child who had spent too much time in the attic. My mother would tousle my hair, assuring me that there was nothing to fear, while my father suggested I focus more on my studies. But Daddy Longlegs was not content to remain a figment of my imagination. His presence began to manifest in more tangible ways. It started with small, innocuous occurrences. Doors left ajar, despite my having closed them, lights flickering without reason. Then there were the whispers, barely audible, like a distant breeze rustling through leaves, yet undeniably there. I tried to rationalize it all, to convince myself that there was a logical explanation. But deep down, I knew that something was amiss, that the house itself had become a vessel for something beyond my understanding. The sensation of being watched grew, an omnipresent gaze that seemed to pierce through walls and darkness alike. It was on a particularly stormy night, when the world outside was consumed by the howling wind and lashing rain, that the situation escalated. As I lay in bed, the sensation of those elongated limbs wrapping around my consciousness became unbearable. I turned on the lamp beside my bed, casting a pool of light that did little to dispel the shadows. The mirror in my room fogged up inexplicably, and I watched, transfixed, as a handprint appeared on its surface, stretching long and slender like the legs of a spider. I stumbled backward, a cry caught in my throat, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Outside, the wind howled louder, as if echoing the scream that I could not release. I fled my room, seeking refuge in the familiar warmth of my parents' presence. They were in the living room, their expressions masked by the flickering illumination of the television. My mother looked up, eyes widened with concern as I stumbled into the room, breathless and wide-eyed. "What's wrong, dear?" she asked, the calmness in her voice a stark contrast to the turmoil within me. I struggled to find the words to convey the terror that had taken root within my home. But before I could speak, a crash echoed from upstairs. My parents exchanged a glance, and my father rose, crossing the room to investigate. I followed hesitantly, each step heavy with dread. In my room, we found the mirror shattered on the floor, shards glistening like malevolent diamonds in the dim light. My father cursed under his breath, and my mother pulled me close, her arms wrapping around me in a gesture of comfort that did little to ease my fear. The weeks that followed were a haze of anxiety and sleepless nights. I began to dread the mere act of returning home. The place that had once been a sanctuary now transformed into a theater of unease. The presence of Mr. Daddy Longlegs grew stronger, his shadowy form more distinct in the periphery of my vision. At school, my teachers noted my distraction, my inability to focus. They suggested counseling, convinced that I was struggling with some unspoken trauma. But how could I explain that the source of my distress was not rooted in the tangible world, that it defied logic and reason? I tried to find solace in the company of my friends, but even there, Mr. Daddy Longlegs followed, his presence a constant reminder of the darkness that had infiltrated my life. It was as though he had woven himself into the very fabric of my existence, an inescapable specter that thrived on my fear. The final confrontation came one cold winter night, the air outside crisp and biting. I lay in bed, the blankets pulled up to my chin, when I felt a presence in the room. I did not turn on the light this time, knowing instinctively that it would do little to dispel the darkness. Instead, I sat up, my eyes adjusting to the gloom. There he was, standing at the foot of my bed, his form indistinct but undeniably there. I could feel his gaze upon me, an oppressive weight that threatened to crush my spirit. "Why?" I whispered, the word a fragile breath that hung in the air. In response, he moved, his limbs extending with a grace that was both mesmerizing and horrifying. I was frozen, unable to look away as he leaned forward, his face coming into view. It was not monstrous as I had imagined, but eerily familiar, a distorted reflection of my own features. In that moment, I understood. Mr. Daddy Longlegs was not a separate entity, but a manifestation of something deep within me, a part of myself that I had long denied, a shadow born from fear and unacknowledged pain. He was my fears personified, the embodiment of everything I had tried to shut away. As this realization dawned, the world shifted, the shadows receding. The room grew lighter, the oppressive weight lifting from my chest. I blinked, and Mr. Daddy Longlegs was gone, leaving only a lingering sense of unease, a reminder of the darkness that lurked within. In the days that followed, I began to piece my life back together. I spoke to my parents, seeking their understanding and support. I confided in a counselor, working to untangle the web of emotions that had ensnared me. Slowly, the shadows that had haunted my existence began to dissipate, leaving behind a cautious hope. Yet even as I moved forward, there remained a part of me that could not forget. The fear, though diminished, lingered at the edges of my mind, a constant reminder of the darkness that had once consumed me. I understood now that Mr. Daddy Longlegs had not been a foe, but a harbinger, urging me to confront the fears I had buried deep within. And so, life continued, the rhythms of normalcy gradually resuming their hold. But I knew that I would never be the same, that the encounter had changed me in ways I was still learning to understand. Somewhere within, Mr. Daddy Longlegs remained, a shadow cast by the light, waiting and watching. The city never seemed to sleep, and neither did I. My life had settled into a strangely comforting routine in my small apartment downtown. The streets below were always buzzing with activity, the sounds of cars honking and people chattering a constant soundtrack to my days and nights. I had chosen this place for its vibrancy, for the life that thrummed just outside my window. It was a far cry from the quiet suburb where I grew up, but the chaos soothed me, made me feel less alone. I had always been drawn to the energy of the city, the way it seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own. My apartment, though modest, was my sanctuary. It was an eclectic mix of the old and the new, much like the city itself. Flea market finds coexisted with sleek modern furniture, creating a space that was uniquely mine. Every item had a story, a history, and I cherished the sense of continuity they provided. I often found myself reflecting on the past, wondering at the lives these objects had touched before they found their way to me. Everything was routine, predictable, until the day he appeared. I first saw him from my window, a lone figure standing across the street, staring up at my building. There was nothing particularly unusual about him at first glance. He was dressed in a nondescript suit, his hair neatly combed, his demeanor calm. But there was something about the way he stood there, so still amidst the moving sea of people, that caught my attention. I told myself he was an ordinary man waiting for someone, but a chill slithered down my spine nonetheless. Days went by, and he was there again, and then again, always at the same spot, always looking up, always when I was there to notice. It became a pattern, one that unsettled me with its quiet persistence. I tried to rationalize it, convincing myself that it was nothing more than a coincidence. Yet, every time I looked out and saw him, my heart would quicken. Then one night as I lay in bed, the radio playing softly in the background, a knock came at my door. It was a gentle sound, almost tentative, but in the silence of the night, it seemed to reverberate through the entire apartment. I hesitated, my mind racing with possibilities. Perhaps it was a neighbor, or maybe someone had the wrong door. Still, a part of me whispered warnings, urging caution. When I opened the door, he was standing there, the man from the street. Up close, his features were sharper, his eyes a curious shade of gray that seemed to shift in the dim light of the hallway. He introduced himself as Mr. Morrow, gesturing politely as he did so. There was a warmth in his voice that belied the coldness of his gaze, and I found myself instinctively stepping back, allowing him to enter. He spoke with an ease that suggested familiarity, as if we were old friends meeting after a long absence. His words flowed smoothly, weaving tales of the neighborhood, of the people I had yet to meet. Yet, beneath the surface of our conversation, there was an undercurrent of something darker, a shadow that flickered behind his eyes. I couldn't shake the feeling that his presence was an intrusion, a disruption of the delicate balance I had cultivated in my life. After he left, the apartment felt different, as if he had taken something intangible with him. The shadows seemed deeper, the silence more profound. I found myself double-checking the locks, glancing over my shoulder at every sound, each creak of the floorboards setting my nerves on edge. Days stretched into weeks, and Mr. Morrow became a fixture in my life. His visits were frequent, always unannounced, always unexpected. Each time he arrived, I felt a strange compulsion to let him in, to listen to his stories, even as a part of me screamed to shut him out. There was a magnetism about him, an allure that was hard to resist. But with each visit, the atmosphere in the apartment grew heavier, more oppressive. It was as if his very presence was warping the air around us, bending it to his will. Objects began to move, ever so slightly, when I wasn't looking. A cup shifted an inch across the table, a book found on the floor instead of the shelf. And then there were the whispers, soft, almost imperceptible, but unmistakably there, curling around the edges of my consciousness. I started seeing things, fleeting shadows darting from the corner of my eye, faces forming in the patterns on the wallpaper, eyes watching from within the reflection of mirrors. Sleep became elusive, my dreams plagued by visions of Mr. Morrow, his eyes now a burning white, his mouth stretching into an impossibly wide grin. One evening, as I sat alone, the radio murmuring a familiar tune, I felt a chill creep through the room. The temperature dropped noticeably, the air turning brittle and thin. I knew he was near even before the knock sounded. This time, I hesitated longer before opening the door. But when I did, he stood there, as expected. There was something different about him, a subtle shift in his demeanor, the warmth in his voice replaced by something colder, more menacing. As he stepped inside, the shadows seemed to lengthen, pooling around him like a living thing. He spoke of things I didn't understand, of places I'd never been, events that hadn't happened. His words were sharp, edged with a malice that was palpable, cutting through the air like a knife. I realized with a start that I was no longer in control. The apartment, once my refuge, had turned against me, and I was trapped within its walls with a creature that thrived on fear and deception. Desperation clawed at my chest as I searched for a way out, a means of escape. But every door I tried was locked, every window sealed tight. It was in that moment of panic that I saw it. Mr. Morrow's reflection, cast in the cracked mirror hanging on the wall. His true form, a grotesque mockery of humanity, eyes glowing with malevolent glee, his mouth distorting into a rictus of madness. The sight sent a jolt of terror through me, and I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. I knew then that I couldn't fight him, not directly, but I could resist. As he spoke, his words weaving a web of confusion and dread, I focused on grounding myself, on remembering what was real. I recited to myself the names of the objects in my apartment, their histories, their stories. I clung to these memories as a drowning man clings to a lifeline, using them to anchor myself in reality. Mr. Morrow seemed to sense my defiance, his gaze narrowing, his smile faltering. The shadows around him writhed, as if agitated by my resistance. I felt a surge of determination, a fierce resolve to reclaim my life, to expel the darkness that had taken root in my home. Drawing on reserves of strength I didn't know I possessed, I confronted him, my voice steady, unwavering. I demanded he leave, to release the hold he had over my mind, my surroundings. For a moment, the air crackled with tension, the shadows coiling around us in a dance of light and dark. And then, with an agonizing slowness, he began to fade, his form dissolving back into the ether from whence he came. As he vanished, the oppressive weight lifted, the apartment returning to its familiar state. The objects settled, the whispers ceased, and the temperature rose to a comforting warmth once more. I felt an overwhelming relief, tempered by the knowledge that the battle was won, but the war was far from over. In the days that followed, I found myself constantly on edge, the specter of Mr. Morrow lingering at the fringes of my awareness. I took steps to protect myself, to ward off any further intrusions from the darkness. I researched ancient rites, symbols of protection, surrounding myself with talismans and charms. Yet, despite my efforts, there remained a part of me that questioned my sanity, that wondered if it had all been a figment of an overactive imagination, a manifestation of stress and isolation. But deep down, I knew the truth. Haley's apartment was no longer just a place of shelter. It had become a battleground, a place where the veil between worlds had thinned, allowing things that should not exist to slip through. I became more vigilant, more attuned to the subtleties of the world around me. Every creak, every shadow was scrutinized, every stranger eyed with suspicion. The city, once a vibrant symphony, now felt like a cacophony of danger and threat. Despite the fear, I found solace in the knowledge that I had faced the darkness and emerged with my sense of self intact. I was not powerless, not entirely. There was a strength within me, one that had been forged in the crucible of fear and forged anew with every confrontation. And so, life continued, the routine re-established, albeit with a new awareness of the hidden dangers that lurk in the corners of our reality. I carried on, knowing that the world was not as it seemed, that beneath the veneer of normalcy lay a deeper, darker truth. But always, in the quiet moments, when the city's noise faded to a distant hum and the shadows began to stretch long and thin, I felt it, the lingering fear, the knowledge that one day Mr. Morrow might return, and when he did, I would be ready. The city was a tangled web of streets and buildings, a testament to human ingenuity and chaos. It was a place where the mundane often concealed the peculiar, and where the ordinary had a habit of twisting into the extraordinary. I had lived here all my life, a silent observer to the ebb and flow of its existence, and like anyone else, I appreciated the familiar routine of normalcy. From my apartment window, I often watched the world go by, its inhabitants like actors in an ever-repeating play. My days were spent in a small clinic, tucked away in a quiet corner of the city. As a counselor, I often found myself listening to the stories of others, each one a thread in the tapestry of human experience. People came to me with their troubles, their fears, and their secrets. I listened, offered advice, and sent them back into the world, lighter for having unburdened their souls. It was fulfilling work, and though the stories varied, there was a comforting predictability to the process. Until her. She arrived one rainy afternoon, the sky a mottled gray, casting a muted light through the clinic's wide windows. Her presence was unremarkable at first, a slender, quiet woman with an air of fragility about her. She moved like a shadow, her eyes downcast, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. She introduced herself as Mary, her voice a mere whisper, as though speaking any louder might shatter the delicate silence that enveloped her. Mary's story was not unlike many I had heard before, a history of misfortune, a life marred by a series of unfortunate events that seemed to follow her like a dark cloud. She spoke of loss, of loneliness, but there was something in her words, an undercurrent of despair that was different. It was as though she carried something within her, something old and heavy that defied understanding. The first disturbance came not long after. I sat in my office, reviewing notes, when a peculiar sensation washed over me. It was a feeling of being watched, though I was alone. I glanced up, half expecting to find someone staring through the window, but there was nothing. Just the rain, soft and persistent against the glass. I shook it off as a trick of the mind, a momentary lapse in concentration, but the feeling persisted, a shadowy presence that lingered at the edge of my awareness. It followed me home that evening, and for the first time, I found myself pausing in the hallway outside my apartment, hesitant to enter. The sensation of eyes upon me was unnerving, yet I was alone. I flicked on the lights, half expecting to catch a glimpse of something slipping out of view. Nothing. In the days that followed, the city seemed to shift around me. I noticed things I hadn't before, small inconsistencies that nagged at the edges of my perception. The sky was often overcast, casting the streets in a perpetual twilight. People moved with an unusual haste, their faces drawn and tense. It was as if the city itself had taken on a new, darker character. Mary continued to visit the clinic, and with each session, the feeling of unease grew. She spoke more of the notion of evil, not as an abstract concept, but as a tangible force, something insidious that seeped into the cracks of the world. Her eyes, once downcast and timid, now held an intensity that was unsettling. They seemed to see beyond the surface, into places I could not fathom. Our conversations turned philosophical, delving into the nature of good and evil. Mary spoke of an ancient malevolence, an incomprehensible force that existed beyond human understanding. It was a specter that moved among us, invisible yet ever present. Her words were chilling, reverberating in my mind long after she had left. I began to see it, or perhaps I convinced myself I did. Little signs, small disturbances that hinted at something more. A shadow flitting across the wall, a whisper that echoed through empty rooms, a fleeting glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye. They were subtle, almost imperceptible, yet they coalesced into a creeping dread that gnawed at my sanity. The escalation was subtle, but relentless. My dreams became a cacophony of disjointed images, half-formed figures lurking in the periphery. I awoke each morning with a sense of foreboding, the remnants of my dreams clinging to me like cobwebs. The city, once a place of comfort, had transformed into a landscape of unease, each street and alley a potential hiding place for the unseen. One evening, in a bid to escape the oppressive atmosphere, I drove to the beach. The sea was a place of solace, its rhythmic waves a balm to the troubled mind. As I walked along the shore, the wind tugging at my clothes, I felt a momentary release from the tension that had gripped me. But it was short-lived. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the sand, I became aware of a presence beside me. At first, I thought it to be another evening walker, but as I turned, I saw nothing. Yet the feeling persisted, a sense of something walking alongside me, matching my pace, its presence as palpable as the wind. I quickened my step, heart pounding, until I was almost running. The sensation intensified, a weight that pressed down on my chest, until I finally broke into a sprint, the sand shifting beneath my feet. I reached my car, breathless and shaken, the night air thick with unease. As I drove back to the city, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been pursued, that whatever had haunted my steps on the beach had followed me home. The lights of the city flickered on the horizon, a beacon of familiarity in the encroaching darkness. Back at the clinic, I found myself drawn to the seniors' home on the outskirts of town, a place I had visited often in my volunteer work. The residents there were a wealth of stories and wisdom, their lives a testament to resilience. But now, there was a change. The atmosphere was heavy, the usual warmth replaced by a cold detachment. The residents spoke in hushed tones, their conversations punctuated with furtive glances and nervous laughter. One woman, Mrs. Thompson, took my hand, her grip surprisingly strong. "Do you feel it?" she whispered, eyes wide with fear. "It's here, among us, watching, waiting." Her words sent a shiver through me, echoing Mary's warnings of an unseen force. As I left, the shadows seemed to stretch longer, the corridors darker, as though the very walls were complicit in some hidden conspiracy. The climax came unexpectedly, a convergence of the seen and unseen that shattered the fragile barrier between reality and nightmare. I was at a local school, having been invited to speak to a group of students about mental health. The day was bright, the kind of day that promised normalcy, yet there was an undercurrent of tension, the air charged with anticipation. As I spoke, I noticed a child in the back of the room, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on me. There was something unsettling in his gaze, an intensity that belied his age. His presence was unnerving, yet I continued, unwilling to break the fragile illusion of control. As the session ended and the students filed out, the boy lingered, his eyes never leaving mine. I approached him, intending to offer a word of comfort or reassurance, but as I drew near, the room seemed to shift. The light dimmed, the air heavy and oppressive. The boy smiled, a slow, deliberate smile that sent a chill coursing through me. There was malice in that smile, an ancient malevolence that defied comprehension. For a moment, I was rooted to the spot, caught in the web of his gaze. And then, like a shadow, he was gone, leaving behind an echo of laughter that lingered long after. The experience left me shaken, the boundaries of my world blurred and uncertain. I returned to the clinic, seeking solace in the familiar, yet it offered none. Mary's sessions became an anchor, her presence a reminder that I was not alone in sensing the shift. Together we pieced together the fragments of our experiences, constructing a narrative that defied reason, yet felt undeniably real. In our final meeting, Mary spoke of a farmhouse on the outskirts of the city, a place she claimed held the key to understanding the nature of the force that haunted us. Her eyes burned with a fervor that was both inspiring and terrifying. There was no hesitation in her voice, only a certainty that was infectious. Desperation forced my hand, and together we made our way to the farmhouse, a relic of a bygone era, its timbers weathered and gray. The place was silent, an eerie stillness hanging in the air. As we approached, the feeling of being watched intensified until it was almost unbearable. Inside, the house was a labyrinth of shadows, each room a testament to decay and neglect. Yet there was something else, something that hummed beneath the surface, a pulse that thrummed in the walls. In the heart of the house, we found it, a room that seemed untouched by time, its air heavy with the scent of age. At its center stood an object, a figure carved from some unidentifiable material, its form twisted and grotesque. It exuded a palpable sense of dread, a malevolence that reached out and gripped my soul. Mary stepped forward, her hand outstretched as though in supplication. Her voice was a murmur, a litany of words that seemed to resonate with the object. As she spoke, the air shimmered, the walls bending and warping around us. Panic surged through me, yet I found myself unable to look away, caught in the thrall of the dark force that swirled around us. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. The house fell silent, the object inert once more. Mary stood before me, her expression unreadable, yet there was a light in her eyes that spoke of triumph. We left the farmhouse, the city awaiting us, unchanged, yet irrevocably altered. The lingering fear settled in the days that followed. The city returned to its routine, the people unaware of the currents that lay beneath the surface. But for me, the world had shifted. The presence of that ancient evil was no longer a whisper on the wind. It was a constant, a dark specter that watched from the shadows. I saw it in the eyes of strangers, in the flicker of streetlights, in the darkness that pooled in alleyways. It was there, among us, a reminder of the incomprehensible nature of evil, a force that could not be understood, only endured. And as I walked the familiar streets of my city, I knew that it would never leave me, that its presence was as much a part of my world as the air I breathed. The nature of evil was not in its actions, but in its existence, a shadow that would forever linger at the edge of my reality. The town of Willow Creek had always nestled comfortably in the mundane embrace of suburban normalcy. It was a place where the air was perpetually perfumed with the scent of freshly cut grass, and the sun seemed to linger a little longer in the evenings, just to watch over the routine comings and goings of its people. I was a teacher at the local elementary school and had lived here for most of my life. I knew the faces of my neighbors like the back of my hand, exchanged polite nods with them as we passed each other on morning walks, and could set my clock by the times their children left for school. The children of Willow Creek were a boisterous bunch, their laughter often echoing through the cul-de-sacs, serving as a cheerful soundtrack to the otherwise quiet town. It was their normalcy, their innocence that made what happened all the more unsettling. It began subtly. I noticed it first during recess. I was on duty that day, watching over the children as they played. The usual screams of mirth were oddly muted. The children, instead of their usual chaotic games, were standing in small groups, as if in conference. Their voices were low, their movements unnaturally synchronized. Even as I approached them, they seemed to sense my presence without looking up, and the conversations halted abruptly. They gazed at me with eyes that were vacant, yet intense, as if assessing something I couldn't fathom. I shook off the odd feeling, attributing it to nothing more than childish imagination at play. But as days passed, it became increasingly difficult to dismiss. I started noticing more peculiarities. During classes, the children were unusually quiet, their attention unnervingly focused, even for the most mundane of lessons. Homework was completed with an uncharacteristic precision. There was a stark absence of the usual childish doodles and spelling errors. It was as if their youthful essence was slowly being siphoned away, replaced by something cold and mechanical. One evening, as I sat at my kitchen table grading papers, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My eyes drifted towards the window, and there they were, a group of children standing in the dim light of a street lamp, staring directly at my house. They stood motionless, their figures barely stirring in the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. I blinked, trying to clear my vision, but when I looked again, they were gone. I convinced myself that it was a trick of the light, perhaps the shadows playing games with my overworked mind. But the sightings continued. They began to appear at various times and places, on my walks to the grocery store, at the park, even when I drove to the next town over, always at a distance, always watching. It was as if they were tracking my movements, and each time, their silent presence sent a chill crawling down my spine. I shared my concerns with my friend and fellow teacher Sarah. She listened patiently, her brow furrowed in thought. Maybe you need some time off, she suggested gently. It could just be stress. This is a busy time of year for you. Her words made sense, yet they did little to quell the growing unease that had settled in my bones. I tried to take her advice to heart, attempting to distract myself with other activities. But the children were always there, just at the edge of my awareness, their presence an ever-looming shadow. One night, I decided to follow them. It was a decision born out of desperation, a need to understand what was happening in the hopes that doing so might dispel the fear that had taken root in my mind. The night was quiet, the air thick with an unsettling stillness as I trailed the small group of children through the streets of Willow Creek. They moved silently, their steps barely a whisper against the pavement. I kept a safe distance, careful not to draw their attention. The children led me to the edge of town, where the suburban sprawl gave way to patches of undeveloped woodland. There, amid the trees that stood like silent sentinels, they stopped. I watched, hidden behind a large oak, as they formed a circle, their forms barely discernible in the moonlit clearing. Then they began to hum, a low, resonant sound that seemed to vibrate through the air. It was a haunting melody, devoid of words, yet filled with an eerie harmony. The ground felt alive beneath my feet, thrumming in response to their song. I felt a pull towards them, an insidious lure that tugged at the edges of my consciousness, urging me to step out of the shadows and join them. I fought the compulsion, gripping the rough bark of the tree as an anchor. My heart pounded in my chest, a frantic rhythm that matched the pulse of the earth. The humming grew louder, more insistent, and I clamped my hands over my ears in a futile attempt to block it out. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, a void that seemed to swallow all sound. The children stood unmoving, eyes closed, as if in a trance. I dared not breathe, fearing that even the smallest sound would shatter the fragile quiet and draw their attention to me. Minutes stretched into eternity before they began to move again. Their eyes opened, now a uniform shade of deep, unsettling black. They turned in unison, moving back towards the town, leaving the clearing empty, but for the lingering echo of their song. I waited until I was certain they were gone before I dared to move. The clearing felt different now, charged with a latent energy that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I stumbled back towards my house, the shadows of the trees stretching across the ground like grasping hands. Sleep eluded me that night, my mind a storm of questions with no answers. Who or what was controlling the children? What was the purpose of the strange gatherings? Each question only deepened my sense of dread, feeding the gnawing fear that something far more sinister than I could imagine was at play. In the days that followed, the children appeared more frequently. Their presence was no longer confined to the periphery of my vision. They were bold, their dark eyes meeting mine with an intensity that made my skin crawl. It was as if they knew that I had seen them, that I was aware of their secret. The realization that I was being watched, not just observed, but monitored, grew too overwhelming to ignore. I began to feel their presence even in my home, the walls closing in on me with a claustrophobic menace that left me gasping for breath. It was as if the very air I breathed was tainted with their influence, seeping into my thoughts and dreams. Desperate for answers, I turned to the town's archives, hoping that perhaps the past held clues to the present mystery. Despite my trepidation, I found myself in the musty basement of the town's library, poring over old newspapers and town records. The task was grueling, the dim light and dust-filled air adding to my growing sense of unease. It was there, buried beneath decades of forgotten history, that I found something. An old article, yellowed with age, detailing a series of unexplained occurrences, eerily similar to what I was experiencing now. The article spoke of a group of children from Willow Creek who had gone missing for several days, only to return with no memory of where they had been. Their behavior had changed, becoming detached and unemotional, much like the children of today. The article mentioned a man, an outsider, who had been seen in the town around the same time. He was described as charismatic and charming, his presence unsettling, yet captivating. Some speculated that he had been involved in the children's disappearance, but no evidence was ever found to support the claim. As I read, I felt a prickling sensation at the back of my neck, as if someone or something was watching me even now. I closed the article, the implications weighing heavily on my mind. Was this man the sinister leader behind the children's strange behavior? And if so, what was his purpose? The answers eluded me, dancing just out of reach like shadows in the night. I felt the fear settling deeper, an insidious knot in the pit of my stomach that refused to unravel. As I left the library, the shadows seemed to lengthen, following me as I made my way home. The nights grew longer, the children's presence more oppressive. The melody they hummed haunted my dreams, a siren song pulling me into a darkness I feared I would never escape. My every waking moment was consumed by their silent, watchful eyes, and I felt myself slowly unraveling under the weight of their gaze. I knew I had to confront whatever force was controlling them, but the thought filled me with a terror I couldn't shake. I was just a teacher, an ordinary person caught in an extraordinary nightmare with no clear way out. Yet, the thought of doing nothing, of allowing their influence to spread unchecked, was even more terrifying. And so, one fateful night, I found myself once more in the woods at the edge of town. The children were there, as I knew they would be, their figures silhouetted against the moonlit sky. The air was electric with anticipation, the ground humming beneath my feet as they began their song. This time, I stepped into the clearing, my heart a thunderous drum in my chest. The children turned to face me, their eyes a black void, unblinking and devoid of any recognition. Somewhere within those depths, I sensed a flicker of awareness, a spark of the children they once were, trapped and pleading for release. The leader was there too, a presence that materialized from the shadows with an unsettling grace. He was everything the article had described, charming, magnetic, yet exuding a menace that sent shivers down my spine. His eyes locked onto mine, and I felt the pull of his will, a seductive promise of power and understanding. If only I would submit. But I refused to be drawn in. I focused on the children, calling out to them, my voice a desperate plea to break free from the chains that bound them. My words seemed to resonate, cutting through the fog of their minds, and for a brief moment, I saw their eyes flicker with something akin to recognition. The leader's expression shifted from curiosity to anger. The ground trembled, the air crackling with power as he turned his gaze upon me, a force like a tidal wave crashing against my mind. I was losing, the darkness threatening to consume me, but I clung to the memory of their laughter, their innocence, a lifeline in the storm. In that moment, something shifted. The children stirred, their voices joining mine, a chorus of defiance against the darkness. The leader's grip faltered, his form flickering as if struggling to maintain its hold. He cried out, a sound of frustration and rage, before dissolving into the shadows, leaving nothing but the echo of his presence behind. The children collapsed to the ground, unconscious but free. The clearing was silent once more. The hum of power faded into the stillness of the night. I knelt beside them, relief flooding through me as I checked each one, reassuring myself that they were safe. In the days that followed, the children slowly returned to normal. Their laughter filled the air once more, a balm to the wounds left by the ordeal. Yet, the memory of their silent vigil, of the leader's dark influence, lingered like a shadow on the edges of my mind. The town of Willow Creek resumed its mundane rhythm, but I knew that beneath its surface lay a current of unease, a fear that what had happened could happen again. The leader's absence was temporary, I was certain of that. His presence, though physically gone, remained a haunting specter, lurking in the corners of my thoughts. And so I watched, vigilant and wary, guarding against the return of the darkness. The children might have been freed, but the fear remained, a reminder that even in the most ordinary of places, the extraordinary could lie in wait, ready to disturb the fragile balance of normalcy. It started off as any other day in our quiet suburban neighborhood. The sun rose lazily over the neatly trimmed lawns, casting long shadows across asphalt that had absorbed years of children's laughter and the distant hum of lawnmowers. I reveled in these mornings, sipping my coffee while gazing out the kitchen window, a panorama of tranquility unfolding before me. The neighborhood was always alive with the sounds of children, echoes of innocence bouncing between the modest two-story houses that lined our street. There was an underlying rhythm to it, a comforting predictability that reminded me why I chose to live here. On any given day, the air was filled with the chatter of kids, their conversations floating through open windows, like a symphony of youthful exuberance. It was around mid-autumn when I first noticed the oddity. Returning from the grocery store, I saw them, 3 kids standing by the old oak tree at the corner of my street. They were the usual kids, the same faces I'd seen riding bikes or playing hide and seek. Yet now they stood still, too still, their small eyes tracking my car with an intensity that made the hairs on my arms prickle. I told myself it was nothing. Perhaps they were just curious, or lost in a game that demanded such eerie quietness. But as I carried my groceries inside, the unease lingered like an unwanted guest. refusing to leave even as I busied myself with mundane tasks. Over the next few days, it became impossible to ignore. The number of children seemed to grow. They were always there, standing in small clusters or sometimes alone, always watching. I'd step outside to collect the mail, and there they'd be, eyes fixed on me. Even the sound of their laughter had changed. What once was joyous now carried an edge that scraped against my nerves with each haunting chuckle. The first real disturbance came one evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of burnt orange and deep purple. I was returning from a late shift at work, the neighborhood wrapped in the soft quiet of dusk. As I turned the corner, the headlights of my car swept over a scene that was becoming all too familiar. A dozen or so children stood in a semicircle on the street, their backs to me, facing something I could not see. I slowed the car, curiosity pulling me closer. They didn't move, didn't flinch as my engine murmured past them. I parked in the driveway and stepped out, hesitating, caught between the safety of my home and the magnetic pull of the strange tableau. I called out to them, feeling foolish as my voice broke the heavy silence. "Is everything okay?" I asked. They turned then, and the movement was synchronized, almost mechanical. Their eyes met mine, and something in their gazes chilled me to the bone. There was an emptiness there, a void where the spark of childhood should have been. I retreated inside, the door closing with a resounding thud that echoed in the stillness. From the safety of my living room, I watched them through the window. They remained for a few minutes more before dispersing, vanishing into the growing darkness as if they were never there. Sleep was elusive that night. I tossed and turned, my mind replaying the scene, until exhaustion finally pulled me under. The next morning, with the sun's reassuring glow filtering through the curtains, the events of the night before seemed distant, like a half-remembered dream. But the children didn't vanish with the dawn. They were there, every day, and their numbers seemed to swell with each passing hour. Their presence wormed its way into my routines, a constant weight that pressed down on the normalcy I had taken for granted. Conversations with neighbors yielded little comfort. They acknowledged the children were acting differently, but dismissed it as a phase, perhaps an elaborate game or a trick of the imagination. I wanted desperately to believe them, to write it off as collective hysteria. Still, the sense of wrongness persisted, an itch that gnawed at the back of my mind. The escalation was subtle, a creeping dread that infused itself into the very fabric of my existence. I began to dread leaving the house, knowing they would be there, watching. My friends would laugh at my paranoia, assuring me it was all in my head. But they didn't see the looks, those blank, penetrating stares that seemed to strip away layers of my sanity until all that remained were nerves stretched thin. I tried to avoid them, altering my routines, taking different paths, but it was no use. Wherever I went, they were there, silent sentinels, shadowing my movements with an unholy precision. Their eyes were everywhere, at the grocery store, in the park, even at my workplace where I would catch glimpses of them through the office windows, standing motionless at the edge of the parking lot. The climax came one night as an autumn storm raged outside. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and rain lashed against the windows with a ferocity that mirrored the turmoil within me. I was in the kitchen when the lights flickered and died, plunging the house into darkness. Heart pounding, I fumbled for my phone, using its light to navigate the shadowy rooms. As I approached the living room, lightning illuminated the front lawn, revealing a sight that turned my blood to ice. The children were gathered there, more than I had ever seen, their forms silhouetted against the flashing sky. I stood frozen, the phone slipping from my trembling hands. The storm raged on, but the children remained unaffected, their stillness incongruous with the chaos that surrounded them. I don't know how long I stood there, trapped between fear and disbelief. Then, as if responding to some unseen signal, they turned in unison, their faces illuminated in the next flash of lightning. And what I saw in their eyes was neither childlike nor human. It was dark and ancient, an abyss that promised nothing but despair. I backed away, stumbling over furniture in my haste. In the kitchen, I found the door to the basement and descended into its depths, seeking refuge in the only place that offered even a semblance of safety. I huddled there, listening to the storm's fury and the persistent tap, tap, tap of raindrops against the small window. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes, before I dared emerge. The storm had subsided, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. Tentatively, I crept back up the stairs, my breath held, ears straining for any sound that hinted at their presence. But the children were gone, vanished as if they had never been. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. I knew this wasn't the end. In the days that followed, the neighborhood seemed to shake off its malaise. The children returned to their usual antics, the eerie stillness replaced by the familiar clamor of play. My neighbors and I exchanged relieved smiles, grateful that whatever had gripped us had finally loosened its hold. Yet, the fear lingered. It was a shadow I couldn't shake, an unsettling certainty that what I had witnessed was only the surface of something far more sinister. The children's eyes haunted me, their darkness imprinted on my soul like a stain that refused to fade. Despite the outward peace, I couldn't rid myself of the feeling that they were still watching, waiting. And sometimes, late at night, when the world was asleep and the silence pressed in from all sides, I would sense them again, those eyes, the weight of their gaze, a reminder that the unseen threat had merely retreated into the shadows, biding its time.